Okay, I will. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Got an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency into their trading. You're not going to find another show like we have here at Topstep TV. Everything in one: education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Cloak, and I'm Dagger. Got the exciting and informative educational programming for you today and each and every day of the week. And it will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, let go of the thoughts that don't make you strong. That's true to life. So let's get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, game plan ready?
It is ready. Put it right here.
Checklist checked. There it is.
Checklist checked and rechecked.
Journal
all ready.
Nice clean sheet of paper. You've got your rally sweater on. Is that true?
No, this is not the rally sweater. This is just another cardigan. Not sure if we're rallying today, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, let's say hello to everybody's friend, that handsome guy here, that trading mentor, John, aka the Hoagland. Johnny, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Yes, Tuesday, March the 12th already. And our focus is always on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. That favorite word of ours, patience.
Well, why, we've got a dozen days here in March. Let's get the news ready. Benchmark, S&P. Well, actually, if you've been watching the market, severe head fake to the bottom here in a lot of these markets. S&P, NASDAQ, gold. Crude just sort of plugging along here right now. But the benchmark S&P 500, NASDAQ slipped yesterday. Shares with the major tech groups were nursing losses over their two previous sessions. Outperforming the main indices yesterday was the Dow Jones Industrial Chip, rising by 0.1%. That was despite the dip at Boeing shares fell here. Regarding that January mid-air fuselage breach, this is still something of a topic. Oracle, one of the best performers in the extended hours trading, surging nearly 14% after clocking stronger than expected quarterly earnings. That's thanks to the increased demand for its AI offering. Profit per share, items jumped 16% in the fiscal year to 141, topping Bloomberg consensus of 138. That's a adjusted revenue of $13.28 billion. It was in line with expectations. So, Johnny, what else do we have here today?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers are concerned, the OPEC monthly report came out at 7:30. I know Eddie's got some information about that when we get back to Eddie, but the CPI numbers came out this morning. So the February year-over-year total CPI number came out at 3.2%. It was 3.1% in January. They were expecting 3.1% in February, 0.1% higher at 3.2%. Is that considered a little bit hot? The markets will tell us. The month-over-month total, overall CPI came out as expected at 0.4%, but the January was 0.3%. So again, maybe a little bit hotter than expected. The core year over year for February was 3.9% in January. They were looking for 3.7, came out right between those two at 3.8%. The February core month over month, they were looking for 0.3. The January number was 0.4. It came out remaining at 0.4. So those numbers, being digested by the markets right now, I'm not seeing them as very favorable or necessarily very detrimental. The real earnings number came out again at 7:55 this morning. The real earnings came out absolutely flat, 0%. They did revise the January number from minus 0.3 to minus 0.4. I don't know how much that's going to affect markets. It just seems like something important that we might be thinking about kind of digesting as the day goes on. The U.S. Red Book also came out. It was looking at 3.1%, 3.0%, usually not a very impactful number. And at noon today, there is a 10-year note auction. Everybody should be keeping an eye on that. And at 1 p.m., the U.S. federal budget balance is due out. Now, earnings this morning, the only notable one that I saw that I know of was Kohl's, which beat earnings per share but missed on revenues. The VIX down 5% this morning, 14.43 the last I checked. The dollar index down below 103 now at 102.78, and the yield on the 10-year just slightly higher the last I checked at 4.1%, still holding above that 4% level. As far as earnings and releases today, that's what we've got for you. Eddie, back to you.
Thank you, Johnny. Well, crude oil output rose by 203,000 barrels per day to 26.57 million barrels per day in February, led by Libya and Nigeria. It was despite fresh voluntary OPEC cuts. Well, crude prices have been largely range-bound in recent sessions. We did see the signals of supply and demand. Brent and WTI futures traded within that $85, $75 range in the past 3 weeks. Oil markets are assessing a downbeat signals out of China. That's the world's largest crude importer. Beijing set a middling growth target for 2024. Also offered insight into more of a stimulus measure. Markets are now waiting the report of the petroleum exporting countries, more queue on demand. Especially we'll watch this current production about these cuts until the end of June. John, you play golf every once in a while, right?
Yes, I used to play it a lot more, but I get out a couple of times a year and horse around a little bit.
Well, check this out. Auburn University student connected on a long distance shot, draining the length of a basketball court putt to win a car. Connor Boyle made a 94-foot putt. That's 94 feet across the basketball court from one baseline to the other. And Boyle was the first winner of the promotion this season, winning a car from the local Toyota dealership. And the comments from the Toyota dealership,
damn it.
Yes, damn it. He made it. We got to give him a car. So I'd probably say
Well,
the same thing.
They do insure that. They have an insurance company, and the insurance company takes the risk on that because, I mean, what are the odds of that hitting a 97-foot putt across a basketball court into a tiny little ball? I mean, you got to figure. I mean, I would pay for the insurance on that instead of actually eating the cost of the car. So it's the insurance company that's going to be eating the cost of the car.
Yeah.
Hey, Smells. $1,000 you missed that putt.
So, he didn't miss it, no, and everybody's saying shit. And damn it. Okay, insurance company. All right, how about our tip of the week? James, what you got for us? All right, risk management. Yes, that's the Toyota company getting insurance for risk management.
Risk management. There you go.
There you go. Stop loss orders, folks. If you're not using them, use them. Obviously, there was some slippage here today. If you did have a stop in, but hey, it'll save you in the long run. Stop loss orders. It's good to limit potential losses on each trade. Now, set stop loss levels based on technical analysis, support resistance levels, and volatility, and use them. They can save your account. Charlie, what else you got on this?
Yeah, I mean, you think about the illiquidity that occurred at 7:30 this morning. I saw that there were actually some prices in the dome in the June S&Ps that didn't even trade when the market buried down through there. So you know that there was probably some considerable slippage, but at the very least, you know you're going to be out at some point. Yes, slippage can be expensive, but not having that stop in, and if that market really started to barrel to the downside, think of the losses that occurred had you not put in that stop. Definitely manage your risk. Love what you said about stops being placed at technical levels. places that price has to advertise to prove the trade wrong. Excellent point, and lots more about risk management coming as the week goes on. So make sure you stick around and join us.
Right. CYA, cover your butt. All right. Without further ado, let's get to those charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So, as always, starting with the S&P daily, obviously we've been saying this for months now. The upside structure does remain intact, I should say, not taxed. It's not April yet. We've got these markets in rollover. That is going to make volume, open interest, any studies that you're using that very blurry and difficult to use. When you look at the bulletin this morning, there's an estimated 122,000 increase in open interest. That's a creation of 122,000 contracts just yesterday alone. Now that's an estimate, but this is what happens during rollover. You have all of these larger traders moving their position into the June contract from the March. They may get into the June before they get out of the March. Usually on expiration, we're going to see somewhere between 450,000 contract, 400 and 500,000 contracts disappear upon expiration. So that movement from the March contract to the June contract makes using open interest as well as volume very difficult to use in anything. So we're going to be looking for opportunities based on, you got to be looking at your opportunities based on the tools that you use. Rollovers can be difficult periods of time to trade. That's all I'm saying. You look at the dome, it's a little thinner than usual. We're seeing, 2 digits, sometimes 3 digits at different prices along the dome. It's thin. It makes it more difficult. The market moves a little further and maybe doesn't move as far at other times. Excuse me, just one. All right. So, my real focus, I think, today is, we had a reversal pattern occur on Friday. The market opened higher and closed lower. It's kind of hard to see on this chart, but we looked at that yesterday. We have the biggest amount of excess on a daily chart that we've seen in months here. Does that mean that the market has turned and is going to be going lower? Nobody can predict that. I would never try and predict that. All I'm just putting in here is the context that I'm seeing, and I've seen these equities markets take a look at a reversal pattern to the downside and laugh it off and just keep moving higher. These markets can be and are very resilient. A lot of that has to do with how the market digests this information that we had earlier today. So ACH, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. The CPI numbers and how they are digested by the longer time frame traders as they get into these markets is going to be critical for us today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So I've put a circle around this key reversal pattern, right? So a key reversal pattern is, here's the range from Thursday. The market opened in range, traded higher, and closed below the low from Thursday's range. That is a key reversal pattern. Does it mean that the market has to turn and go lower? It does not. As we say, anything can happen. Focusing on what we're seeing this morning on this 30-minute chart, do we have any overnight inventory with which to deal with? There's that oracle burst, that oracle pop that happened after the close and into the session today. So the market kind of opened here. It's kind of hanging here. I'm not seeing that we have any real overnight inventory with which to deal with. Very choppy, very jerky, very trappy move after the CPI number came out. First was the dive to the downside that has a tendency to take momentum traders and get them short at the bottom, which rips them new faces all the way up, where those same momentum traders say, wow, this thing's going to go to the moon, and it traps them at the high. And now look where we are. I mean, none of this could have happened, but of course it did. And a lot of folks probably got, like I said, their faces ripped off. And some of you probably did very well, and we're very happy about that. It's the one reason I don't hold positions into economic numbers, because it seems to be more of a coin flip. And over the years, when I have done that, my outcome has been just about even across all of it. So I've decided not to play those things. As far as the profile yesterday, was a normal variation, neutral day, telling us that, well, the market used a lot of its ability to facilitate trade yesterday. It's likely to go looking for new levels to facilitate trade today. So, are we going to open with a gap? That's one of the things that I'll be looking at. It helped us a little bit yesterday when the S&Ps couldn't close the gap, left the opening range initially at the high of the day, had a pretty decent trade to the short side, and was working the rest of the day, so I didn't get much of a chance to participate in the markets. But it offered us a decent opportunity. So if we do open with a gap today, a gap to the upside, the inability of the market to even close the gap gives us the opportunity to say, hey, maybe this market is going to come back up and recheck, and maybe do a little repair in this profile from Friday. It was kind of toothy. It's kind of hard to see here, but you've got an accumulation of volume here and an accumulation of volume here. If we get in between them, there's a tendency for the market to trade to the upper distribution of volume that could bring us back near that new high, that all-time high that we put in on Friday. So first thing, gap rules. If we open with a gap and we start to accept in value and range from yesterday, that could bring us back to the lows of yesterday and perhaps points lower. Of course, no prediction, just trying to put things in context for the way that we see them. Take a look at the NASDAQ. I mean, it's a very similar situation. The upside structure remains intact. We talked a couple of weeks ago about how the areas of balance are getting closer and closer and overlapping each other. That can be an indication of a trend that might be getting a little bit exhausted. We did have the key reversal day on Friday. But that upside structure is what you really have to lean on until it's broken. And again, volume and open interest is blurry. We added 35,000 in open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday, largely due to the rollover. A lot of positions being moved over and then taken off. It makes it very difficult to see, which is one of the reasons I believe that rollover trading can be very difficult. That and the lack of liquidity and all the things that we've already mentioned. Excess high on Friday, the biggest excess high we've seen in quite some time. The reversal pattern, but again, anything can happen if these numbers are being digested as good. Then there's nothing that says these markets can't continue this move higher, even after a key reversal pattern like we saw on Friday. These markets are resilient, and I've seen them do amazing things. Let's see what the markets do as the regular trading hour markets open up. Here we've got the 30-minute chart. Again, here is that key reversal pattern, and it occurred in the NASDAQ as well. The range from Thursday, the market opens, trades higher, and closes outright lower. On an up move, on an uptrend, that is a key reversal pattern. Does it mean the market has to go lower? Nothing means the market has to go lower. It's all in the digestion of the numbers today and what the underlying stocks actually do. Do we have any overnight inventory? I'm going with no. We don't really have any overnight inventory to deal with. Here's the knee-jerk trap reaction from the numbers today. Oh, we're going lower. Let's get short. Oh, no, maybe not. We better get out. Oh, hey, it's going higher. We better go higher. Let's get long. Oh, no. There's a lot of that going on. Those traps after those numbers are vicious. Are we going to open with a gap? Looks less likely in the NASDAQ than in the S&Ps. Going to be an interesting trading day in both of these markets. The profile yesterday was also a normal variation day. Neutral. Markets might seek new levels, and after those numbers, it would make sense that they might be inclined to do so. Crude oil, I'm giving a yawn. Range trade continues even after that release from the OPEC earlier today. We added 14,000 in open interest yesterday off of weekly kickoff low, but I'm using that more as the fact that we are coming into rollover again in crude oil, which rolls over every month. It's a bit of a pain in the patoot, but we don't get to choose that. We did trap probably some shorts below that weekly kickoff level yesterday, and they certainly had a difficult time if they did get short down there. That open interest jump, again, kind of attributing to rollover. It's the 12th. By Friday or into Monday, we'll probably be moving on into the, April-May contract. So we do have to remember that crude oil is also in rollover. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Do we have any overnight inventory? No, not really. Maybe getting a little bit short, but that's taking us right into range and value from the range from yesterday. The profile is a normal variation day neutral with a week low. We pointed out that week low yesterday. Deeyana was talking about the fact that she doesn't count on that for the current day, but that will be something that she'll be thinking about today. There's that. Boy, that was a long little trap down there. We spent a lot of time trying to get through that $77 weekly kickoff low, and then boy, the market really just rejected that. So, but right back in range and value. What do I always say? Stay patient. There's very little change in the perception of value of a barrel of crude oil. Let the market show you the extremes, and then focus on those extremes today. Take a quick look into gold. And all right. So the daily, the rally took a rest yesterday. We lost 4,000 in open interest, indicating there was some profit taking that occurred yesterday. It was an inside day in extended trading hours and an inside day in regular trading hours. A very indecisive day yesterday. Now we're starting to see the dollar, which was below 103. I guess it's back above 103 now. So we're getting maybe a little bit of downside pressure here in gold. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. If there's anything else I've got to say here. No. Okay. So we'll scale this. So there's yesterday's inside day and in regular trading hours and in overnight hours and extended trading hours. We get the knee jerk in both directions. It was to the downside first. We popped back into range from yesterday, and now we've somewhat rejected range from yesterday. So it's kind of looking right now like a deeper pullback might be in order. I'm looking at this area down here where we saw the market come in, do some consolidation, and then buyers come in after that as a potential area for an exit of a potential short, or possibly a look for a move in the opposite direction. Because I don't know. Nobody knows, but I don't think that this upside move is over. But again, keep your eye on the dollar today. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation day neutral. Again, meaning we should be looking for new levels to facilitate trade. And obviously we can see that this market is advertising price lower, seeking participation. So we'll see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's have a great trading day. And I think there's somebody knocking at the door.
I think so. We're going to get our horses in the gate, and don't let that market sort of kick in the junk. And see him coming up here. Somebody is here, and there he is. Rips.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rips. How you doing, buddy?
So good to see you folks back. My goodness gracious. How was Las Vegas? You folks look great. Looks like you must have hit the spa out there. You both are glowing.
Glowing.
I did not hit the spa, but I did hit something on the roulette that was a beautiful, beautiful situation.
How'd you end up ending up in Vegas? Did you end up leaving with money in your pocket, or did you leave a little bit for the casinos out there?
No, I left with money in my pocket. I did so the previous year.
There you go. Just like trading, you're making it happen in all the most difficult areas to pull money from. There you go.
Right.
Well,
right.
Hoagie had a wallet full of money. And,
wow.
I donated all mine to the hotel. Yeah.
I'm excited to see some pictures and videos being posted to the TopstepTV Instagram. I'm super stoked to see all the stuff that's going to be posted there.
Yeah, it's a good time, and I've been doing nothing but sleeping since we got back. So that might be the rosy glow.
Oh, I think Andre was at the front door. I think he's walking around to the back. We'll get him in here soon. But you know, I forgot to mention, at one slot machine, I had no idea. I put an $800, $400 ticket in there. I spun twice, $125 a spin. The first one, I was like, "Oh my God, what did I do?" And I accidentally hit the button again, and I actually won 400.
Wow!
So
look at that.
I walked away. The lady next to me is like, "Did you just realize you spun $125 a spin?" I'm like,
"Wow."
I will walk away and go back to my room.
Take a full port.
Oh my
That's
goodness!
Insane.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Well, that's some very good luck, and hopefully you can bring some of that good luck over here into CPI. I'm starting off my day pretty dumpy. I already hit max loss in 2 of my XFA accounts, so I'm not going to be trading any more XFAs today. I'm going to be focused on trading combines here live on stream. I tried to nail the CPI print, and you run that risk. You know, my original risk was going to be $100 today, but unfortunately exceeded that risk. I was up about $3,000 in one of my accounts, but didn't take the profit, and I got smoked on that dump. And I just heard you talking about it, Hogue. It's one of the most challenging things to trade this type of market where it's very, very thin liquidity. So as a trader, I know what I'm getting myself into. This isn't my first CPI rodeo or any kind of newsprint rodeo. So I know what I'm running the risk for, but it's just unfortunate. So I'm down $6,000 across 2 XFAs to start my day today.
Sorry to hear that.
We got
Andre's here. Andre, you with us?
I'm here.
Andre, there he is.
There he is.
Oh, what's up? What's up? Rips, what's happening, man?
Good to see you back in one piece here, Andre. I was had some side bets whether or not you're going to make it.
I did indeed. I made it out alive. I actually behaved myself out there. It was really good to see all the Topstep family in person, met some people for the first time in real life. So very good. But I am back, ready to trade the CPI. What do we think about the CPI print?
I mean, it pretty much the thing that I was worried about. It happened. We had the first reacceleration since December. So we're seeing inflation being sticky. So the Fed is not achieving their Goldilocks standard that they're looking for. So this is really going to shake things up. And I actually caught the print to the downside initially. And I had a platform issue that didn't allow me to get out of my position that was in the profit. And unfortunately, it shot right back up, stopped me out. And then I took the long, and then we tumbled from the long after we perked out about 80s in the NQ there. So the print specifically does seem like the market should be trending to the downside, but this market has been infinite bids and it's been kind of irrational. With the market as thin as it is, it's going to be a very difficult trade today. And that's why I'm only going to just be trading combines today.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, bell's about to ring here. Yeah, 5200s. Boy, we're above these, John. Didn't think we'd see this so soon. Every day, just buy the dip, right?
It's been the story for months now. We did have that key reversal on Friday, and we're kind of back into that range. So I'm very interested to see what kind of opportunities we have here. You know, in the S&Ps, it looks like we're going to be opening with a gap, which gives me, hope for an opportunity relatively early in the day. Looks like the NASDAQ is going to be opening with a gap, so we might try that opening range trade or the lack of gap close to the upside, maybe. Right. But if we do find some acceptance in yesterday's range or in value, then that changes the whole kind of hypothesis for me. So I don't know. We will see what happens. Rips, did you guys have fun when you were doing Topstep TV Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday?
Oh yeah, we had a blast, and I think that the folks out there really enjoyed it. So I think that we did a good service to everybody that's on the core Topstep TV team. That was the goal here, to make everybody proud. So yeah, if you ever have any free time, I know you're super busy, but maybe check out a couple of those episodes there. We had some really good commentary, and the guests are what made it. We had both Anne Marie and also Deeyana on the show. Of course, Coach Dakota, can't forget about Coach. He was my co-host, but just Deeyana and Anne Marie were just incredible guests. Here we go, folks. Market is opening here in 2 seconds.
Here we go.
I assume Mag 7's ripping to the upside.
Not as you would think. Microsoft is, though. Microsoft being the number one way to the S&P is carrying things, but everything else is kind of docile here.
Okay.
I am trying something to the long side here in a combine. I'm going to bring my wrist down, actually. just so I can get a little bit more risk on here. We have VWAP down at 306. I would like to bounce that if we go down to that area.
See that.
Right now, trying to auction above these 330s. Nice push up here. Seeing if I can catch this all the way up to the 40s.
My bad.
Waiting for the opening range.
Yep. Let you guys do your work.
Waiting for the opening range.
That's my favorite song there, John.
Yesterday worked out quite well.
Yeah, exactly.
We've opened with a gap, and
I think we're going to tag these 40s here.
Mm-hmm.
If not, before a little bit of downside pull. And Microsoft, a little bit of a pullback there into 409. This market is so incredibly thin. It makes it very, very difficult to trade this, of course.
It's part of it's because of the roll, right? I would say, John.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's basically
yeah, it's tricky.
That's the
I had to
main
wait.
thing that it's fueled by right now.
I waited all day. Made one trade and 2 power hour. Finally saw some volume start showing up on the ladder.
I got stopped out there.
Yeah, man, it's tough right now.
Yep.
Too
I
thin.
was eyeing that 340 level, but yeah, got stopped out.
It's very thin to hold on to anything for a prolonged period of time.
Yeah, it's difficult. We're getting a lot of dojis. I mean, if you look at the 15-minute bars or even the hour bars in the NQ, it just looks disgusting over here. It's just terrible.
Yeah, I mean.
All right. We just took one tick above the opening range, and I'm long. And
you're long here, John?
Yeah.
I might try to join you here.
52.10, and it really just came right off of that. And I'm just going to move my stop about 4 ticks below the low of the opening range, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to toss some of these 40s to the top side in NQ again here.
Not excited about what I'm seeing here just yet, but let's see what happens. Yeah.
I feel you,
John. That's exactly, as I've been watching this market, exactly the same sentiment. Every single time you think you have a read on this market, the tape completely shifts, and it's like, wait, what's going on here?
That's rollover.
Yep,
that's rollover, man. Splitting. Someone in the chat asked, "Why is the market so thin?" It's rollover. Went from 1 month to the other, and the spreaders are trying to take their volume, their positions from March to June right now. So you're going to see the volume divided between the 2 months for the rest of this week.
Yeah, but we will see volume starting to subside in those March contracts like we did yesterday. We had significantly more volume in the June contracts, but the open interest was actually still higher in those March contracts the end of the day there.
Yeah.
Seeing if this is going to firm up and I could add into this here. Going to try and add here, just scoop up a little bit higher, up into these 320s. Stubborn market.
Yeah. NASDAQ took out the low of the opening range. The S&P has traded both sides by 1 tick.
Yeah, this is a difficult market to read for me. I've been out of the pocket for basically the last 2 days. I haven't had any good reads on this market. It's just been chopping me apart. Yesterday, I got chopped apart in combines. Today, on the print, I got chopped apart in 2 XFA accounts. So, yeah, if we can update my total, I am down $6,000 in 2 XFA accounts here. I want to make sure that we're completely transparent about that.
Here come the sellers. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just barreled into a short on the opposite side of the opening range, and the S&P is something I tend not to do, but I think we're probably headed for a gap close here. So
I can see that too.
I'm not going to risk a lot on this. Just the fact that the opening range is, well, we've already closed the gap in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, S&Ps follow the NASDAQ then. Let's go.
Every morning it's like it's pulling teeth.
All roads lead to NASDAQ?
Where's George?
Let's go while we're young.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, when it's going your way, you'll never have enough on, and it never happens fast enough.
That's how it goes, right?
When it's against you, you got too many on, and it goes right away.
I'm gonna try a short here. That 261 level, if we break that to the downside, we could get pretty speedy in targeting 224, at least 231, which is kind of the point of control from overnight. But we do have some bid support. We kind of ran into something similar in the pre-market here.
Yeah.
Where we were collecting liquidity.
Not seeing a whole lot.
I'm going to add into that for this flush.
Okay.
I need a nice little flushacito here.
Flushacito is the way there, John.
You just have to say it. Flushacito.
Let's see if we can hold below these 50s now. A lot of liquidity grab right there at those 50s. There we go. This trade is playing out. And we're bouncing right back to those 50s here. See if we can get this continuation.
There we go. All right.
Nice
there's a
continuation
$500. The $500 winner there. I'm up money on the day.
All right, I got to close that. We hit $6,100 on that trade. So I mean, that's in a combine. I gotta lose money now in that combine.
80% short. 80% short ES, 70% short gold, 70% short NASDAQ. So shorts hopefully got paid there to the downside.
Yeah, that was a nice flushacito. I think it was only due to John saying the word flushacito that we actually had that happen for us.
Say it 3 times in the mirror.
It's my new favorite word.
That's the trick, right?
It's like Beetlejuice.
That's right.
Exactly. Exact same thing here. I'm going to put on another short on another account here. Looking for 224s to give out now.
You're back in value in the NASDAQ, so that acceptance could bring price all the way back down to the low of value yesterday, which is 18,192.
Yeah, we're not wanting to bounce yet. I think that we can see a flush through these 30s. This is right where the point of control was too.
From overnight, or
from the overnight.
We got volume point of control right at the current low in the NASDAQ as well. 18,230.
Big liquidity there, intercepting those 225s. Actually going to try to cover half right here. There we go, out half.
Well done.
Let's let the rest run here. Nice flush.
Sellers coming in.
Flushacito. There you go, John. Wow, look at these pops are crazy. So made $786 on that trade there.
Dude.
Do you go to Vegas, Rips?
Oh, I love it. I used to go there like 30 times a year.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah. Nah, I mean, living in California, it's a quick little 45-minute jet over there.
It's like going to Wisconsin for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just a stone's throw away. So I would find myself often in Sin City, but that was in my younger years. I'm excited about June though. I'm excited to see what MP is going to come back with and let us know about.
Oh yeah,
what's the deal with the Vegas trip? Did you check out the venue there, Andre?
Yeah, we checked it out. It's going to be really cool. It's exactly what you'd imagine it to be. It's going to be a pretty cool production, and it's going to be a cool little spectacle, so to speak, by the time we get it all
started. Good place to run TopstepTV live.
Yeah, for sure. If you think about what's going to be happening in the markets at that time, it's in June. Hopefully, we'll have a rate cut.
Maybe I don't know after today's CPI print, right?
Yeah, I know they might have to push it back a little bit, but at least the conversation will definitely be hot at the time. So markets will be sensitive to data. Markets will be sensitive to headlines. Fed speak at that time, so it should provide for some good trading opportunity at the time.
Yeah, I agree. We are getting a big burst of volume here to the top side, up into these 50s, but if these 50s reject, I want to cap on more on my short here. Point of control now moved down to these 240s in the NAS here. Apple's off a cliff, by the way, completely off a cliff here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm adding into that short here, looking for this to tag below this 224 and a halves. S&P's off a cliff as well. There's a nice fade. 225 is a lot of liquidity in the NAS there at 225s. Big sell side coming in. Wow, massive sellers coming in here now, flushing these trying to flush through these 224s here. Big buyers stepping in at 220s. If we can break through these buyers, I will actually add into this for a bigger flush. Watching here. Nice. Looking for 220s to give. A lot of liquidity there at those 220s. A lot of red across the board here. Meta, Apple, Tesla. Microsoft is holding up here alongside Google. Nvidia is starting to tool down, looking for 870s to give. Let's see if we can hold below 230s here in the NAS. Might be bouncing here. Google, a little slight pullback.
Went right to the TPO point of control in the NASDAQ from yesterday, which was 18,218. 18,218.
Imagine that.
Control. Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing.
It's incredible.
He's a magnet.
So point of control now moved down to 235. I'm looking for this flush back below 230s here. Wow, this liquidity is insane.
Yeah,
There's a lot of bid support down here in the NAS, so we do have to have aggressive sellers to fade this. But, we could have a massive 80-point bounce out of this range very easily if we don't find tremendous sell side coming in here quickly.
Always.
Yeah.
All right, while we watch these buyers come in here and see if we can take this is a pullback, or are we going to V-shape this bounce here? Eddie, if you're there, what kind of economic numbers we got for today?
Well, we had a bunch of goodies this morning. My goodness. Breakfast to kill a king. 11 o'clock, we got our EIA, short-term energy outlook. Also, 12 o'clock, 10-year note. And I want to give props to Self-Made Dude. He's pointing this out, and he thinks the CPI data from this morning is going to make that 10-year bond auction more volatile than usual. And he says, might be a good session to sit on my hands. So I appreciate coming in. We're going to watch for that, make sure that we get that out when it does hit the wire. As far as anything else on the boat, that's going to be it. We do have a 1 o'clock federal budget balance. And don't forget about our API weekly crude stock a little later on after the close. And that's it. Right back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Yes, that 10-year auction could be an interesting one, and we'll talk about it a little bit more as we get further into fast markets here. But right now, let's focus on these markets.
Yeah, we are tooling back down to those 230s here. I want to see if we can actually get through this buy side that we've had. Look at the Mag 7 here. Tesla's just hitting the floor. We have Apple just tooling straight down to the downside. I might actually look at peeling off some contracts here as we are hitting some new daily lows here in the NAS, but I might actually press on this if we actually get below 224 here watching. If we can auction below 224 with impedance, I'm actually going to add into that. Looking for 215s to give out now. Still a lot of bid support down here. A lot of bid support right there at those 215s. I'm going to cover a little bit here. So I just covered that there. It puts me up, $3,000 in that account. So, doing okay on some combines here, but not great on those XFAs.
Well,
so there's those 215s given out.
Do you trade prior to the regular trading hour session often?
Yes, very often, because that's when most of the news releases are coming out right around 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central. So that's where I'm finding a lot of alpha, because I'm a news trader. I'm an event trader, right? I like to trade the momentum around those events.
I respect that, but I've traded. I've had a lot of positions into a lot of important numbers, and I've had unbelievable days and absolutely horrible days. And if I added them all up over the years, RIPS, I'm even.
Hey, you know what?
Pretty
Break
much.
even's good. At least you had fun doing it, right?
Oh yes.
I'm going to add for the break of 200s to the downside here.
Or sellers,
even though we do
that's
have
it.
a lot of bid support that is tooling up here at these 200s. We did have a little bounce there from Apple, but we have a tremendous amount of sell side coming in here. If we do break that 200, it should be curtains to the downside. So holding 4 contracts into a potential pull here. I might stop up the 22s. We are currently up about 3,000 in this account, so we do have room to wiggle around here. So looking for this 200 test to the downside here. There's that 200 pull. Huge bidders stepping in there. My goodness, it looks like an angry bee's nest down here.
Yeah.
It looks like the amount of push and pull and the liquidity coming in here. You can see right over this side. There we go. You can see this is book map right over here, and you can see Look at how aggressive these sellers are coming in here. Like I said, like an angry hornet's nest here coming down. Watching for these 200s to pull again, 200 test. Still a tremendous amount of bidders that are sitting there. I'm guessing that's a lot of those shorts that are looking to get paid there at that full number of 200. Mm-hmm. Now flushing below those 198s here.
Oh boy, here comes sellers. Hey, John, keep an eye on
gorgeous pull to the downside
John.
there.
Sorry, the rips 5178.
And I got a coverage because that puts me up above 4,500 for that account now. Beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, you took it right down to value low from yesterday in the NASDAQ, which TPO value low was 18,192. Delta in the S&P's minus 4,400. It is congruent.
Gotcha. We got 1,100 lot sitting on the 5178 bids, 5178 half, 1,100 lot on the bid. As we approach that, it looks like we're gonna gravitate towards that. 1,100 sitting on the 5178 bid. I'm tempted to join that bid.
Yeah, that's the volume point of control from yesterday.
78 half.
Yeah, the NASDAQ has already completed the value area special situation play. It's already through yesterday's value area. I mean, this has potential for a big continuation down day.
Yeah, we had a massive down day on the last CPI, and this one is very similar to that. Not in the way that we had an outlier print, but simply because it's just so negative for the markets right now.
Let's see if I get a pullback anywhere near value high from yesterday to try and get into a short here.
You're looking for shorts, John?
Yeah.
I'm going to pop one in with you here. I'm looking to see if, we have a potential bounce area here at these 166s to the downside in the NAS. What are you looking for on the S&Ps for a profit target here, John?
Well, if I do get a fill, I mean, I'm being pretty cheap for my entry. I want to try and get back to value high from yesterday for a move to value low, which would be, let's see, 87. I mean, we're talking 87, 15 handle move if I can get a fill on this and it goes my way. The play that I'm looking for the S&Ps to play out has already played out in the NASDAQ. So if I can get a decent pullback to limit my risk, then, then I'd be happy with that. But we're really just we've got a kind of a low volume node down here at 5184. There's a low volume node there that I could lean against, but I'm really trying to choose the best trade location. And if I miss it, I miss it.
Roger that. Yeah, so I'm up total overall. I mean, I got to lose some money on a 150K combine here, but overall in my combines, I'm up about $10,600. But I have to lose some money in that. So I have another combine on here. Sure, I just got stopped out, but I want to try to trade a one lot and just let it run to see if we can. I'm going to put that back on here. I want to trade a one lot just to kind of let that run and explore and probe the downside move here because I don't think that we're finished. I think we have business all the way down to 147.75 at the very least.
Really?
In the NAS here, yeah, I think that's where we have a lot of business to conduct right now.
All right, closing on the 78 halves here. S&P's 1,100 on that bid, 1,200 on that bid. Scratch that. Bid is growing.
Rips.
Yes,
you have to lose money in your trading combines. Do you find that easy to do?
Yes, actually, it really is. There's a lot of folks out there who will sit there and actually try to lose money into the market, and I think that's just it's a fool's errand. All you need to do is just take that trusty reverse button that we never use, put on 15 you can put on 2 contracts, 3 contracts, and just keep hitting that reverse button, and that will grind up your commissions and slowly bring your profit down for the day. And so that's what I do. I call it flipping contracts, and you just right there, and then we're right at that 4,500 target for the day, and bingo bango, we got another XFA there sitting on the sidelines waiting for us.
And there's the playbook, folks.
That's how it's done. This is this is just how it's done, folks. Because if I didn't lose money, then I would have to have a larger profit target, and I'm not willing to do that. So
it's the consistency target.
Exactly right. Yeah. So if these 200s start to trade here, this is where I'm going to be looking for a potential add into this short position. I'm going to add right there, actually. So we're now 2 contracts short. I have a stop. I want to move that up actually a little bit here to 219s. So if this is that weak bounce that we're looking for, then we will have more pain to the downside. But you have to imagine on a move like that was so tremendously speedy to the downside, there are going to be a lot of those shorts that are looking to cover. So it's you have to have your caution flag out. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. And you want to be respecting your levels here. Like right now, if we auction through 195 quarters with some speed, I will be adding a third lot into this position here. So just using the levels to kind of guide my trade and not upset if we don't actually get the fade that I'm looking for. Just we'll have a stop in place and get stopped out if that's the case. Simple as that.
All right. I got my fill.
What's your average there?
Where am I? 86, 51.86.
Roger that.
Which is,
yeah, so
which
we
is basically high of value from yesterday, which I'm looking for acceptance. So I don't want it to go too far against that.
Roger
we'll
that.
See what happens.
So I think that we do have a potential to bounce all the way as high. If we get a ridiculous retracement, I mean, we have a bounce area up at 250, 300, 320s. We can potentially bounce that high, but I would be shocked to see it, to be honest with you, given how negative that the print was for the market. So that's the only reason I have confidence to be adding into this position here. If we flush 200s, I would be looking for another add here. Although I just don't want to get too big of a position. We have 3 contracts on right now. Currently taking some heat.
Where is this?
I might actually even switch over to play the S&Ps, given how tremendous these bounces have been in the
Really?
NASDAQ here. Yeah, it's a rarity, but I do like to sometimes. The water's fine, right?
It's fine.
Let's see, 210s. Yeah, see, we're seeing a lot of bid to cover here. I don't know if you're seeing that too, John. I did take a loss there. But I'm seeing a lot of bid to cover coming in here, and that's not surprising given that, we do have a lot of folks that were short this market. They have to get paid on those shorts, and a lot of these folks are shorts that are current right now. They're shorts that came on early, and they want to get paid. They're not going to risk it to take another 40, 50 handles of heat, right?
That's not what I want to do.
Right, there you go. Let's go see what's going on over in the S&Ps here. S&Ps are perking up a little bit. I think we have room in the S&Ps about 5 handles higher. If we get a rejection at 51.93 or 51.95, I'm actually going to flip over and start trading the S&Ps with you folks.
Nice.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
51.95 is the point of control.
Yeah, that's where I do expect to see a little bit of a bounce here. I actually want to start scaling into something here on the S&Ps. So just watching here. I'm going to put one on the offer there. Bring my stop to 51.99. One contract short, average of 51.93 quarters in the S&Ps here, trading a combine. Looking over at the Magnificent Seven here, we had a nice move from Microsoft and Google to the top side. We did have a little bit of shake from Meta here. Now, if we do flush 51.88 halves in the S&Ps here, I would be looking to potentially add into this position, given that I do think that we have more business to conduct below 51.78. How do you feel about that, John? Do you think that we're going to be doing some transactions down there at the 51.78 level?
51.78. Yeah, I could see. I mean, if we do accept value down there,
right?
I see it's down to 51.72. 51.72.
78 halves have a 1,000 lot just sitting there saying, come and get this liquidity.
Yep.
Yeah. Come and get us.
Come and get it. We are pushing up a little bit. Like I said, my stops all the way are at 51.99 quarters. But what I'd like to see here is a clear exhaustion of these buyers. We're just kind of seeking price here in this auction. It's not really sure if we're done doing business here to the downside or not. And I think that these bounces are not super strong. That bounce out of 51.80 was a 10-handle bounce, somewhat strong, but now we're kind of running into the area where we have a bit of a disagreement in the price. Nobody's really seeing that we should be jumping in as buyers at this level aggressively. There are some buyers coming into the tape, but it's not super aggressive. As I'm saying that, now they're starting to get a little bit more hungry here. I'm going to put on another lot short here. So looking for 51.95 to reject here. Apple has a little bit of bounce in its step, but not tremendously so. Now we're seeing some aggressive bid to cover there in the S&Ps. This is the area that I was watching for to see whether or not we're going to find some agreement in the price and potentially get some of these longs that took that move from 51.80 to start to get paid here.
Yeah, it just hit my stop, so I think you're good here.
That's how we know, right? My stop's at 99 quarters, so good chance we could trade 5,200 first. That will get me to reset and then kind of take it from there.
Man, they just buy any dip, don't they? Unbelievable.
I got stopped out there too, Johnny. So just got tagged at 51.99. So taking what appears to be an $800 loss there on that trade. So 5,200s are kind of where the VWAP is in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
All roads do tend to lead.
All roads. It's unbelievable.
So 5,200s are trading here, and the S&Ps getting a nice V-shaped recovery from that big fade there off the open. It does kind of key back into the old having a tough time of reading this market as it's as thin as it is. John, you have a lot of trading buddies that, traded in the pit, and a lot of those folks moved on to electronic trading. What is the general consensus on roll week for some of those bigger 7-figure, 8-figure, 9-figure traders? Are they generally the type that they'll say on roll week, I don't even touch it, or are they saying this is big opportunity? What's the consensus in your crowd, in your circle?
Well, in the pit, a lot of traders that I knew, outright traders, they would take the 2 weeks of rollover off. As far as the ones that I know, some of the bigger traders, they're always trading. But some friends of mine that have survived, moving from pit to screen, they avoid trying to trade during rollovers still, because it was difficult in the trading pit, and it's still difficult on screen. And I just talked to one of them a couple of weeks ago, and he's like, "Yeah, rollover's coming up." He's taking a couple of weeks off and going up to his place in Door County.
Definitely.
So discretionary traders, day traders, it is tough. It is tough during rollover. The liquidity, I think, is the biggest part of it, because the market goes too far, doesn't go far enough. It's difficult to read. Some of the things that I look at, like volume and open interest, and even delta, you're dividing delta between two different contracts. It's just a little bit more difficult to read.
Yeah, it's getting it's still increasingly thin. The lack of inventory does make it hard to read here, and we are just driving higher now.
What a bounce!
Mm-hmm. And this is what happens. If this thing does end up turning around and heading lower with full liquidity, maybe it would have gone to half back. It would have gone back to that point of control that you were looking at. What was that, 51.96, right?
Right.
And that's just where difficult. That's where rollover becomes difficult, because some of the moves are overdone because of the lack of liquidity. Some of them are underdone because there's nobody to really push in certain situations. And how do you know which one? So it's a coin flip.
Yep.
So I'm back over into the NQ here, just watching. If we get an auction all the way back up to 302 here, which is just like, it's screaming right now. What a bounce all the way from 174. This is a 150 or 120 point bounce here off these lows. And when I was down there, when we were down at those lows, I couldn't even see that happening. And now here we are. And I said, if we get up to those 277s, we might reject. If we get up to 302 here, if we get up to 302 and we start to see buyers trying to bring the price higher, and they're getting stuffed on by big offers, I would be looking at potentially taking this short here. So I would like to short this bounce. I don't believe that we will see a big recovery all the way up through. The highest that I could see this recovering to would be 336, which is very close to the high print on that 15-minute bar that we had right at, what time is that? 9:30, the opening print. So the high would be 339 flat. So if we get all the way up there, I'd be pretty shocked. We're up at 302 right now. And let's see if we actually have any kind of rejection here. I could try a low risk short up here, even though I'm kind of stepping in front of a freight train. Does kind of feel like that. Let's see if we have a rejection here. I'm going to put on a short. My average is 297. I'm going to put my stop loss at 316, which is just a touch above that 315 level. So 302 is kind of the level I'm wanting to see met with a little bit of rejection here.
Yeah, I'm short too, just up against the opening range and the high of the session here.
This is
not a lot of risk, just a cheap trade here.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. So if we start to roll from here, I can get a little aggressive in my ads. So watching here, if we flush below these 290s now.
It's so funny how the market loves to
there
make
we
a liar
go.
out of me.
Beautiful. Look at that.
I'm like, this thing could really keep going, and it just turned around until we came all the way back to the open. But you said, there could be a really serious pullback off these lows, and we got our serious pullback.
Yes, we did.
Yep. So we just have to fight through these 290s here in the NAS. Oh boy, they're back. The buyers are back. It looked like a perfect trade there. We had a nice little fade there on the onset. But
holy cow!
Did you see how fast the tape changed? This is the lack of inventory we were just talking about here.
Sure is, man.
It's pretty crazy. So let's see if these 302s reject again. Watch for 290s to trade out on the NAS here. Inventory is quite thin. It might just be one of those days where it's a see profit, take profit type of day.
I think you're right.
Seeing if we can reject these 300s once more. Yeah, that fade was looking real juicy, and I added into it as we were coming towards those 290s. We are testing again. Might actually peel off some contracts this time, as I am a little bit in the green here. Looking for 290s to trade again. 290s don't want to trade here. There's a lot of front runners. But again, it's thin. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to move this market right now, John. Would you agree?
No, because it's so illiquid. Because it's so illiquid.
Yeah. The inventory is very soft right now. And so, yeah, I mean, you're seeing they're moving this market on two lot prints, 3 lot prints. It's pretty insane.
S&Ps are very thin too. Real quick, take a look at crude, 85% long, as we do see a bit of a rally here, trading 78.15, but we do have 85% long. Across the board, anywhere else in the tilt, nothing really showing. So it's a trader's trade right now. No real heavy leans, just crude. It's 85% long, as we do see a pullback coming off those highs around 78.25-ish. But yeah, that was a vicious bounce there, vicious fade, if you will, Rips.
Yeah, I'm looking for these 290s to trade again, and we're just running into this level on the NAS. We're not quite flushing it yet. I'd like to see a nice little flushacito to the downside here. Let's see if we trade through these 85s now. There we go. Beautiful. All right, I'm going to cover 3 of that. I got to get paid on this short here. John, are you still in that with me?
Yeah, I'm still short.
Beautiful.
It says long on the screen there, but I'm still short, yeah.
Beautiful.
Looking for another flushacito.
So there we go. We got paid nicely on this one. It was a 5 contract short. Whew. Some days like today, when you're out of the pocket, at least I feel I'm out of the pocket and I'm taking heat on positions, it's not a great feeling, right?
Flushacito.
I'm going to cover one more on the bid here. See, there we go. Got Phil. Wait, why did that?
Trying to get back to VWAP.
I'm out. For some reason, I must have had 2 contracts there, but I tried to get filled one. But yeah, that just took me out of the trade. So nice recovery there. Made about $2,000 on that trade.
Beautiful. I'm still trying to squeeze out a move to VWAP here, and it's running against me now. Come on, flushacito. Out of hell with this. All right. You see money, take money. I took a small profit on that. I'm down
Smart.
$223 now. Rips, what's your P&L on your trading combine that you're working right now? You're muted there, Rips. You're muted.
Rips.
Sorry about that.
You never do that, Rips.
That's a rarity, right?
It is a rarity.
Up about 9,500s with the combines, and then down, like I said, down 6K where it matters in the XFAs.
So up 9,500 in your trading combines.
Yep, in the combines.
Okay. All right.
So, but yeah, unfortunately, not making it happen over in the XFAs today. It's an unfortunate thing.
Well, my dad was a trader for 40 years, and he told me once, you know what, son, I could double my income if I'd only work 3 days a week.
What did you ask?
I said, why don't you just work 3 days a week then? Because I don't know what are going to be the good days and the bad days.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, and it's funny too, because had I just been patient and waited for this opening, I probably could have just, taken the XFAs a couple lots short, and that would have been a sweet payday. I probably would have made well over the 6,000 that I lost there. But this is why we journal, right? This is why we journal. We go through our trades. And fortunately, I was recording my screen. Wow, look at this bounce.
Way to get out of those shorts, guys.
Yeah, no. I got paid on that short. I made about $2,000 on that short.
Way to get out. It's a way to cover for profit, because these
buyers are relentless.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it's just like every single short that came into this market there off that CPI print is now getting squozen, I believe, is the technical term.
Squozen?
I like that. Squozen.
It's an industry term.
Exactly right. So if we aren't rejecting these 320s here, I'm actually going to try a small long, since if you can't beat them, join them. All right, I'm long here at these 320s. My stop's at 306 and a quarter, which I like here. There we go. Continuing the squeeze. We really need to see this popping above 336 and 3/4 here for continuation on this trade. Tremendous amount of squeezing going on here.
Yeah. What's Delta at, John? It was 4,400 about 20 minutes ago.
500 positive right now.
Yep. Oh, wow. Okay, so we went from minus 4,400 to plus 500 in the last 20 minutes.
We took away all of that negative delta.
Wow.
And they were squozing, as Rip said. That's what a short
Technical
squozing
term.
looks like. Yeah.
Fresh squozing.
Textbook fresh squozing orange juice right there. That was it's a textbook short squeeze right there.
Yeah, that was insane. Couldn't have been more wrong there at the bottom. That's for sure.
The U.S. orange crop has not been affected by the cold weather. Sold.
Did you ever trade the orange juice pit at all, John?
Oh, no. That was in New York.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, that was
Forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. We didn't care what we don't care what they do in New York.
NYMEX.
Good old NYMEX.
Yep. All right, 5210 straight S&Ps.
Before then I'd buy.
Wow.
All right, seeing if we can get auctioning above these 30s. I do want to see we're kind of exhausting here. If we get above 336 and we are holding that level, we do have room all the way up to 365/4 in the NAS. Huge bounces out of everything right now. NVIDIA is trading 880s again, by the way. But we are this is a topping area in NVIDIA here. So if we don't start to break out, the market does have a chance to retrace here.
I see, said the blind man as he picked up his hammer and saw.
I got
We're
it.
getting a little sideways here too.
Thank you, Eddie.
I got filled. I had a resting order at 317s there for this pullback. Yeah, another tape change here. Starting to get very aggressive to the sell side. We really just, it really just turns out, this is kind of the trade. I just stopped out there.
Wow.
This is really kind of the trade that I wrestled with the CPI print. We were just kind of going sideways and I was looking for that breakout trade. And it just seems to be that if you're just following the market participation here, where if we're going sideways and we were just doing an upside move, we're exhausted and we're not going to go any higher. We're not getting any kind of anything in this market except for reversal. Same thing went to the downside. We ran out of sellers. We're just going to reverse from there. So, yeah, just took that was a $1,000 loss there on that trade.
This is tricky.
It's got me feeling very aggressive. I'm feeling very aggressive right now. That's unusual for me. I'm not usually very aggressive.
Get in there, Johnny.
I like that, John.
Yeah, get in there.
And we still are pushing up. We drew some liquidity down towards those 300s, but we still are pumping back up here. We're going to be retesting those 880s in NVIDIA. It looks like Amazon is off to the races here too.
Apple's coming off its lows. Microsoft continuing to push to the upside. Tesla coming off its lows. NVIDIA
we're
up
kind of
against it. Yeah.
Amazon is kind of giving back all of that sell-off from yesterday as well. We're trading almost 175 here in Amazon. I'm going to try the long again here. Yeah, there we go. Good timing.
Sure was.
Wow. Perfect timing. And NVIDIA's testing those 880s again. This is exactly what got me into trouble with the CPI. I was trading it the exact same way. Mm-hmm. And every single time we had a nice little push up, we just have a failure. And that's kind of what we're seeing now. We have a big pop and then a massive drop here. So still holding one contract. 318 quarters are my average here. Gonna move my stop down just a little bit here. Do we have any data coming out at 10:30? I don't think we do, right?
No, he's got that 10-year coming up at noon Central.
Yeah, that's right. So we have the 10-year note, and then we have a 4 and 8 week bill announcement, but that's not going to jostle the market all too much here.
No.
All right, adding back into that. Oh, I clicked the button. It didn't add. There we go. A little bit of lag there on Rhythmic.
What are you looking to do there, Rips?
I added, so I'm 2 contracts long there. Average of 320 3/4 with a stop down at 298 evens.
You are trading it up today. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not just going to sit this by. Plus, I'm trading in combines. I'm done trading in my XFAs, right? Because I hit max loss in 2 of my XFAs, bringing me down negative $6,000 on the day. That's real money, of course. So just trading combines now. And we had good luck in 2 combines. This third combine I'm trading, we're down $2,000 currently in it. So trying to work my way back into the green in this third combine here. John, are you in any trades, by the way?
No. When I start feeling aggressive, I start making dumb choices.
Shot clock time.
That's it. I'm in the shot clock right now.
In the shot clock zone.
Mm-hmm.
At least you recognize it, though, John.
Breathe some. That's one thing I am good at. Is I know when I'm starting to get triggered, and I'm pretty good at kind of stopping. Sometimes, this is something that I'm sure every trader deals with throughout their entire career, is understanding when they're putting themselves at risk, when they're putting themselves in a bad position.
Right.
And typically when I start to get aggressive, angry, down on myself, those are bad times for me to be involved. So I'm giving myself the shot clock, having a sip of water, breathing a little bit of air, and there's opportunities that are going to happen all day long. So we'll see what we can find. And we've got a lot of time here left in fast markets. Maybe there'll be something better around the corner here for me.
100%. I agree with you there.
I'm kind of tempted to. I mean, it's kind of a cheap short up here, but I'm in timeout right now. We got my nose in the corner and the dunce hat on.
I was going to say the dunce cap.
The dunce cap.
I did cancel the dunce cap. It wasn't that wasn't that
Did that get canceled?
I don't. You don't see it anymore.
Oh,
that's true.
I'm sure it got canceled.
Yeah. Right. What hasn't?
Yes.
Innocuous compared to
thinking about taking this short now with just one contract, since we exhausted a lot of buyers up there, but just trying to find a good entry if we flush these 300s. All right. That did not get filled. Let me see here. Yeah, my
Delta.
rhythmic is a little bit laggy here on my side. I didn't get filled there. I'm happy I did not, because we're going straight up from there. Yeah, this just shows, you know, I was looking for a short down there. I clicked the button, didn't get filled. Sometimes the the market gods are on your side.
We get Delta basically even in the S&Ps, 2,300 positive in the NASDAQ. And that's just regular trading hour session. I know RIPSARs are a little bit different because of the timing you start at.
Mm-hmm.
Show RIP screen. You're looking at RIP screen. Right? As we
Yeah,
said.
this is my screen. This is Bookmap right here. Here's Ninja Trader right here. Then here's Bookmap.
%73 long S&Ps, 77% long crude, 64% long. Or sorry, 74% long Nasdaq, 66% long S&Ps. S&Ps both. Nasdaq catching a bid. Gold did make new lows there. 21.50, 8.20. We're seeing a bit of a bounce off of that trade. 21.61 now. Oil ripping to the upside here. Trading 78.32 with about 84%, 85% even long out there. If you capture some profits on that move to the upside here in crude. RIPS, where are the blue and red lines on your chart? Where are the blue and red lines on your chart? Solid lines on your chart.
On this over here, this is the hourly high and hourly low right there. Yep. Yeah, this is just kind of popping around in this 20 handle range here from 300 up to 320. So still haven't taken a trade. I mean, I was going to short down there at those 300s. I would have got my face ripped off to the tune of 20 points, but just trying to get any kind of read on the markets here. Just trying to take a little bit of a breather.
You're in timeout too.
Yeah, a little bit of a shot clock here.
You got saved by the trading platform gods.
The trading gods, right?
All right. Well,
that didn't happen this morning, though. That didn't happen this morning. I had an OCO order on where I was doing a bracket order, and I tried to close one of my trades in the profit, and I got an error thrown at me when I'm trying to close the position. And then by the time I actually could close it, it auto-closed when it hit the stop. So unfortunately, market gods were not on my side when it mattered when I was trading my XFAs.
Brutal. Sorry, a lot of trade left in the day. While these gentlemen are in their self-imposed shot clock, let's throw it over to Jack real quick. Jack, we got a volatile trade today, so let's throw it to you real quick, though.
Cut me off at any point in time. Also, guys, none of you deserve the dunce cap. I truly believe that. Not yet, at least. So, first, Rips, you mentioned earlier about rates and the probability of a June cut. So right now, the probability of the May cut was down to 16% this morning. Looking ahead to June, it's been a little bit volatile, but it still is pricing in about a 70% chance or close to that of the rate cut in June.
No kidding.
We'll keep a close eye on that. Yes, it dropped as low as, yeah. So resilience there. Also on the market front, 85% of S&P 500 stocks are now trading above their 100-day moving average, which tends to be about as high as it gets. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that.
All right, I'm short.
Thank you, Hogue.
Just kidding.
And then one. All right, maybe you do deserve that dunce hat. Lastly, the greatest trader of all time might be Kirk Cousins. If you've been watching this,
dude,
who just got
this guy, man,
at 35 years old, $100 million in guaranteed money to bring his career guaranteed money to $329 million for one playoff win.
Kirk Cousins, good on him.
Yes, sir.
So for the June rate cuts, by the way, I am seeing that it's a 57% chance of a cut on my end.
Yes, that's for the quarter, but there's also a 6.1% chance people YOLOing saying that it would be a half point lower. So I just counted that in there.
Gotcha.
Hopefully it makes for a good Topstep trading league in June.
I'm counting on it.
Yeah, there's the volatility we need.
So can you tell us a little bit about the venue at all?
Oh, from the pictures I saw, it wasn't there on foot. Jack, did you go? Were you in the Luxor?
Yes, I did. I walked around it. It was very cool. It's very big. So we're going to need a lot of traders there probably early in the morning. But awesome venue. Like the TV setup is incredible. Fully professional. Like they could stream out the ESPN, and I think maybe they have. So yeah, I'm excited.
Very cool. Esports, right? It's the venues typically used for esports.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure like how much I'm supposed to actually talk about this, but it was very cool.
That's fine. I think it'll make for a good, make for a good event for sure. Just hammering away there. All right, we're starting to trade a little bit sideways, catching a bit of a breather here, about 50 minutes into the trade. Gold saw a nice bounce off those 58.20s, up about $8 off of that in the last 15 minutes. So that's nice if you caught that.
Damn.
Cruise still seeing some moves. They push to the upside trade 78.27 with 83% of you long out there. So capture those profits. As Rip says, a see profit, take profit kind of day. S&Ps and NASDAQ trying to catch a bid, but every time we get up to these levels, the sellers do come in. At 526 lot at 52.11. Here in the S&P, some liquidity to the upside. That 1,000 lot to the downside there, straight around 78, 51.78, never got filled. We got close about 3 points away from that, but never got filled there. We're going to gravitate to the upside here. If that 500 lot does get filled, we'll keep you posted. All right, Johnny.
Delta's still even in the S&Ps.
Man, I'll tell you
Hanging
what, man.
right here on the open.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. That squeeze from going from minus 4,400 to plus 500 in about 15 minutes. You typically don't see those types of moves this early in the morning or this early into the trading session, I should say. Those moves are typically reserved for later in the day when markets have kind of calmed down. So it took a lot of buyers to come in there and say, no, we're not going lower anymore, and really put the squeeze on those shorts. But you typically don't see that type of move this early in the session. So those that were able to catch that move at the upside, good on you. All right, we got a 530 less here on the bid, 52.11 even, 11 evens here in S&Ps. Liquidity starting to show some volume starting to show back up here in the June contract. Oh, we got 700 on the bid. All right, we got about 1,000. Scratch that, about 1,300 on the bids here between 11 even and 11 3/4. So they are stacking bids here, and the market is running away from that as we push to the upside here. We'll see if those block orders have to chase the market, or they'll be content just sitting there resting, having a resting bid, and we will fill them as the S&P so often like to do. But it looks like but the buyers are in control. We've seen this before. We'll stack the bids, take the fills, and the market will go higher as the sellers get exhausted. And supply. Here we go. We got a 1,000 lot there on the 11. Oh, and they pulled it. All right, we're doing this game again. We're doing this game again. All right.
That's the age-old game, right?
Yep. What's up, Rips, man? I mean, these buyers, dude, it's they are fierce.
Rips is long.
Rips is long?
Yep, I am long right now. I am long, and I'm looking for this continuation above 336 3/4. And, I'm just going to try to run one single lot here. We are auctioning through that 336. Nice push up here through those 340s. A lot of liquidity is resting up here, so we could have a big reversal if we do not have clean continuation up through 365. 45s are trading here now. I'm looking for a pullback that I could add into. Adding into that pullback there.
What?
What's so funny over there, Andre?
Justin McCowan in the chat here says, "Don't say it every time you are about to. It gets pulled." The last 2 days, it has been. They're tricky out there, man. The spoofs, but it's our job. We got to call it out. We'll also let you know when they do get pulled. But 1,000 lots sitting there down to 79. That's still there, so that one might be real. But these other ones, I will let you know if it gets pulled. If it is a spoof, but for now, it is no longer there.
Wow,
okay,
look at that.
Go
Straight up through the 50s. Wow. Gorgeous pull here.
Rally.
Going insane. I might actually peel off some here. Gorgeous move. I'm looking for 65 1/4 up here. That's my target. But every single time that I've waited for my target, I've gotten smoked. So I might just peel off here. Watching here at these 60s.
Can't keep an irrational market down.
Right.
Sure can't, Vito. Sure can't.
There we go, through 60s here. I'm covering 3. So
Nice.
we're up, currently realized $1,100 on that combine. Yeah, you really can't keep an irrational market down. Vito's, he comes and watches my streams too. Vito's very sharp trader. Always
Shout out
has,
to Vito.
yeah, always has some great commentary. So I did take some profit there, peeled off 75% of my position, leaving one as a runner here, stop at break even. See if we can run this up above those 65 quarters and looking for a extension over 81s, which would be ripping out that high of day here.
Mm.
I'm trading the minis and Blue Thunder investing. I'm trading the minis. I rarely, if ever, will ever trade the micros. I'm like the NAS minis.
Trying to wait till the initial balance gets formed here and then look for opportunities inside that or away from that, one or the other.
Right.
Feeling a lot of FOMO here, so I'm not going to get involved.
That's the best.
On the highs.
I mean, that's the best remedy to FOMO. If you're feeling it, you just don't take a trade. Simple as that.
Yeah. Typically, it's I would have to trade in the opposite direction.
Buck off the highs here in S&Ps.
Yep, there's these 65s looking to trade. Goes. Yeah, there goes S&Ps up above those 20s there. Where's all the liquidity in the S&Ps right now? Where are they hiding it?
Above.
I mean, you see the person up at the 30s with a little fantasy order, 150 contracts.
30s?
That's cute. Yeah, up at the 30s. Nice little cute. 163 up there. That's cute.
The wishing
I don't think that's real. Yeah, today's been a very wild day.
Volatility's been there.
Up and down and all over the place here.
Rips, when you say see profit, someone's asking, see profit, take profit. What do you mean by that?
Well, we've had so many times where, I took profit there at the 60s. My target is 65 quarters. And we've just been in a market where we come close to hitting certain targets and levels of interest that I've had marked out on my chart. And, I was up $1,500 in that position, covering 75% made me get $1,100 paid on that position. So if I'm continuing to hold that position rather than seeing profit, taking profit, I run the risk of now we're back down of, far away from where that target was. We're trading 53s. I took off at the 60s with 4 contracts. So, when we were talking about a see profit, take profit day, it's very unruly price action in the sense that we can have big reversals. We can have fades and pops that are 20, 30 handles, and it can be quite unpredictable, at least in the way that I read the market. If you're in the pocket, you're reading the market perfectly fine. It's different. We're all different traders, right? So with my style, what I'm reading right now, I just don't feel that I'm in the pocket. So when I'm not in the pocket, I see profit, I take profit.
Very good. New highs S&Ps.
Yeah, we did just tag that 65 quarters level that we're talking about here. Damn. Does seem like we're running into the same thing that we've had before where buyers are somewhat exhausted, although we do have a lot of potential upside room. Microsoft is going nuts here, trading 413. We do have room all the way up to the 420s in Microsoft. Smokes. Yeah, you see Microsoft now. Look at Amazon, Microsoft. Unreal. Yeah, that's driving the trade. And we also see NVIDIA tooling up above 885 now.
Yeah, it broke out above that little range there.
Yeah, this is a wild market, folks. Very wild market indeed. Volume is subsiding a little bit here as we did tag those 60s, but I'm not seeing aggressive sellers coming in just yet. Again, running in that 65 quarters level with a lot of resistance. We have some sellers that are capping off there, probably wanting to get filled. A little bit sticky here. I am seeing buy side. I'm actually going to add into this. This is a risky add up here towards 65. And if we get a pull back to around 55, would be adding to that as well. There we go. Boom. Right through there. Yeah. There's that squeeze. Beautiful. Gorgeous.
Yeah, you're headed towards your
Wow. This is
overnight
insane.
high in the NASDAQ now.
Wow. What a squeeze. Holy smokes.
Here we go.
I'm taking off 2 there. I mean, wow.
Nice
Now we're up 2,200 in that combine. Incredible.
Nice job.
Thanks.
What a
lucky,
bounce.
lucky on that one. I didn't see that squeeze coming. I just saw it pull back to 60s and I took it. So I think the market makers are actually just watching our stream and doing whatever we're doing here on stream. I mean, that's the real answer, right?
Look at
of
this
course
move.
they are. Of course they are.
Do you see that? How fast that blew through 25s there, Andre? Did you see that live? Like
smoked it. Yes, smoked it. Smoked
this
it.
is a totally unbelievable market here. I mean, CPI print coming in bad. Tell you what, we'll fade the market first. We're going to trap a lot of aggressive shorts, and then we're just going to run it.
Yes, we did. Last CPI the number came in hot too. Did we just continue to sell off all that day, or did the buyers eventually come in?
We had a tremendous sell off.
Okay, but then on the close. I remember the close. Then all the buyers came in on the close, and it was just look at this move. My goodness.
Yeah, this is insane. I'm actually going to move my stop up to about 78 quarters there.
Thank God for Bookmap.
Yeah, it's a market for sure, Andre. This is a market.
This is a market, man. This is a good one. It's not easy, but we're getting some volume. We are getting some price movement here. This is what look at these S&P.
This is my original target, by the way, was 407 on the CPI print. We are almost trading 400s now, so it's a little bit early to the move, Andre.
Me too.
I had to flush about 250 points first, but here we are back again trading 400s.
The idea was right, though. The idea was spot on.
A good idea. Just a little bit off on the timing. About 250 points off on the timing.
Holy moly.
Small. There you go. There's 3 400s. Oh, my goodness gracious. Unbelievable market this is, folks.
Just keeps going.
We're just going to trap shorts all day, aren't we?
Yeah, Maverick saying buy, no dip. Doesn't matter. Just buy.
Yep.
I mean, by golly, I wish I would have traded my live account there off those lows, those 167s, those 180s. Like, my goodness.
180s.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isaac was talking about 151.81 in the S&Ps, and that was the point of control from yesterday, and you put in the low there.
Wow. That's Isaac Rivera, top 10 trader.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, very talented trader.
It was pretty close to where I got out of my short, but I did not take the long there.
Yeah, these 400s
NASDAQ was freaking me out how quickly it went through the value area from yesterday. They just pumped right through it and right back above.
Right. I want to see if we get any kind of sell side coming in here. If we get a pull down to these 390s, but we're just not getting it. I mean, this is wild.
Here. Yeah.
Absolutely wild. What's the cash market trading right now? Do we have any data on that? I never have the cash market up on my screen.
Come 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah,
I might actually re-add into this here since we are kind of holding above 390s. Let's see if we get any kind of pull down here. A little small pull down at
5160. 5160 cash.
Wow, 5160, unbelievable.
I mean,
all right, we did get a slight pullback there, down to around 85s. It's funny, the slight pullback right now in the NAS is like 15 points. That's considered a slight pullback.
A hell of a pullback. Oh, man.
There's a little baby dip there. I'm going to add into that.
Yeah, I think it's one of those days, just trap shorts.
It feels like it. Although, we didn't auction as high as the target that I was looking for, 407 quarters. So this could be the temporary topping of this squeeze. That could have been the blow off top temporarily, at least. So I want to try to see if I can catch one more popped up towards 400s here. And again, I try to click the button. It's not getting my ads here. Let's see if we get this rally back up to 400 here in the NAS. This liquidity definitely leaves something to be desired too. I will say that.
Yeah.
Very, very thin liquidity here. Okay, there's that move up to 400s. I got to take profit on that. Pulled out 2. Moving my stop up.
Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh, baby, dude.
Through 400s, not a lot of strength. I'm taking out 2 more there on the offer. We didn't get enough strength on that push through 400s yet. So again, see profit, take profit. I'm not going to risk it. I still have 1 as a runner there. So we're up 3,200 on that combine now. Looking good. I feel like I was from out of the pocket to getting a couple decent trades on. So
Locked
even though
in,
I still
man.
feel out of the pocket.
Why?
Yeah, it's nice to have some good trades on. When I'm down $6,000 of real money, my XFAs, that generally makes me feel like I'm out of the pocket there. That'll do it for me. This is the only profitable trades I've had today are on combines. So that generally is me being out of the pocket. But again, I knew the risk I was getting into. I know that we have a thin market. I know CPI moves like a beast. So I'm not at all, it's not like a shocker that I'm down max loss on both of my XFAs. It's not a shocker to me whatsoever. It's a bummer. It's just,
it is.
It's one of those days where it's like, dang it, if I would have just been a little bit more patient. But that's trading, right? That gives me a lot of things to journal about. I did have my screen being recorded this morning, so I can go back and watch the trades and see how I completely fumbled the ball. And there's no shame in that. It's how we improve as traders. We look at our game film. We see, where was I being a knucklehead? How do I have room for improvement? What can I do better next time? How can I better myself and be a little bit better on the next trades? If you're ignoring that and you're saying, I lost because of the market and it's a scam and this and that. Well, I mean, that's your ego getting in the way of this. This was my trades. I put the trades on. I pressed the button. I was out of the pocket. I lost $6,000, $3K in each of my XFAs. That's me not doing my job as a risk manager where I could be doing better. That's where I need to improve. And that's why I have my game film recorded. That's where I'm going to improve upon. If you ignore that stuff and you don't look at that as a learning opportunity, you're never going to grow.
I appreciate the transparency, the full disclosure for sure. I mean, like you said, you know the risk you're taking that we do take when we do trade numbers like a CPI. You will go back and watch the film, which is really cool. When do you watch the film exactly? When you're working out, when you go for a run, when do you find the time to watch the film? I assume when the markets are closed.
Yeah, so I have the luxury of, I stream on YouTube, so I just get to go back and watch my YouTube videos. It records my entire screen. I can watch exactly what happened in the executions. And I did get stopped out there. So yeah, we're up $3,241 on that third combine. There we go. Great.
Nice job.
So with the game film, I have the luxury of streaming it on YouTube every single morning. I go live every single morning, 8:00 Eastern time. So I get the luxury of being able to go back and watch that. Sometimes when I'm working out, I'll bring out my iPad to my gym and I'll set it up. I built a gym outside because I'm in California. We have the luxury of being able to work out outside. So
what a novel concept.
Yeah, so I have a gym outside. So I set up my iPad there and I can watch my stream. And if I don't have enough time or I'm just, I don't want to watch my stream because I'm just like in a bad mood about my trades, I'll just take some time towards the afternoon, to just go back and watch that stuff. So, it all depends. Today, I'll probably watch it when I'm working out, getting a nice workout in there.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, we still have a lot of day left in the trade. About 50 minutes left here in fast market. So let's do a little housekeeping here. JD, if you're there, my man, hit us with some stats.
What's up, guys? I'll keep this short and sweet for you. Let's just pull up those hot streaks right away. What do you say?
Let's do it. 29.
There we go. So I did look into our boy Andrew A, and he did indeed hit his loss limit on last Tuesday, the day before we left for Vegas. So he's no longer on our hot streaks list, but it was a hell of a run. Nice job, Andrew. That said, Loy extended his streak to 29 days. Alexander is at 22 days. Jamie's at 20 days, and Hoa at 19 days. Our newcomer, Chris V, is on a nice 18-day heater in the live funded account. It's been a few weeks since we've had a live trader on the hot streaks list, so welcome, Chris V. Nice job all around there. All right, now let's take a look at our yesterday's best P&Ls in the live funded account.
Wow, look at Dakota there. Nice.
There we go. We got some old names.
Wow, there we go.
We got some old names and we got some new names on the list today. Say hi to Iden. Iden?
Yeah.
We'll go with Iden. Put up close to 1,300 yesterday. Mr. Slow Markets, Coach Dakota with 1,300. Go with nearly 2,000. Isaac had a nice $5,200 day. And yesterday's live funded trader leader, Nicholas F., who we're probably going to hear about a little later on,
Ooh.
pocketed a cool $10,000 yesterday. Excellent.
Nice job.
I'll be back in about a half hour or so with our top 10 list. Catch you guys in a bit.
Thank you, JD. All right, Rips. I thought we were going to make another push there to make some new all-time highs in the S&Ps. Are these all-time highs in NASDAQ as well? I haven't pulled up the daily chart, but we got to be right around there.
Let me see. I mean, we're pretty close, right?
Yeah.
If we're not there yet. I mean, let's see. No, all-time highs. Well, I mean, this contract's off, but
yeah,
I'm seeing 691 quarters for some reason. So,
okay.
I mean, I guess we did hit that.
Okay, S&Ps, these are all-time highs. But yes, this is quite a pump. CPI comes in hot. Who cares? Just buy the dip. Wait until the sellers get exhausted. Stack your bids. Sellers will come in. You catch them short, minus 4,400 delta, and we'll just sure enough squeeze them. Here we go. Another move. Run to the upside. This market is relentless right now. It's going to be hard to fight this trend. If this CPI reading couldn't do it, I don't know what can. I mean, we might get a headline here, headline there, but at this point, what can really take us lower, Rips? I just...
It certainly wasn't CPI.
No, it wasn't. And the Fed speak too. I mean, the Fed was even hinted at this, that inflation is going to be a little bit stickier than perhaps they'd wanted, or perhaps that the markets had anticipated. They're trying to talk yields up, but they just can't keep yields down. They can't keep yields up. And they tried talking them up. But yes, this is quite the tug of war going on right now.
Yeah, I'm actually, again, still completely shocked to see the move that we saw today on CPI. I would have expected that we'd see a big fade in this market, but like you said, nothing can keep this market down, and trying to reason with it and trying to come up with a reason why it should be down is kind of a fool's errand, it feels like at this point.
Yeah, so we'll just trap the shorts by the pullbacks here. I think we've kind of seen what the narrative is going to be for the day. I kind of like to let that play out before I do execute some trades. My trading style is quite boring, to be honest. Watching paint dry for sure, but you just kind of let the market do its thing. They'll kind of show you the road, but we'll keep an eye. Maybe a bad 10-year auction. We'll see a pullback. We can get long from there. With that being said, we got a bit of a lull here. So, Eddie, if you're there, my man, what do you got for us? It's 9:42 Central Time. What do you got?
Yes, let's not forget about slow markets tonight with Coach Dakota. He'll be on here at 8 p.m. Central Time. This has been a session where the numbers are growing and lots of great information. Also, a lot of talk about this fire drill. Okay, it's going to happen sometime this week. Now, tune in each day. We'll ensure you don't miss out. Watch your emails. We will be sending that out, but nothing today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the education. Also, if you like what we're doing here, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We can get that form up here. We're going to drop the link in chat. So if you feel so inclined, no pressure. We'd love to hear some positive feedback. Otherwise, back to you, Andre and the boys.
Thank you, Eddie. Well,
we are holding these 400s here, by the way, and that could bring me back into a trade here to the long side, since we are kind of holding them. But you could also argue this is, again, what I kind of saw that tore me up in the CPI print, which is that we kind of were just diddling up at the highs and we just exhausted, and then somebody just cut the cord and we went straight down. So 5230s are looking to trade here in the S&P. So I'm going to be watching this tape here.
Yes, they are. I mean, 5300s by end of week, no big deal.
End of day, Andre.
End of day. Hey, Rips, remember people are laughing at us? We did the NVIDIA earnings. I don't know. We're talking about the NVIDIA earnings, and we're talking about those $1,000 calls in NVIDIA, and people are laughing at us.
Oh, yeah.
Not so crazy now.
Who's laughing now?
Who's laughing now, Rip?
Well, I did get news yesterday from my brother that Cantor Fitzgerald has moved their upside target for NVIDIA from $900 to $1,200. So
I think we actually have a bank that's putting a $1,400 target, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
The bank of Rips, Andre, and Hogue. Let's just do $1,500 right now. I mean, let's just front run this. Come on, we could do this. I can do this game all day. But yes, new highs, S&Ps. Let's see if the Nasdaq wants to follow along. I'm sure it will, but new highs there.
You know, and Andre, I just heard you say, you know, your style of trading is boring. So is mine. I'm trying to make it a little bit more interesting. I'm not a very active trader. I'm usually very patient. For example, we're extending the range in the above the initial balance. If we show acceptance above there, then I can start to look for an opportunity. Anything at this point, I feel like I'm over anticipating something. And Rips, you were saying, this thing could just keep going, and we would have thought that the market would have maybe taken a look to the downside after those CPI numbers, but the day ain't over yet.
Yep, 100%. I am long here, by the way. I'm just trying to watch this to see if we auction above 415s here, and I would want to look to add to that. So I am long here.
I'm gonna just to be exciting. I'm gonna do the same thing.
Wow, look at that.
Ooh, nice timing.
I'm buying
it's just
right.
Just buy.
I just bought the dead ass highs, so
buy the highs and sell the highs. That's what we're gonna do. Buy the highs and sell the new highs.
I just covered because I'm up $4,200 in that account now. So another one max profit. Well, three combines now max profit. Should have been XFAs though, Ribs. Come on, guy.
I did nothing.
The shorts are going to come in here. Profit taking are set their shorts, but we can.
I would just absolutely love to see a failed auction on these highs today, because that gives me risk management and a potential, big opportunity. We're still looking at this reversal pattern here. This is a key reversal day. We're trading back up into it, but if we out, then just saying, not predicting, but this is something that I've seen 100 times in the past, and probably 80 times it puts in. But this is the equities, and they have extreme amounts of resilience and money behind them.
They sure do.
I want to see.
We are still holding above 410s now in these Nazis here.
Are strong. 400s are strong.
Yeah,
taking a quick look at some of the other markets real quick. We've seen a pullback on the crude here, 78 trade, 78.25. We did see a tilt all the way up to 85%, and sure enough, we did see an unwinding there. Crude is now 65% long as we see the market pull back. Gold, a little bit quieter today, trading 2167. Range a little bit narrower than we've seen the last few days. We are still trading above 2100. We did see crack above 2200 last couple of days. Look at the 5-minute here. We're seeing a bit of a sideways trade. Oh, here come the buyers.
Just kidding.
NASDAQ.
As
here we
you
go.
say that.
Just kidding. I look at two markets.
Are
I
you
turn my head
long
for
there
2
still,
seconds.
John? Tell me you're long still, please.
No, I didn't.
Oh, goodness. Sorry about that.
You turn your head for 2 seconds, and it's just new
I
highs.
know, right? Right.
Unreal.
So this, I'm looking at this gold, and on the opening call, I was looking at, we're getting some push to the downside. The longer term is to the upside. I was looking at this area down here as an area for a potential long, and look where it just put in that low.
What price?
Said that right on the opening call. Anywhere between, let's call it 2160 and 2150. I was kind of looking for an area for, if I was short, that would have been an out and possibly an opportunity for a long, and we got a pretty nice bounce off that level. But these equities are just killing. So you still think I should get long?
Well, yeah. I mean, we held those 407s. I mean, we're up at 427 now.
We're just going to trap
Anne-Marie with a really nice message here saying that, hey, Ribs, you're awesome. You've made some amazing morning calls today and using all those morning experiences to help the rest of us make money through the day. We all appreciate you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. And thank you again last week for being on the Ribs and Dakota Takeover. That's a lot of fun. If you missed that, you got to go back and watch it. If anybody missed that episode with Anne-Marie, it was incredible. She shared so many good golden nuggets of knowledge. So make sure you folks go back and watch that.
We are seeing some liquidity, more liquidity to the upside. We got 350 lots sitting at 35 evens in the S&Ps.
All right. So you guys want me long? I'm long.
All right. I'll join you, John. I got to do it for the team here.
I bought one too.
Do it for the team.
Do it for the squad.
I mean, we have room all the way up to 469 in the NAS here. And I mean, this thing's only going to go, there you go, getting more squeezy
Jesus,
here.
Look at that.
Goodbye there, John.
Yeah, I'm in with you, John.
Yeah.
Go.
For now.
Thank you, John, for all the free alpha there.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of want to add into this if we get any kind of pullback here.
10 minutes left in the 30-minute period.
Trying an add here. I have a lot of resting liquidity up at 440s.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Look at the S&Ps. It's just bananas.
Yeah.
It's literally just straight up, completely vertical.
Anne-Marie getting a lot of love in the chat. We love Anne-Marie for sure.
She's the best.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing if these 430s are going to hold. Adding into that. I mean, we're just going crazy. See how long I can hold on to this thing for.
Same.
Getting this auction back up to the 440s here. New highs on the NAS in sight.
It's like trying to ride a bucking Bronco.
Wow.
Hold on.
Jeez Louise.
To the moon.
Trying to cover here a little bit. Covered some more. All right, running 3 here. Wow. Unbelievable. So already realized another $1,000 in another combine. We're on to another combine now. This is going to be, I might hit max profit on 4 combines today. Imagine what I could have done with some patience on my XFAs. Oh, goodness.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I mean, we have room at the 469. Every single time I name these targets, it's like, it seems like it's just a world away. And then the NASDAQ's just saying, hey, hold my Celsius. I got this.
Hold my Celsius.
Hold my Celsius.
Dude. What a power rally.
What's the opposite of flushacito?
Ripacito.
Ripacito. There you go. All right, let's get another Ripacito.
How does Rips have more than 3 combines? Here's the trick. You can buy as many as you want. There's no limit to the amount of combines you can trade. If you want to trade 200 at once, whatever blows your hair back, you can do it. The maximum number of XFAs, however, that you can trade are 3 XFAs. But if you are in the mood to trade 200 combines at once, you can do that.
Yes, you can.
I don't recommend it.
Ripperoni.
Ripperoni saw that one. Yeah.
The San Francisco treat. For those of us that are old enough to remember that commercial.
I know that one.
Yeah. Classic.
I mean, Tilt hasn't even trying to fade this, really. John, what's you got a delta if you got a chance here?
We got to be positive.
5,200 positive. Wow, what a turnaround.
No.
I got 5,500 positive of the Nazi over here.
55 in the NASDAQ. Wow.
Hey, we're even. 5,500 positive NASDAQ. That's what I see.
How about that?
It's pretty heavy long.
I'm looking to probably take this long again here on this pullback. I got stopped out on the rest. Realized $905 worth of profit there.
So you're looking for a pullback. So I'm going to get out. And I'll see
looking for a pullback to long.
To get long again.
Any advice on how to become proficient at reading Bookmap? Lots of practice, lots of screen time with it. And they also have a free YouTube channel that you can check out for Bookmap. I don't agree with the way that they teach how to read it, but I just, I'm self-taught with it, the way that I read it. But I obviously read, I mean, it was very difficult to read this morning because of how thin it was during that CPI print. But yeah, I got smoked. So.
Why don't you like the way they do it on their YouTube channel?
They just, I mean, the way that they're reading it and they perceive it is not the way that I do. And so I just disagree with the way that they teach how to read it. So I'm all self-taught on it. I have over 10,000 hours of reading. I've been using it since 2016, 17, somewhere in that range. So I've been using it for a very long time. And I spent a good portion of my trading career literally just staring at Bookmap, watching replays of Bookmap, seeing what happened after the fact with the gift of hindsight. Yeah, so I'm fully self-taught. Do you mind doing a class on how you read Bookmap? I have a webinar in Market Clubhouse about it, but like I said, you're just find some free YouTube videos about it.
And I mean, everybody reads things the way they read things. The way RIPS reads it may not line up for how you're going to end up reading it.
Right.
Well, we're just not getting a pullback here, are we?
A little bit. I mean, not in the S&Ps, but in the NASI we are. In the NASDAQ, we're pulling back to 425s here. 420s. I mean, we have room all the way back down to these 407s, I suppose, or 415s, I guess. Might do a little. Are we pulling back S&Ps now?
A bit. About pull back. Yeah, we're about 6. Well, no, 3 points off the highs, and that's been a pretty decent pullback for S&P standards. Gold upticking a little bit, trading 2170 here. Heavy long buys, 80%, almost 81% long in gold, 78% long in crude as we trade near the highs, about 12 cents off the highs in crude oil. About 9% off the highs now as we approach 78.58 is the high for the day. RIPS, we are seeing a bit of a pullback in NASDAQ as well as the S&Ps. How low they can take this is anyone's guess, but as we see the trend has formed, it's kind of just by the pullback, by the dip.
Yeah, and I'm seeing huge gaps in liquidity too. I don't know if you're seeing that over in the S&P markets as well, John, but I mean, it's when it starts to move, all of these big liquidity providers are backing out of the market, which is kind of the antithesis of what they're supposed to be doing is liquidity providers. So again, it makes it extremely difficult for a trader here to read this market.
All right, we are seeing.
You're getting a little bit of a pullback here.
What are we looking at, John?
Slight pullback, right? We do have Euro close coming in about 30 minutes as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, I think Euro close is now pushed an hour due to the clock change.
That's
right. I know. The next 3 weeks, RIPS. So we got to keep.
Oh yeah, that's
that.
right.
11:30.
Hello.
Yeah, it's all good. I didn't know it either until Deeyana got on. And, nope, actually, Euro close is an hour for pushed an hour back because of that time change. So shout out to
11:30 Central.
11:30 Central.
Sorry about that.
12:30 Eastern. Shout out to Deeyana for that one.
Deeyana, by the way, another fantastic guest that we had on the show last week. She came in twice. It's amazing. Really, really appreciate that. How's the Topstep support team doing with what's probably a whole boatload of support inquiries since everybody's kind of in Vegas? Are they catching up, or how's it going over there?
Working. They were working while they're out there. They had laptops open. They were enjoying themselves, of course, but shout out to support. They're the real MVP of Topstep for sure. They had the laptops open even during our company-wide meetings. Answering tickets, meeting, talking. Yeah, they did find some time to cut loose a little bit, but yeah, they were still grinding. Then shout out to them. They are the real MVP. Yep, Dolby time. We love our CS team, 100%. 100%.
We might be looking at a little bit of a fade here. I'm going to try this short. I'm seeing a little bit of an exhaustion up here. So taking this short.
Careful.
I know exactly what I'm getting into.
All right, fair enough.
It's got $900 in it, so.
RIPS, I'm with you. I see what you see, but this damn market may have other ideas, man.
We'll see. If we flush through the 405s here, we break these 405s, we could be looking at a nice 400 pull to the downside. I would be looking to add all the way up to 425s in this thing. So let's see if we can get a nice little flush down through to these 400s here. We have a lot of resting liquidity that I think we can entertain here.
All right.
Starting to see the short bias coming here in the tails.
Yeah, there we go. Nice roll. Beautiful. Beautiful connection. Oh my gosh, I tried to cover 2 contracts and they ripped it right back up.
RIPS.
John Ramos says, I think RIPS ego is in control here. How so?
I think.
I'm not really sure what that means.
Oh, in control or out of control?
I'm loving what you're saying.
Control.
I'm
just calling it like I see it.
I'm loving what you're seeing.
Hey, thanks, John. Didn't get a cover there. I was covering at 403 3/4. I tried to get that flash cover, but it just bounced away there.
Well, we're about to change the 30-minute chart here, and if we can close out the TPOs and the S&Ps and the NASDAQ back to the initial balance, that's going to leave a failed upside auction, and that's what I'm looking for a kind of a longer term
there, by the way.
opportunity.
I got long, guys. I bought 30 halves there. I bought 30 halves there on the pullback.
I covered right before that ripped into my face there. So we're still at $500 in that combine. That was a good save there, like by the hair of my chin. Unbelievable. Nice. We did get a rejection there coming into those 400. So that was a nice long there, Andre. Really appreciate read.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. It was right in the low volume node. You know, there was a question on volume profile versus TPO profile. I just want to show this for just a minute.
Yep.
When the market is directional, I find that volume profile can be helpful to find areas of potential support for continuation. Andre just got long right here in this low volume node, where he can limit his risk. If it gets down past the high volume node lower, then you might not want to stay in that trade. It kind of invalidates it. You want this low volume node right here to provide support for continuation to the upside. That's what you're looking for in volume profiles. As far as volume profile versus market profile, I much prefer the market profile for longer term looks. But when the market is directional like this, I'm looking to get to a directional move in a low volume node, because that helps me limit risk. Again, if we get long here and we're looking for this low volume node to support price, if we get through the high volume node below it and into the next low volume node, that can be a problem. So you want to kind of look for the opportunities on the volume shoulders. Like if you're long, you want to look for the long on the volume shoulder down to the next low volume node, which in this case puts us right back to the initial balance high, which could be then creating a failed auction to the upside and perhaps another move lower. So, there's reason for RIPS short, and there's reason for Andre's long. We don't know which one's going to work, but at least there's
which is why we see the kerfuffle here, right?
Yeah, we see both work actually.
Yeah,
could see both work. Yep, absolutely. We got a long way to go before we're going to close the single TPOs back to the initial balance in the NASDAQ. That's a little less likely to happen. So I like Andre's long. I do.
Yeah, note to self, if I do see some profit on this trade, I'm going to try to close it at the market instead of trying to get a fill on the bid.
You tend to do that, don't you? You're just like trying to put in a bid and try and get it.
Yeah, because I want to. It adds up over a year's time. If you're always closing at the market, you're missing out on 2, 3
ticks there and there. Right.
It's a good call.
That adds up over a year worth of trade.
That's a hell of a freaking point. I never really considered that.
Yeah,
I've been doing this for almost 20 years,
especially if you're a scalper.
Yeah, I've never considered that. How much the money I'm leaving on the table by doing market orders. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, scalpers never lifted the offer or hit the bid unless they were getting out.
Moment right there, man. Shit.
Hey.
I don't even want to. Now I'm doing the math in my head. How much money?
Thinking about all those trades, right?
Maybe the house could have been a little bit bigger. No, I'm kidding. The car No. Wow, I've never considered that. $12 here, $12.50 here, $12.50 there. Yeah,
I'm back. I was up 900 in that account, up $147 in it. Yeah, bad read by me. That's how the market makers are able to make get their daughters a nice Ferrari for their Sweet 16. That spreads is how they make their money there. I think I closed my short there at the DAH there of the extension.
The DAH.
We know it all too well today.
Industry term.
Yeah, I'm going to do it again. Taking a short, one lot there.
Oh, great. Now you got me thinking I'm wrong. We are kind of stalling out here, but there's some shorts coming in. They're going to try to set this in here.
Yeah, like John said, I can see this either way, but I'm seeing some failures up top here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, see, now we're getting to that high volume node below here. If that fails,
actually got it covered down there this time. Amazing.
Nice.
Actually got to cover.
I got to puke. And I'm out.
There we go. Beautiful. Right into those 405s. Moving my stop to break even here. That's what we're looking for. Now the account's back up to $1,000. So it was a $900 trade there.
That was quick.
Yep. There we go. 1,025. So I'm up 6,100, 4,400, 4,200, and 1,025. All in combines. Big loser in my XFAs today.
Oh,
Could have taken some profit. Did not.
I'm just trying to remain patient.
Got to.
Remaining patient.
This might be the pullback. It's covered there, Rips.
See profit, take profit. You got to do it on a day like today.
Mm-hmm. We're waiting. Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, and I never slice.
Love that movie.
And there's those 400s, but look at that. Can't even flush through them. Big old 5-point bounce there.
Right. Boy, what did I puke? 28s? Take a look at tilt here. 74% short, 75% short in NASDAQ. I mean, all right, let this play out. John Delta, we were at plus 5,200, plus 5,500 in NASDAQ about 15 minutes ago. What are we looking at now?
Up 3,600 in the S&Ps. 5,200 in the NASDAQ.
Thank you. Okay, so NASDAQ is still staying long.
Yeah, so that low volume node right at the high of the initial balance probably was better trade location for a long, and it's kind of where you took your stop out.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't a bad trade. It just didn't work. It's the high of the initial balance is
Right.
likely to be somewhat supportive unless it really accepts back down below, in which case we've got a failed auction above when we look the other direction. But right now, I don't know about selling it. That would be something for
Look at that NASDAQ.
that would be something for RIPS to do.
Look at that NASDAQ.
There you go.
Unreal. Back to 52.30. See if we can get another running start. Crude just keeping drifting higher here. Trading 4 cents off the highs. I think the tilt's been pretty strong. Yep, it's been long all day. The long bias in crude oil, 78% now. We've seen it change between 85% to 78% all day as we continue to drift higher here. NASDAQ buyers coming back in. That those 400s rips in NASDAQ seems to be a new support. Yeah.
Did you puke your short or you puke your longs, or are you still long there?
I did puke my long. Little small loser. But
yeah. Well, hey, better than a big loser, right? There you go.
Better than a big loser. I'm cool with it. It didn't really go.
Always find the silver lining.
Yep,
So
sure
Dre,
enough, it was the pullback. What's up, Johnny?
This is the volume shoulder that ended up holding as support. This low volume node here, this volume shoulder traded into the shoulder, lower than the high volume node here. Trying to get into a market that's directional. I've had some pretty good success doing this. And typically I'm horrible at getting into markets that are already directional.
Damn it. Yep.
You're more of a confirmation versus continuation trader, right, John?
If I'm already in a trade and I get confirmation, I'm in.
Right.
But when the move is already underway, I have a hard time trying to squeeze my way into it.
Yep. I mean, that can save a lot of traders out there. There's a certain type of finesse to be a continuation trader, and it's completely different than a confirmation type of trader. You have to be willing to really read the price action if you're a continuation trader, and be willing to take a lot less than you would if you're trading a nice confirmation trade where you have a clear direction, clear take profit, continuation is kind of like, it's more on the scalping side. You're kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
Yeah, I just can't point, click, and pray.
Yeah.
And, when the market's directional in one way, you're always, if it's moving higher, you're always paying up, and it's difficult for me to do. I'm cheap.
Hey, is Andre still with us here?
I'm here. I got you. Sorry.
I had the screen blocking. No. Sorry. It's my fault. What do you think NVIDIA's trading at? You remember we were talking about 880s to break. Without looking, what do you think NVIDIA's trading at?
I mean, it sounds, but by the tone of that question, I think we're above 900.
907, buddy.
Come on,
907.
Oh,
and it's running. It's still going. It's unbelievable, this market.
Yes, it is, man. Can't
keep in mind, we do have, so we had CPI today. We do have PPI. If I'm not mistaken, don't we have PPI this week? Yeah, we do have PPI on Thursday. PPI is on Thursday. And then we have Empire Manufacturing on Friday. But PPI on Thursday is going to be paired with jobless claims, which is, I mean, this is going to be I guess we just look for any dip on Thursday, Andre, and we just run it the up.
Dude, just let them sell it out. Let them get exhausted. Watch the bid stack. Just get filled. They hit the bid, and eventually we'll just turn around. So, damn it. Dude, no more puking. No more puking losses.
Now we know. At least we have our game plan for Thursday fast markets here, Andre. We're looking for any dip. We're sending it in full pulled pork long, and we just leave it. We just take our hands off the wheel, and we say, all right, cool. We're on the right side of this thing. NVIDIA will be trading probably 1,600 by then, maybe 2,000 by Thursday. We'll see. I think probably NASDAQ will be trading about 22,000 by Thursday. What do you think?
Well, I'll be right. Our 401k days, baby. The good days. I love it. Just buy the dip. Don't ever take a little bit of heat, but here we go. NASDAQ, another running start. Hey, Ronnie out there, I hope you faded me, man. I hope you got short there. And you let me know how that's working out, baby. Let me know how that's working out, dog. All right, trading $2 off the highs here in the S&Ps, but here we go.
I'm back long again in the Nas.
Get in there. Crude just keep drifting higher.
Yeah, that low volume node was so good.
It was, John. I got a little impatient there. Didn't bounce. It's all right.
Yeah, that's right. It is triple witching on Friday as well.
Yes,
gotta remember that.
Lovely. Wow.
What a week. And it's the week before FOMC. Not like this is all planned out or anything. It's all coincidental. Don't worry. My goodness. Yeah, every time I look over at volume too, I'm just seeing it slightly drifting lower and lower and lower. But
what does that tell you?
Some way I mean, lower participation, but it means that we can pop a lot of these shorts still. I mean, there's still going to be stubborn shorts in this taking heat. Yep. I promise you, there's probably somebody $10 million in the red right now taking heat off of early shorts. It's not their money. They're probably just managing a desk right now.
That's true. Still, look at that number though, man. That's a big one.
Might get you a little puckered up, huh?
Yeah, that's one way to put it for sure.
All right, seeing if we're basing out here at these 425s, looking for a potential adding there, bounce off 425s.
Boom.
Average of 33 halves in the NQ trade that I'm taking here. Happy to take a little bit of heat, but I'm of the camp right now that we're not going any lower.
Nope.
Yeah, FOMC should be interesting, but I expect it to be insanely volatile as well, given how volatile these trades have been.
Even if they don't do anything, and that's expected.
Yeah, exactly right.
Right.
But they're gonna have something. Well, do remember that this FOMC meeting, we do have the SCP dot plot that's coming out, and it's the first time that we've seen this year. SCP summary of economic projections. That's going to tell us, are they looking at 2 rate cuts, 3 rate cuts? Are we looking back at 7 now? Is Goldman going to come out and say, well, they said 2, but now we think 16 this year, So we'll have to see. I mean, December was insane. They come out and they say, well, it's 3 rate cuts, and every single analyst is like, 3? You mean 7, right? 7? We're rolling with 7? Yeah, 7 rate cuts.
Kept pumping 7. Like, where are you guys getting 7 from? I've just been saying 2 or 3 this entire time. Why do you guys keep pumping 7?
I think they saw the 2 upside down. They had their papers upside down. They read it as a 7. He said, okay, we'll just roll with that.
Like anybody knows.
Yeah.
Next week, James says
next week. Liquidity coming on here, quarter of the hour. We got 15 minutes left in the segment here. So it's time to go long and strong, adding into that there.
Speaking of quarter of the
Average
hour.
Up to 33 halves.
Sorry, Rips, go do your thing. There we go.
No, I'm just running this up. I mean, market's going up, so I'm going long here. I just press the buy button, Andre. It's just that easy.
Yeah, dude. It really is.
Seeing if we're going to break up into these all-time highs. Or new high day, rather. Not all-time highs.
All-time highs in the June S&P is 52.57 quarter.
Here we come.
Yeah, those are probably traded with like 10 lots at a time in the S&Ps.
Gee, let's go to you a second here. We'll see how this trade plays out. New highs in NASDAQ and S&Ps. If it calms down, we'll come over to you, JD.
Yeah, we need 445s to trade here. I'm going to try to add into this if we get a sweep up to the top side and flip it out pretty quick.
Sure, it's going to.
Trying to get this explosion now through these 40s.
Coming. There's some stops up here.
Yep.
Tickling them.
I like that. The play-by-play there, Andre.
Yeah, man.
A little tickle.
It's coming.
Sometimes that helps.
I'm adding again. Here we come. Oh, swept high and came right back.
Right there. Yeah.
High day in the S&Ps.
I think we got more in this squeeze here. I'm carrying a heavy load, though. I might have to loosen that up a little bit here. Working back up towards these 40s.
Blowing the screen, Vito. Done that before, actually. Doesn't work like you think it would. I've tried.
So if we trade above these 40s right now, I do think that we'll just snap right up to 47 pretty quickly. But we have to trade them like right now.
Go.
I want it now.
Yeah, see.
And we're pulling back to 35s here. I'm adding to that. Looking for the snap above 40s. Again, being very aggressive on this trade.
I like it. It's all good, Noah.
Some liquidity right there at 38. Seeing if we're going to tag that. Very, very thin here. Very risky trade because it's so thin. What's going on with the S&Ps too?
It's chilling. Trying to take another running start to the upside here. There was a bit of a pullback off.
We pulled that offer there at 38, looking for 40s to trade now. Boy, it's so chunky. It's moving in two handles here every single print. It's pretty wild to see this.
S&P's just put in a new high by 2 ticks.
Did it reject there off those highs?
Yeah, I mean it's 2 ticks of excess, but is that a lot of excess?
Right.
These days, I mean,
not really, right?
No,
it's kind of a poor low, poor high. I mean, so.
Yeah, we're still kind of the NQ can't figure out what it wants to do here. It's looking like it wants to just shoot up through these 40s, but it's not getting that follow through. Instead, we're kind of having gaps in these prints, which I don't like with the size that I'm holding here. Let's see if we can tag these 40s.
Yeah.
Coming back up. There's a 40 tag, looking for a pull now through 40. There's the pull. Watching for 41s now. A lot of liquidity there to the top side. Makes it very difficult to manage this position.
Boy, you're watching some good stuff here, people.
Watching again for this tag up of 40s. You see how thin this is, Andre, on the NQ? How they're just gapping 2 handles of print?
Tick for tick, I'm watching this. It's, dude, it's like one up. It's, this is tough. There we go.
Covering 9 there on the offer.
9. My goodness, Rips.
Yeah, thankfully it's not in a live market. That'd be a tricky one.
I mean, dude, where do you fit 9? 9's
I don't see it happening on the tape.
Takes 3 prices, yeah.
Okay, pushing that 40 again. I'm going to take out 2 there on the offer, leaving 1 as a runner. I had a 12 lot position, and we're just not breaking those 40s, and so I just can't carry that weight into that. We're still up $1,300 in this combine account. Stopped out there. So $1,200, $4,200, $4,400, and $6,100 in our combines today.
Well done, Rips. This has been a good session, John. You too. All right, let's take a quick breather. We got about 7 minutes left in fast markets here. Let's go to JD for that leaderboard that everyone really likes to see. We'll try to make it tight here as we get back to the markets. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Nice ripper there, Rips. Love watching you trade. All right, here we go. Let's check out yesterday's best P&Ls for the XFA accounts. Here we go. James, 7,700. Peter, 7,700. Zhang, 9,100. Harmeet, 10,200. And our leader, Michael, with just over 11,000. Michael's also copying trades across 2 XFAs for a grand total of $21,620 to start the week off yesterday. Not bad at all.
Good start.
Michael's been crushing. I think he took a payout yesterday of 30, 40,000, 60,000, somewhere in that range.
Damn, that works.
Crushing it. He's number 1 on the leaderboard, I believe.
Oh, that is we're going to see that in a minute.
Right on.
But yeah, let's go to the bottom half of the list. Here we go. We saw Nicholas F. We're going to be hearing about Nicholas F., I think, on the shoulder tab coming up in just a bit. He was on our live funded P&L list just a little while ago. His $10,000 day yesterday was enough to move him up from 20th place to 10th place. Nice job, Nicholas F. All right. Marcel lost $3,000 yesterday and dropped 3 spots to settle into 9th place. Earl dropped 9,000 and dropped from 4th place down to 8th place. Yu is new to the list. He was in 11th place yesterday and slid into the 6th spot without even placing a trade yesterday. Balkaran, familiar name, back on the list. He's up $48,000 trading in 3 XFA accounts. All right, let's get to the good stuff now.
Here we go.
Thank you, Eddie. I keep trying to time that better and better every day. All right, Dakota. Dakota moved up 2 rungs on the ladder with a nice $1,300 day yesterday. Isaac, who we were talking about, he was in 9th place yesterday, but that $5,200 ripper was enough to move him into 4th place today. Farouz moved up to 2nd place from 5th place. Ganelin held on to 2nd place despite a $6,000 loss yesterday, and Michael R. retained the top spot for another day. These other traders have some catching up to do if they want to knock Michael out of that top spot. Wow. Almost double the next closest trader.
You're doing great, son. You're doing your old man proud.
Yeah, that was the guy who I think took payouts there.
Right, Michael R. Yeah, he's got close to 60,000 in payouts. I think it's right around 57 or 58. Yeah, that was.
Congrats! That's fantastic trading. Very, very nice.
Very nice.
All right, that's all I got for you. Catch you guys
Thanks,
a little later.
Thank you, sir. Speaking of thank you, JD, we'll see JD later today around noon for group coaching. I believe at the top of the chat. Yep, we got those some questions for Coach Robert. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Please fill that out.
Look at this squeeze.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Boy, we sure are. We're going to have an abbreviated sign off here, Fast Markets. These markets are just moving too fast. We got our Fast Markets today, everyone. Tune into Fast Markets. You got your Fast Markets today. You saw some great trading from Mr. Rips himself. I know he had a little bit of a rough struggle to start, but he bounced back. He showed that the resiliency is key in this thing. I mean, look at this. New highs, new highs, new highs.
Yeah, wow. This is incredible.
Yep.
Yeah, you were, imagine we were talking about those 400s trading. If you didn't puke those 400s, were a nice little 50 handle bounce there.
That works.
Just a little one, right? And again, we still have room up to those 469s here. 50s are holding this trade. So I'm looking for this to auction all the way up to 469 3/4, and we could do that on a squeeze if we can get through these players at these 50s. So just wanted to see if we, yeah, I got to take that. They're pushing up above these 50s now.
S&P's lagging a little bit. Here we go. My God, bless him.
S&Ps are going crazy, right?
No, they're lagging. They're meeting some resistance here.
Haven't taken out the high yet.
No, they haven't. NASDAQ's leading right now for sure. Look at this.
I'm going to try to send this into these 60s.
Hell yeah. All right, we got 3 minutes left in these fast markets, but the markets are moving. I'll do a real quick update on here's a little bit of a plug. Quick update on the menu, the schedule we got ahead for the day. But let's keep an eye on these markets as we are moving and we are ripping around today. This has been a hell of a fast markets, boys. It's been really good stuff. Well, let's preview the schedule coming up. We got shoulder tap coming up. Eddie and Mick. It's always good. I think JD hinted that we might be seeing one of our traders that we were just talking about there. Power players, Eddie, Robert, Dolby Time. Ooh, those are some power players. Top Quiz, Anne Marie joining Jack. For sure, tune into that. Like I said, group coaching with Robert. Get those questions in. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. We got Marcus talking with D Hogue. You'll be there for that one with Dolby. And then, of course, we got Power Hour. Myself, Dolby, and Coach Dakota. And as always, we have slow markets at 8 p.m. Central with Coach Dakota. We got a jam-packed day today, and these markets are ripping around. So let's get back to these markets. We did see a bit of a little resistance up there, rips on the NASDAQ. John, S&Ps just couldn't really find the momentum to chase the NASDAQ higher.
Yeah, you couldn't take that high of day up there, that DAH as we call it. While the NASDAQ was pushing it, the S&Ps did not. So a little bit of data there. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, this is Rips. Always seems like you bring the volatility with you, man. When you're on fast markets, man, it's
a beautiful thing
awesome.
Here.
Yeah, man, you bring the volatility.
I'm looking for these 60s to trade to the top side here. I'm going to try to get aggressive if we start to pull towards those 60s. So let's see if we can get this push up towards those 60s again. Just trying to time this appropriately on this push up. Very, very thin market, very risky trade. But we're doing this in a combine. I'm willing to accept the risk. It's very thin too. I mean, if you were trying to do this in a live account, there'd just be no shot. I got stopped out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a live account, dealing with this, there wouldn't be a shot that you could do this. There'd just be no way.
It's too up. It's wild. All right, guys. All right, well, we just hit 10:27. That's going to be it for fast markets. We're going to do this little soft outro here. Rips, that was a very enjoyable watching you chop it up there. John, we're going to see more of you later this afternoon. That was really good. Hope you guys enjoyed that there in the audience. We're going to move this over to shoulder tap, but we're going to keep an eye on the markets. Crude is dumping right now. Thank you, Eddie. That's all I got. Rips, we got you later in the week. Rips, leave us some words of wisdom before we send it over to shoulder tap.
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody tuning in here for Fast Markets. Really enjoyed my time with both you, John, Mr. John Hogan, and of course, Andre, and of course, Eddie as well. Really was really great to join you. But again, appreciate you folks joining here and tuning in. The lesson that I'd say to take away with is journal. I'm going to be doing that shortly after I get off stream here, going back, journaling the trades that I took that led me to lose $6,000 in my XFAs off of that CPI print, and find ways that I can improve my process. And if you're feeling out of the pocket today, I'd recommend that you do the same. Find a way that you can improve your process, get 1% better every single day, so we can all thrive in this very difficult game of trading.
You got it, man. Thank you. That's it. All right, on the shoulder tap, guys. Yep.
Awesome.
Welcome back. Yes, shoulder tap. Time to share some success and time to avoid some failure. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick, to share who's doing well and who needs a tap on the shoulder.
Okay, boys, let's do it.
Let's do it. How you doing, Mick?
I'm pretty good. I'm freezing in here right now, though. I can barely move my hands. We had the heat on in the building yesterday, cranking. And then I came into the office this morning and they switched from heat to air conditioning because it's kind of milder weather here in Chicago. The office was 56 degrees when I got in this morning. I've since turned the air conditioning off and built a little fire. We're up to 66 right now, but I'm still thawing out a little bit. Anyways, though, the market's moving around. You know, there was some nice action on the CPI, a little flush down, pop and rally higher. Some of our, we had some people in the live account sitting on their hands during that, which is always something I like to see. But we do have some notable P&Ls for the day. So I've got shout outs for our live traders. Richard up 4,200, Hisham up 2,500, David up 6,000, Matlin up 2,900. Up 2,900. And yesterday we called up 6 people up to live from XFAs. We only offboarded 4 live accounts. So that was a net add to the prop firm of two new traders yesterday. So we like keeping a close eye on those numbers. Plus, yes, we want to be adding. We want to be keeping people in their live accounts when they have them, and we want to continue finding good talent to put in the prop accounts, kind of let the cream rise to the top, as you say. All in all, not a bad start to the week there. I like seeing net positive on the additions versus the subtractions. But Eddie, let's get into it. I have someone who his name was brought up earlier today. JD was talking about him. This is a trader I wanted to get to last Monday before flying out to Vegas. And then we didn't have enough time to get to him yesterday, but we're going to get to him today. We're starting with him. Let's pull up the trading card for Nicholas. Nicholas is one of our live traders who it was just mentioned that he, with that $10,000 winning day he had yesterday, moved from the 20th spot up to the number 10 spot on our live leaderboard. So really happy to be talking about him today. He's been, grinding nicely to the point where I wanted to talk about him 6 trading sessions ago, as a matter of fact. So Nicholas has spent 13 days in his live account. His average daily P&L is just a couple dollars shy of $1,800, trading the NASDAQ. And, like yesterday I mentioned, he was up 12,000 at one point. He walked away up 10,000. Now, our theme of this week is risk management. That's a great example of risk management. $12,000 in profit. We talked about, keeping or capturing a large percentage of significant profits just yesterday, Eddie. If you're up 12 grand at one point, your high watermark during the day, and you're walking away up $10,000, that's pretty damn good money management, good risk management. So I like to see that a lot. It tells me there's maturity there. It tells me that this trader is very serious about not only taking money out of the markets, but keeping that money that they're taking out of the markets. Excuse me. So some more stuff about Nicholas. He's on his account balance high right now. $43,000 is where he's currently at. And there's some interesting metrics up here. Only 38% winning days, only 38% winning trades. As we see those lower metrics, and I talk about this just about every single day, if you're going to have lower metrics on the winning days and the winning trade percentages, by gosh, you better be having a good risk reward on that account. And that's absolutely what he's got going here. On a per contract basis, we're talking about $1,300 in profits per contract while only risking $800. So I really like that a lot. He's averaging about 11 trades per day. Obviously, that's an average. So we've got some days above, some days below. Excuse me. And he's doing anywhere from 4 to 15 contracts. he usually starts with 4 and then adds as the position goes. I know he can add a little bit while it's, against him, but he also presses when it's in his favor, getting that position sizing up to 15 contracts, which is why we see some of these big swings. At the bottom of the card there, Eddie, and everybody viewing, you can see that, of the 13 days that Nicholas has been in this live account, there's some pretty significant days, 2 of which are over the 5-figure mark. A little over 10,000 made early on in the account. Actually yesterday in the account. And then he had an $18,000 day early on in the account. So I really like what I'm seeing here. He's got great hold times. Those hold times, he spends 3 times as much time in his winning trades as he does his losing trades. So he's in his winning trades about 37 minutes, and he cuts those losses at only about 12 minutes in the trade.
Right.
So,
Mick,
that's good. Go ahead.
What I really like on this trade report is if he's having a bad day, he is done. He's not fighting the market. He's got a very consistent personal loss limit. That's, I think, why we're seeing that 38% winning with, and he's making so much. He's having great days, but he's not forcing it if he's having a bad day. And I think everybody needs to sort of manage like he's doing. Nicholas is a great management here.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up because I was going to talk about that a little bit, Eddie. You can see on day 2. No, it's fine. I mean, it just shows that, we're looking at similar things and whatnot and on the same wavelength. That's not a bad thing by any means. You can see, Eddie, on day 2 was a day that he hit his daily loss limit, and that was followed by another day where he butted up against that daily loss limit, losing $2,950. But it's very easy to see after he, took those 2 dings early on, the adjustment that he made, because you mentioned a personal loss limit for him. And it's glaringly obvious that that personal loss limit is $2,500. Some people might be saying, that's a pretty high personal loss limit as far as personal loss limits go. Yeah, maybe. The guy's got 43 grand in his account, though. And I will say, we talk about extrapolation a lot. There's a $3,000 daily loss limit on this account. His personal loss limit's $2,500. Let's do a little math here, a little napkin math, and add up the difference of each one of these days where he did lock in the $2,500 personal loss limit. Let's see what that translates to dollar-wise, and specifically the difference between $2,500 and $3,000. I'm seeing pretty much 6 days where he saved $500. So, that's $3,000 right there. That's a pretty good percentage of a $43,000 account balance, which at the time he set that personal loss limit was even larger. So the point I'm trying to get is going from 3,000 to 2,500 is relatively a small change. It's not a lot. We know $500 in futures trading isn't too much. But it adds up over time. And just in 6 scenarios with that adjustment translates to $3,000. So that's pretty good. Again, it's a maturity thing. And I really like what I'm seeing out of his trading here in regards to that. Cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Agreed.
When we talk about personal loss limits, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. It really has a lot to do with the trader, their strategy. What's your pain tolerance? What's your account balance? These personal loss limits should, when the situation calls for it, be kind of on a sliding scale. A personal loss limit, when you have 40 grand in your account, might be different than a personal loss limit if you have 4 grand in your account. Someone I'm going to talk about a little bit later, actually, the third trading card that I have here for today, someone who probably should have set up a personal loss limit for themselves a little bit differently to kind of change things around the outcome of their trading, at least. So, Yeah, Nicholas has been someone he traded well in the XFAs. He took a nice payout during that transition from XFA to live. He's trading well overall here. Again, those winning day metrics and the winning trade metrics might not be reflective of that, but then just remember, look at that risk reward, because we want to be we should always be looking for opportunities where, we're risking $1 to make $2, $3, $4. Those are, at least for me, those are the most gratifying trades. I'd rather be right half the time and make it count when I'm correct, as opposed to being right a majority of the time and, having my risk reward kind of the same.
Right. All right.
Anything else before we move on?
Just at 38% winning days, and looking at the overall big picture of the trade report, that's folks, management is so important. If you're trading, yes, but if you're fighting the market, call it a day. We're not here to fight. We're here to trade. And I could see that's what Nicholas is doing.
It's a hard thing to give up the fight, but it's a discipline that every trader needs to have.
You have
to an extent. You want to be fighting, but you can't fight the markets. We are tadpoles in the ocean here. Trading our small contract size and very big pool of participation.
Right.
Money management's number one. They call this trading, but it's really the money management business. It's the risk management business. So right. I like today's theme. I think it could be, the everyday theme that every trader has the approach of risk management every time they sit down in front of their screens. All right.
Agreed.
With that, let's move on to Randolph.
Moving on. Randolph.
Randolph is, he's a pretty good example. This is, you might think I'll give everybody a minute to digest these metrics. You might think that this is a shout out to Randolph. This conversation, my talking points, believe it or not, it's not a shout out to Randolph. This is a shoulder tap for Randolph. Despite 100% winning days, almost 90% winning trades, trading small size, this is not a shout out to Randolph. Now, he's traded only 5 days in his account. That's what these metrics reflect. Yeah, those are pretty damn flawless metrics. However, I want to compare these metrics with what happened today. So Randolph, again, he's in a live account.
Right.
He came into the start of the session today with about a $5,000 account balance. He's in the big account, the 150K account. So he's got a $3,000 daily loss limit. Eddie, guess what happened today?
Oh, Mick, don't tell me.
Yeah, you know it. Hit the $3,000 daily loss limit. He lost $3,070 today. Couple things here. This is a shoulder tap because this is poor risk management. I'm going to break it down as follows. He was taking 5 trades a day, trading 1 contract his first 5 days, 100% winning days, 90%, 89% winning trades. Today was the first day that he traded more than 1 contract. He amassed a position size of 5 contracts. And, lo and behold, what happens when we scale up our size? It almost seems common or typical or a sick joke that we go from 1 contract to 5 contracts and then all of a sudden we get bopped on the head. Well, that's what happened. So another way I want to frame it, I mentioned earlier, he had 5,000 in his account coming into today. Then he loses $3,070. So in a single trading day, he risked over 50, he almost risked 60% of his trading account on one day. You can't do that. You basically are giving yourself less than 2 swings at the plate when you do that. So now he's got his back against the wall where, he's got 2,000 and change left in the account. His daily loss limit's far greater. If he does what he does today, which he wouldn't even be able to risk 3,000 tomorrow, that account's going to be gone. Another thing that's really tough to stomach here, and I'm sure he's sick to his stomach sitting at the computer right now if he hasn't walked away from it because his account's locked for hitting that loss limit today. He took 5 pretty small, nice, consistent, steady steps forward. Heck, not even that small. I mean, his average daily P&L in these first 5 days was $660. For someone who's trading one contract, that's a good day. That's a good day for most people out there if you're making over $600 a day. But those 5 smaller steps forward got completely wiped out by one big step back. Those first 5 days in the account, he made $3,300. And then one day he wiped it all out. He's still up $270 or so on, $230 or so after 6 trading days. That's a big no-no. And I remember when I was trading full-time for myself, there was nothing that was more painful than, being in tune with the markets, having 2 weeks of profitability, and then boom, getting smacked on the head and wiping out 2 weeks of profit or 5 days of profit. It doesn't really matter. We can't be taking multiple steps forward and then letting things blow up in our face and taking one step back that wipes out all of that. It's something I know there's probably not a single trader out there who hasn't done it. When we were in Vegas, I was talking with one of our coaches, Andrew, and I know he had been on quite a streak. I think his name might have even been
28
on
days.
Yeah. Is that what it was? 28 days?
28. Andrew's kicking ass.
Yeah.
Great
Only
job.
to have something happen up above the shoulders and blow it all. Not only did he snap a nice winning streak, he blew the account. So it's, it happens. It's poor risk management. It's not planning ahead. It's letting something external outside of your trading get to you. It's letting a directional bias run your risk management or completely eradicate your risk management. That kind of crap can happen for a number of reasons. We as traders need to be aware of all of those reasons because we've got bullseyes on in every direction on our head. So the other competitors in this space are coming for us. And we need to be in full control of our money management. Randolph was an example of not being in full control. Andrew, an example of not being in full control. You need to have full control. And if you don't have full control, this is going to happen and we're going to have setbacks. All traders have setbacks. You need to control the setbacks to make sure that they don't get too big and you're always ensuring that you're taking multiple steps forward and only one step back. Eddie, I know you had something to say, so I'll give you the floor.
You got to sort of run by the once bitten, twice shy, right? You got bit, you're running a great account. And, we're only human. We sort of fall into that pit where greed sneaks up and sits on our shoulder. And we're looking for that big play. Now, let me ask you about Randolph here. Was his trade during that 7:30 number this morning?
It was
not. Know that?
No, it was not.
Okay, all right. Because I know there was a big head fake there, and I imagine a lot of accounts got hit with that big swing. But all right, just checking. So he did sit out the number, which I tell you, a lot of us need to realize that. Perfect example today, how that market dropped like a sieve and then rallied up to the top.
And then rallied.
And it cleaned house. You got to be careful there.
The old head fake. And, I'm really happy you asked that question, Eddie, because I talked about all these factors, that could lead to the outcome that we saw today. And, being aware of those economic releases, because while it didn't happen during that, Eddie, being aware of the economic releases is very important because you could be on a great streak and you might have a stop in place and that stop could get run during an economic release and you get the slippage because, the bids and offers evaporate. And after the number comes out, there's aggressive buying and selling and we get those head fakes. So being aware of your economic releases is extremely important. We all know, everybody who's aware of the economic releases know that CPI has a massive impact on our equity indices these days. It has for about the last year or so, longer than a year, ever since this, inflation's kind of been a thing, which has been a while now. So regularly checking, what economic releases are out during the day is so important. I mean, I never sat down at the desk without being aware of what was happening out there in the markets. And there's stuff that comes out every day. There's a ton of resources for seeing these economic releases. Most of those resources will color code them as far as low impact, high impact, medium impact. So be aware of that. And if you're unfamiliar with those, do be sure to watch the markets and see how they trade during those releases while you're sitting on your hands without any risk exposure on. Certainly something to be well aware of. There's a lot of people that get caught off guard on those. They think they can come sit, excuse me. I don't know what's with me today. They think they can come. I am freezing. They think that I might have to go outside to thaw out a little bit. They think that they can come sit down in front of the screen and just do their thing, but we need to be aware of everything and kind of work your thing around some of the big news that's out there.
Right.
All right. Cool. We're running. What you got?
Yes. I was going to say, let's move on. We got one more.
Yeah, we're running low on time. Let's pull up the trading card for Lampros. Yes.
Oh, no.
The Bell of Death. Okay, so a familiar trading card.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this didn't work out.
What happened?
Lampros lost his live account today. I'll give him some credit, Eddie. He spent 22 days in this live account. Basically what I would call treading water. He was a big swinger. He was right on half of his winning days, but his winning days were smaller than his average losing day. So, that math plays out pretty nicely. And he was incorrect, more than half the time on a trade-by-trade basis. His risk reward was skewed. So that math doesn't add up to success, which is why we see a negative average daily P&L. He was only taking $430 out of the market per contract while risking almost 600. I think about Nicholas, who made a minor tweak to that $3,000 daily loss limit to put a $2,500 personal loss limit on. Lampros needs a personal loss limit because out of the 22 days that he treaded water, he hit his daily loss limit on 10 of those 22 days. That's unacceptable in my opinion.
Yeah, it's pushing it. You're pushing it.
And when I talk about these shoulder taps and areas for improvement, I'm not ragging on Lampros, but I'm talking about him because people need to hear this kind of stuff. And people need to hear it because I want people to be aware of what can happen to traders. Now, obviously, Lampros had good stuff. That's why we called him up from the XFA to the live account. But tides change, and he continued, swinging for the fences, doing what he was doing, which he had short-term success with, but it didn't carry over to the live account or last. So I do think, 22 days lasting in the live account, not bad. But he was really treading water and going nowhere. And if you are treading water over the course of 20 days and you're not seeing profitability, it's a really good indicator to make adjustments to what you're doing. And adjustments needed to be made here. If we could have shaved, the $3,000 losses to $2,500 losses, and there were 10 of them, that's a $5,000 difference. He'd still have $5,000 in his account right now. His back, wouldn't even be up against the wall if he was continuing to make adjustments. So there wouldn't be a gravestone here if he could have used made some adjustments like Nicholas had done. So this is an area for improvement. It's a learning area for learning, and it's a tip for everybody who's not in this boat but could find themselves in this boat. at any given point in their trading. So I wanted to share this. I kind of spoke my piece. I don't have much else. I'll let you end it, Eddie, because I know we're on time.
You know what, though? I mean, sometimes it's only a fine tuning. It's not a complete redo or revamp. Sometimes it's just a tweak.
Absolutely,
to keep things moving forward. So,
and that the $500 difference between $3,000 and $2,500 is a minor tweak, but over time, 10 examples, it adds up to $5,000. So, this is a shining example of minor tweaks over time and through extrapolation. They're meaningful.
Right. All right, Mick, it was wonderful seeing you again. I'll meet you back here again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, and we'll see what else you got for us today. But coming up next, Power Players with Robert and Dolby. And Mick, you have a wonderful day, my brother.
You too, Eddie. Thanks so much.
time for power players.
Yes, it is time for power players. And look who we've got here today. Two of my favorite humans on this planet, Robbie and D-Time. All right.
Hello.
Guys, welcome to Power Players. And hopefully we've got some power and hopefully we can play. So, I don't know. Let's start out with D-Time. You trading at all today yet?
Yeah, I've been messing around with the YM and trading some size. So that's been going really good. I know yesterday on Power Hour, we were kind of starting to talk about trading size in different markets and some of my frustrations with the NASDAQ and just how volatile it is. And then I asked myself, what markets can you actually try to trade size with? And it's reasonable. And what I found out is that for the YM, RTY, and NQ, if you put on 15 lots, it's $75 a tick, which is pretty big. ES is $187.50 a tick. Well, it's also a much slower market than the other ones, but man, that's really expensive. So I think the YM, based off of like volatility and price per tick, I think there might be an opportunity there. So I'm going to start experimenting with the YM and doing some sizing.
See, now you brought this up. You brought this up yesterday on Power Hour, and it made a lot of sense because the thing is, if you've got a bad trade, you're not digging your account. You know, it's recoverable. You can turn things around, and it makes a lot of sense for a lot of traders out there. If you're having this problem, I mean, gosh, you know, some of these products are very expensive, and if you do catch it the wrong way, you're taking a big hit. You know, so it's so keep us up, keep us abreast. Yes.
Oh, I will. Yeah,
Robbie,
for sure.
Robbie, how about you, partner? What are you doing today?
And hello, Eddie, and welcome back. I don't think we've been on air here since we got back, and D-Time also. We had a great time out there out in the Midwest and the buggies and stuff. But today, I just threw a quick one on this morning because I was testing something on Topstep X and it resulted, I don't know, like a $13 win or something like that. So it was no big deal. It was MNQ again. I was just looking at something. Yeah, but I'm looking at YM too, just like Joby is. It just seems to not tear your face off if you get on the wrong side of a trade. I've been NQ trading for years, and I'll tell you what, much to Jack's chagrin here. I'm liking YM. I got to be honest. I am really liking it. Today, when we see something, we're gonna do some copy trading for all of those that are interested in it. And when we're ready, we'll get the setup going. I'll just go over to the copy trading screen and we'll start placing and see how to do it step by step.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
We've been using that term "ripping your face off," which I don't like. We've been using that a lot. It actually doesn't rip your face off, but it'll punch you in the groin area. But let's fire it up. Let's see if we got some opportunity. I do not have the Dow chart up, so I'm going to follow along here.
Okay, we're looking at my charts right now on the screen. That is Topstep X. It is an MNQ chart, 3-minute chart. I'm just choosing MNQ right this second so I can go through the copy trading, only because I know it better. And if I'm going to go into several accounts, I don't want to just enter something wrong and keep talking and just have them gone on me all of a sudden. So you're looking at an MNQ, and I'll switch over to the Dow here momentarily. So I have it set up on a single chart, nice and clean, nice and sleek. Green and red candles. Okay, on the left-hand side, we can see the link. Yeah. We go to add chart link right here in the middle, and that shows us our way to do it. When we click on the add chart link, it puts this little indicator right here, and we pick a color. I happen to choose blue for the MNQ.
Cubby blue.
And what that does is and it changes it. Whatever instrument I'm on, we can see over here on my order panel on the right, it's the MNQ, and on my DOM on the right, it's MNQ. If I just go and I happen to change this, for example, to YM, you'll see that these now change to the YM. Very, very simply put, very, very easy. So now that they're all linked together, we want to link our trades together. So how do we do that? Well, I'll make this quick but smooth. On the left-hand side, We have settings.
Here.
Before that, we need to have multiple accounts. On the top left, we can see up there, I just chose a drop-down list, and James was kind enough, technically last month, but didn't have a chance to do this before Vegas. This set me up with a couple of 50K combines. There are 4 total, so I have a main one and 3 that I can link. And if we see them down the bottom on the accounts, there they are. There's one, 50K, 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 and then one of them I've been goofing around with. You can see it's got 116 trades on it. It's down a little bit, so that's going to use my main account. I'm looking at the last digits of my main account, 5502. I go to my settings on the left-hand side. Believe me, this is only another few seconds. Copy trading is on the left. I have my trade copier. Well, lo and behold, I have my 4 accounts listed. And guess what? When I choose my 5502 account, it automatically makes it my lead account. And then it shows me what I can follow underneath that. So just for the heck of it, let's click all 3 of them and be sure I click Save Changes. Now I know what I'm trading. I know my main account, and I know what I'm copying to. Now let's set my risk parameters on my brackets here. Let's do 100 profit and 100 risk, 100 stop. Just to put them equally on the screen. 1-to-1,
Sure.
$100 each one. And I have to make sure that I check off this automatically apply risk. When I do that, I click save down the bottom, and lo and behold, we now have a copy trade with bracket orders on all of them. And let's jump right into this, and let's just go, wow, this looks like it's on a support level right here. We got a couple of wicks, so the hell with it. Let's just go long. I am long one position, and I have it right there. I have my profit there. I have my stop loss here. And if we look, we can see at the bottom, if you can see on the screen, right here is the open P&L. They are just about identical to all of my accounts. If I look at my positions, it's showing I have one position. It's going to show my main account, but it is copy traded. It actually shows that it's the primary account right here. So there's my accounts. It looks like we're doing good. 650. Let's just go and close that single trade right there. It shows $6.50. But if I look down at my account balances, we can see that I got a little slippage in my favor. It gave me $14 in my favor on all the accounts. And that, my friends, is copy trading.
There you go. Real quick here, Marley, in chat, if you've got Topstep X, on the far left, there is that gear. If you click that gear, go ahead, click that Robbie, and it's going to pop it up. Yes, and there's where you set it up, okay? That's where you want to be. And, of course, don't forget to set your brackets, your risk versus reward.
Right there. Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Thanks, Rob.
Is there a limit on how many you can do, Robert?
Limit on what's that?
How many trading combines you can account copy on?
We can have as many trading combines as we want, and honestly, I do not know if there is a maximum, but I do know you can do at least 10 because I've seen 10 up there loaded. I do not know the exact maximum. Like if you bought 100 combines, can you do that? That is an answer I don't know that I need to find out, but I know you can do at least 10 because I've seen it.
We'll get that answer. 10's a lot. I mean,
That's still
it is a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. Now those are combines, because you can still only have 3 XFAs and 1 live, and you can copy trade across those as long as you're all on Topstep X at the same time.
So if you got XFA, you can copy trade 3 max.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Put that on the table. There you go. Okay. All right. D time. How are you looking?
I'm playing with my charts. I know we keep on getting comments in chat about the charts being blurry, and I tried a little thing here. I'm not sure if it's actually working or not. I might have to resize it. But if this does look better, let us know, chat. I'm looking at the YM. I tried to get long the YM. We did not get filled in our practice account. And I was looking at 39,400 for my first 3 lot, and then I was going to buy 3 down up to 15 till 39,378. We did not get there. It is 11, so we're gonna wait and see. I still think we can get a test on here, so we're gonna keep these orders in and see if we can get filled.
Right. Yeah, the thing is too, I've opened my screen up as big as it can, and I can see the numbers. I can see what's going on here. But I mean, if you've got a little laptop, it's probably going to be a hindrance of seeing those levels. But what we're trying to do here is if we put a position on, if we talk about a level, we are going to include the level price, the entry price, the exit price, so you know where we're at.
Yeah. But it's been a fun market so far. Robert, have you had any trades today?
I just had the one that you just saw in the copy trading, and I had one earlier as I was messing around getting this set up ahead of time prior to copy trading. So not like actual true real trades, but there were some on. Well, hopefully we'll throw another one on here. I'll switch over to YM and maybe jump onto this as well. And let's see.
Yeah, and I'm looking at crude too because we are in a good crude time. It is lunch for crude. And there could be some opportunities there. Really nice 5-minute range in CL right now, which could be tradable. In general, things look, I would say, bullish.
Yeah, gold right now, really not much to talk about. I know we're coming off the top here in S&P, also NASDAQ. And it's good to see earlier today that crude was sleeping in and finally woke up, had a big old cup of Java, and rallied to some new highs, 78, 73. So we're keeping an eye on that. And let's not forget also, real quick, while I am remembering here, 10-year note auction coming up in about 48 minutes. I think we're going to stick around, make sure we get that out. It should be, it should, I'm not going to say should, it might be a very big number here. The 10-year note auction coming up in inside the hour. So let's not forget about that.
Yeah, we got crude in a very, very sleepy range, almost 30-cent range. In crude oil, that's $300 for a E-mini contract. So that is very, very tight. So maybe we'll pass on that one for now. Gold. Eddie, how's your gold doing?
Well, actually, yesterday I put up. I'm moving forward. Small profits. I didn't really have that much time to trade. I think in my 150K XFA, I put in 220, and my 50K combine, I put in I think $50. But didn't really have much time to trade Monday. But there's my man, self-made dude, that wants to make sure that we've got this 12 o'clock number. Of course, thank you, self-made dude. But yeah, you know what? I am taking it step by step. My XFA last week, early in the week, I took a hit, personal loss limit, lost about $1,000, and just trying to chip away, trying to get back. See, the thing is, once I get back to flat, then I can sort of see the prairie, the field a little bit bigger, and maybe I can trade a little bit larger or look for a bigger profit. But I am just baby stepping to try to get my head above water, So that's what I'm doing here in gold. And gold really hasn't been the performer that I'd like it to be recently. So have at it. Do what you got to do. But be cautious. Slow. Take it slow, man.
Yeah. Do you have a backup market that you watch?
It's either, I was trading crude. I haven't traded crude in a while, but I really like our S&Ps. I mean, that's what I had. That's what I traded most for Deutsche Bank and RBC on the trading floor was S&Ps. And, when I went over to the board, it was all about S&Ps and Dow. And, it's like coming home. And, you're familiar with the market for such a long time. S&Ps in my secondary and gold my primary.
Nice. Yeah. Robert, what are your primary, secondary markets?
My primary market has been NQ for years, 5-6 years. My secondary kind of rotated, to be honest. I tried ES. It was when NQ was too nuts for me, and Eddie rips your face off, right? So I would look at ES, but I could never do very well. And I tried gold as well, jumping that in there. And I think of all the times I've traded gold, I've either won no trades or won one trade. So I don't even look at it anymore. But you know what? Then YM started making its way up into my secondary market. and it's pretty close to being equal, and I may be making that one my primary just because of this volatility going on, and it's a little more forgiving, to be quite honest, and this is a game of risk management, right?
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
key. Little more forgiving. I mean, you can't come into this business being offensive. I mean, you've got to have the biggest defense possible. You've got to trade defensively. You know, when the gates open up wide, then you run the ball. You know, otherwise play that defense. Good point there, Rob.
Yeah,
exactly.
We might actually start getting filled here. We'll see. We're getting very, very close. Okay, so now we're long 3 at 39,400.
And you're looking at YM based on the number you just gave. I'm switching to YM now as well. I'm going to leave the copy trader on. What do you guys think? How about if we just leave it on there for the hell of it?
Absolutely.
All right.
Sure.
Absolutely. So I make sure that I'm on YM, make sure all my charts are in sync with my DOM or my order, which they are. And we'll see if something else pops up. That looks like it's a pretty good long there, Dobie, and I'm sure you have a stop that's just shortly below that, just in case.
Yeah. Well, here's what's cool, right? I can, I mean, my stop on 3 contracts, it looks pretty far away, and I'm only risking 480. So that's kind of, I think, what we're. Dude, it's so nice. It's so nice. It is so nice. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I've been playing with. Is like, you know, just how far away do I need to have my stops, and like how likely is it to get hit, and how quickly. And I feel like with R2Y, you have so much more time, whereas an NQ, I probably would have been up and or down $500 by now in the exact same trade. It's just so fast. It is so fast.
Exactly.
It is.
Exactly. I'm going to do a market sell short.
Cool. Come and help me get filled on these other contracts.
Absolutely. I just gave you some money right there.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I am just very, very close. I have my stop. It's just above that last little piece that you probably around your purple line that you're looking on your screen right there. And if it makes it, it makes it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I'm actually going to pull it if it drops down a little bit further because I don't trust it at this point in time.
I want to see if we can get this bounce here at 39,375 and have like a resistance become support thing and maybe head back up, but we'll see. Eddie, what'd you have?
Hey, Robert, I was going to ask you, you've got group coaching today. Do you have a topic, or are we going to be looking at the Topstep X?
Good question, Eddie. We have some leftover questions from group coaching yesterday that I really wanted to get to. So JD, we highlighted those. We have a couple really good ones in today, but I am going to do some Topstep X things. But here's a great segue. You must have read the chat too, my good friend there.
Yeah.
Thursday, don't have the exact time yet, or all the details. So I'm going to throw it out here. I'm also going to throw it out during group coaching. I am doing an entire online hour-long segment of just Topstep X. Tips and tricks and how to do. We're going to just lay it right. You're going to look at my ugly mug here on the screen. We're going to look at Topstep X, and we're going to go soup to nuts, basically answering all the questions and just doing everything we possibly can to get everyone familiar as much as possible with the current state of Topstep X, because we know it is constantly in progress. But that's going to be Thursday night after the main broadcast and before Slow Markets with Dakota. We'll have more info on that, but stay tuned.
Good. All right.
Awesome.
Yes, awesome. All right, so Itai Dom, be here for group coaching. See if you get that question in. But yeah, there's been a lot of questions about that. But thank you, Robert. So how's the trade happening right now? What are we looking like, boys?
Great.
Dobie's winning. I'm about to get stopped out. I'm actually going to close it manually right now. Instead of letting it go to like 120 loss, I closed it at 90 loss just because it didn't look like to me like it was going to turn around. So congratulations, Dobie. You win the round.
Well, I haven't flattened it.
We work together here.
I technically still could lose. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I am looking for this 1 minute range to kind of break out. And, well, Robert, this might be a day in which we both lose and be on opposite sides of the trades. But yeah, we're in a 5 minute range. I do want to see us get out of that, and I'm going to hold until it happens because those are the rules. And chat has seen me get burnt by describing my rule set and then not following it. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna be the good
that's
little
one thing
range
too.
trader I am.
D-time is what sort of put me in a hole on my 150K XFA is, I got trade happy. And what stopped me was we talk about that second voice. Ask yourself throughout the day, why am I entering the market here? Why did I buy 2 here? Why is my stop here? Have a good answer for all that. And the thing was, I wasn't answering myself correctly. So I stopped myself and said, okay, listen, practice what you preach. And I saved the account, to be honest with you. Got it back to 0, got it back to flat. But last week I took a hit again, and I'm doing the same thing again. Slow but surely, and small profits add up, and I'm following that guideline to the T.
That's awesome. I'm really glad you chose to try to save the account instead of just reset it. I think there's so much to be valued and learned in that.
Well,
Not only as
myself.
a role model. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of these trading combines is to challenge yourself, and smashing the reset button if you're like $500 away from your loss limit is not challenging yourself.
Yeah. And the thing is, that was the biggest, I'm going to say, knowing that I put the challenge on myself, and, passing the challenge, winning that challenge. I mean, it's we talk about confidence. I mean, that was like it was huge. So the thing is, you've got to challenge yourself as a trader, especially in this business. If you're in the combine and you're getting close to breaking a rule, don't jump to the resets right away. Challenge yourself. See what you can do as a trader with your back against the wall. I mean, that's the only way that you're going to find out if you can't handle it. And the thing is, too, once you get to the XFA and once you get to the live funding, or if you have your own personal account, there's no resets. What are you going to do? All right, throw the towel in,
And you're paying full price for all your mistakes, too. That's the other thing. So it's like, why not get more value out of your trading combine by trying to follow the rules, build discipline, and do all that good stuff? So that way, when you are in a funded account or a personal account, you're not learning all those mistakes that you could have been paying $150 for or $50 for the whole month.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It gets expensive. Even micros. Like, look, if you open up a micros account, say $2,000, you're a decent trade in micros, let's say like 50, couple $100, or a loss, 50 to $100. I mean, that pays for a trading combine. That's a month of experience that you could be getting that you just lost in one trade. Now, if you are like a break even better, or break even trader or better, then maybe like the live account works out for you. But man, trading combines are where it's at, though.
Absolutely. Dobie, I got to jump right on that train with you, man, because and everyone who's listening now, understand that this is experiential learning, right? You are trading here. It's costing you $4.95 to make these trades. If you lose $1,000 in a day and then $1,000 the next for $2,000 daily loss limit, you lost $4.95. It's not like, this is a training thing which you can get paid if you do well. So take your time with it. Take the training, take the combine, learn the process for $4.95. And if you have to reset, it's still $50. It's still cheap as anything, and you get to play again, right? And I say play lightly because we're not really playing, but you are. It's a game. It's trading a bit of it, right? Then we're training you so you can get into your live and then into your real money account. That's the wonderful thing. If you go into this now thinking like, that's okay, let me just throw everything against the wall here and just see what happens to it, that's going to instill bad habits.
Bad habits.
Use this
Expensive
time.
habits.
Yeah. Expensive habits. Use this time to learn the instruments. I've been trading loud for 6 years on NQ. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm sick of losing bigger when I don't necessarily have to, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch to something else. And I've tried other instruments. I tried gold. I tried ES Gold. RTY wasn't too bad also, the Russell 2000, but I'm really liking YM. So use this time to learn and to get yourself structured, get yourself strategy down, get your mindset in the right spot. And who cares if you blow a combine? It's not that much money. Try this.
Right.
Get yourself a second account at your local bank and then buy yourself a combine for $4.95. And when you lose $500, take money from your checking account and move it to the other account. And see how long that lasts, because that would be mimicking the real world. You'd be like, oh my goodness, I can't pay for this. And now go and reset your combine. Well, that's $2,000. Take the extra $1,500, move that to a secondary account. It's still your money. Just throw it in a different bank account, throw a different savings account, and see how you feel about it. That's going to give you that feeling of losing real money. This is in preparation. So my strong suggestion is to treat it that way. Really look at it like that instead of just coming in and going, I saw a comment being like, why don't we get a zero balance at the end of every month? Well, because that doesn't happen in the real world. Like straight up. And that's what we're training you for. That's what this experiential learning is all about. Come here for little money, get your process, talk to coaches, watch TopstepTV, get in Discord, go through all the webinars, figure it out, and now start taking your payouts. Sorry about that rant there, folks, but I just had to get on that. Adobe, the same train.
It's not
the same
a
train you're on.
rant. It's
you
know, it's good advice. It's honest advice. And you know, no matter how we sort of are, you know, bullheaded, you know, if things aren't working and you're spinning your wheels or moving backwards, it's time to at least give it a try. And you know, that's how I found out to move forward. I was very bullheaded on the trading floor. I didn't want to listen to anybody. I thought I knew it all. And there are some of us that are like that. But you know, I tell you. You know, I'm going to go back to the once bitten, twice shy. You'll find out. You know, you keep hitting your head against the wall. Soon enough, if you realize, you're going to find there's a door to go through, and to get you past that. So it's just a matter of, you know, commit to yourself. Good stuff.
Well,
Rob.
you know, I just need to hope that, you know, people make the change voluntarily and not because they have to. Because that's not, you don't want to have to hit rock bottom in your trading career before you finally start respecting discipline and personal daily loss limits and kind of appreciate the more boring and maybe lackadaisical side of trading.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, Dow's starting to pull down a little bit. I'm starting to get filled on longs here in the Dow. So now we are long at 9 at 39,392. Put that in chat.
Nice. And I'll show you how my impatience bit me. I got out of that trade as it was popping up and I said, man, I'm not going to take a bigger loss. I'm just going to close it out right now. It didn't go any higher than that. And I'm like 2 ticks from my profit target. So lesson learned live on air. Yeah. Isn't it funny? Hey, that's how it works, right? Like, okay. and that is like true to me. And Anne-Marie and I talk about this all the time on Strategy Lab where, you know, truth be told, if I'm wrong, it's usually because I'm early. It's been my struggle for years. That's what's happened. It's like, hey, I just say, nah, you know what? I was wrong on this trade. I was right on this trade, but I was wrong by taking it out too early. So I jumped the gun and said, nah, this is going to keep going. It didn't, and I'd be in a much better position now. But it's okay, and it's a complete struggle that I deal with all the time. It literally is my nemesis of trading.
Robbie, let me ask you about that. Getting out of a trade too early. Some of us might take it as a bad juju. All right. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I, as a trader, am just happy to get a win. Now, if it might be a $200 winner that I take, entry, exit, it might run to 354, 455. Honestly, I don't get upset about that. I'm happy that I took what I've got, what the market gave me. But, you know, you hear a lot about you're getting out of a trade too soon. You know, I really got to say that I've got to say ixnay on, you know, not building confidence on, you know, stop looking at the money, look at the victory. You know, I mean, some of our traders, we have a problem with that, where we're looking for that big profit, and then the market will turn around a 180, and before you know it, you're stopped out. Now, How's confidence on that one? You know,
my confidence on that is really good, Eddie. It's and you are 100% master Eddie coacher right here. Coaching the coaches is super good. And you hit the nail on the head. In this situation, I was losing. I was showing a negative P&L. I'm like, man, this thing turned around on me. I was wrong. I'm gonna get out. Actually, I was not wrong. I just pulled back a little bit, and if I stayed and was patient, I was right. So I took the trade too early. But I'm in the same boat with you, Eddie, and then Joby can comment too, that if I'm in a trade and I'm looking for $300 and I take it out at 280 and it goes to 600, I'm still 100% happy.
Good. You should be. You got the victory. You know, whether you win 20-0 or 1-0, it's still a victory. And you know, when you start watching that money, I found out myself, and I've been in this business since 1985. That I'll get caught up in that, where I'm looking at my P&L. It's not going to, and then I've got to sort of shy away from that and say, listen, you know, what's your win versus loss ratio? And it sort of puts a nice cooling effect on, you know, not getting that max amount. So keep that in mind.
100%.
And now I'm long 15 YM at 39,387. Chat really does not like this trade, by the way. But here's what's so cool, right? So we are
15.
Yeah, we're in 15. We've been buying all the way down. But here's the thing. So now I'm in 15, and I've been just averaging in this thing for like, what, 10, 15 minutes? So like, just that's really what I'm trying to show y'all is just how much slower YM moves. And if you do want to start trading or experimenting with size, it is a pretty interesting market to do so because, listen, I'm in 15 right now. If I lose this trade, I'm down $885 on 15 contracts. And I don't particularly feel like I'm going to get stopped out lickety split. I still might lose, but it's not going to be instantaneous.
Okay.
So it's not going to tear your face off, right?
No face ripping. No.
No. Okay.
No. Yeah. So I mean, I started.
He not only rambled, but he rumbled and stumbled.
I started this whole buying spree at 1106. And we were able to basically stay alive in this trade due to the reasonable volatility of the YM, which is like great. So it's just an example, chat. This is a practice account. Everything's going to be fine. No animals were hurt in the making of this show.
You know what, though? There'll be time. You know what, though? I'm very happy that you sort of took a step out of what the general does. And said to yourself, let me try Dow and see how it is. And I think you're opening up a lot of, or turning on a lot of lights for a lot of traders that don't want to risk that much. So, I mean, props to you, brother, for just sort of taking that step and at least educating all of us. Last time I traded Dow was on the trading floor, and that was, I was doing spreads. I was doing Dow spreads.
Yeah, I mean it's a cool product, and if you are interested in trading size without NASDAQ, so we ended up getting stopped out, so we were down 885 on that trade, which honestly is like not that much. So let's go to the NASDAQ and then try the same thing and see how long we last. Wow, rolled
okay,
over.
So
that was crazy.
So you got stopped out with the Dow.
Yeah, for 885, which is like nothing for 15 contracts.
Oh, considering right.
Oh, yeah.
And what is it? This is is this a combine practice account?
No,
what do you got going on?
It's a practice account. It's a practice account.
Okay.
All practice.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So and I was already up like $3,000 today. So in practice, so not a huge deal. All right, so let's try to do the same thing, but with NQ, and let's see how many minutes this takes.
Seconds?
Yeah, maybe even seconds.
Why not?
To find a trade, though. Let's see if we can try to get filled on 15 somehow over time.
One of the things also...
Chat, long or short?
They're short. They're for sure short.
Okay.
So, let's do that then. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Eddie. I'm going to figure this out.
No, I was going to say, a lot of us do have that practice account. I do see it here in chat. Oh, man, I made $2,000 in my practice. I thought it was my combine. Do yourself a favor. If that's the case, change the colors of your practice account to something obscure, purple background or something. So when you do log in, you know that, that purple background, that's my practice account. This way you're not going to get them confused. I know that you can change them back and forth, but make it so you know right away, oh, hell, this is my practice account. So, but still, use that practice account. Use it, abuse it, make it your friend, make it your enemy, do whatever you need to do, because that's what you can do. You can do anything you want in that practice account. Test your strategies, try a new product, anything you'd like.
Okay, so now, I mean, that's a great idea, and I have not done that, and I probably should. Okay, so now we are short NQ. We're short 3 NQ at, what is it? It means the stop move. It's like right on my entry, so I can't even see what it is. I think it's 18,359.50, and we'll try to short 3 on the way up.
Right. Jake is asking, how do I change the color? What you're going to want to do is open up the chart that you want to change color to. You want to right click anywhere on the chart, scroll all the way down. If you got Topstep X, click settings, and then you'll see background. It'll give you that option. I don't have my charts up. I apologize.
Yeah, and stick around on Thursday night. We'll go through all of that stuff. Everything that we possibly know of that I know to this thing. Yeah.
Okay, now we're short 6. Okay, so remember how I was short 15, or I was long 15 in YM, and I risked 885. So this is what 6 contracts looks like at 885 of losses theoretically. It's about this much in NQ. I'm on the 1 minute chart.
So just about a third the size. 1 minute.
It's a blur.
Yeah. It's like a rounding error. It's insane.
It's like front row at the Indy 500.
Yeah. This might be a decent trade though, but just like it's so much size. Right here, I can pull these, or so much leverage, or just volatility, whatever you want to say. So yeah, what is 885 as an actual stop for this trade? Would be about here for NQ.
Right.
And that's Robbie, on 6 contracts, not 15.
Half the damage or half the win. Rob, how does somebody get a practice account for Topstep X?
It's in the trade panel, the dashboard. Yes, into the dashboard, you can go in and request a practice account in there for Topstep X.
Yeah, go to your dashboard, and you'll see over to the sort of right side of the dashboard, it'll say practice, so you can add that.
How about comments on the background we got going on today? I always have the fun stuff going on. Mr. AI.
Yeah, what did they drop today?
There.
Oh,
I wanted to try.
Yeah, power players.
Yeah.
Well, they actually spelled it right and everything.
Isn't that crazy?
It looks like the settings for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Isn't it something? Sometimes I do that and it comes back and it'll say power players, but it'll have a word spelled wrong, or it'll be like a double word layover. And here's the prompt: create an image depicting an online streaming trading program focused on day trading, and be sure to include the name of the show, which is, quote, Power Players. And that's what it gave me.
Wow.
I love this stuff. I like playing around
too.
Yeah, doesn't it? That's kind of sweet.
Cool stuff, man. Get her done.
Get her done. All right, we're still going to try to work more shorts here, just because. On the 1 minute chart, obviously, because it's NQ. I'm still in practice account. And we're
I just noticed we got TopQuiz coming up.
We do.
Coming up here in just a few, so we are running out of time. Yes.
Rockin' at 00TJ, first day trading in my XFA, and I'm up 450. That is awesome.
There you go. It's a good day. Yeah. Good day. Good day.
Way to go, way to go.
Fun markets, though. really fun markets to trade today. Hope everyone did.
Well,
did
we're gonna
decent,
get
right?
we're gonna get you guys back again, right? We're gonna have Robert and D time. You guys gonna do power players? Is that right? Or power hour? No, we've got
today it is not me.
Andre.
No, I am on
Right?
coaching.
No,
Yeah, go ahead, Eddie. Read it off, Eddie. Go for it.
no. Andre Dolby and Coach Dakota for power hour. So Robbie's going to be doing. We got Top Quiz coming up next here. Group coaching with Robert. That's where I saw your name again. And we're going to have Dolby and Hogue with Deeyana today. So cool stuff. Lots of good stuff coming up. D-time, if you keep us abreast of that trade, and maybe we can post that in the chat when you do
Yeah, I mean, we're
exit
doing
for
pretty
a
good.
big profit, for a huge
I'm gonna
profit.
pull all the additional cells and move it. Actually, I'm just going to flatten this. So we'll get, it's just an example anyways. I ended up getting a little over 1,000 on that one, but really just an
There you
example
go, big
to
difference.
chat. Just to compare two different markets, right? What does size look like in the YM versus what does it look like in the NQ?
There you go. Well, Robert, thank you very much for being with us, my friend. And of course, Dilby time coming up here next. Don't go away. Jack and Anne-Marie. Yes, Anne-Marie for Top Quiz. We'll be right back in a few.
Hello, everybody out there, and welcome to Top Quiz Speed Run Edition for the 10-year auction at noon. Anne-Marie, that's a big deal, right?
It is. I'd advise folks to be flat going into that number.
So look out. There's not always numbers at noon, but we got one coming. We're going to try and have Coach Robert and JD on before then. So we'll start in like a minute here. You guys know the drill. You answer 3 or 4 questions right, you will be in the running for one of 40 free resets that will be raffled out, in addition to the people that finish in the top 5. Be sure to answer the questions on your device when they pop up, because we're about 6 seconds behind here. So don't wait for us to call the bond or the 10-year auction either. 6 years behind. Not 6 years, 6 seconds. Sorry, we're speed running, Anne-Marie. You feeling good about this?
As good as I can feel. As good as I can feel.
I think that this is a very approachable quiz today. So we'll see what happens.
All right.
But
I'm ready.
the treasuries wait for no one. So we got to get this started here right about now. Here we go. Kahoot always is a little bit slow. Okay. Question number 1. The SPY, SPY ETF, will most closely track which of these futures products? The NQ, ES, RTY, or CL? I have a feeling. Yeah. You were thinking, Anne-Marie?
It's the ES.
It indeed is the ES. And this is roughly the difficulty that you could expect from this quiz today, with one exception. The next one's
all right.
Maybe a little trickier. All right.
All right.
Question. Well, first we see who's on the leaderboard. We got Velvet Thumber. We got What About Bob? We got Cambium Cork. Good stuff. All right. Let's go on to question number 2.
I love quizzes.
Yeah.
So fun.
Markets are currently expecting a 60 to 70% chance that the Fed will cut rates by this month. Is it April, May, June, or September?
The answer's June.
I love that you were so sure that you maybe even said it a few seconds early, but it seems a lot of you out there knew it as well. Who's the fastest people out there? Day Trade Hustle is hustling to answer these questions very, very quickly. Only jorts, I agree. By June, we're going to need jorts. Hey. And Anne-Marie Rock.
Hey, if the Rock can wear them.
Yeah, absolutely. I also, in case I ran into any issues here, I brought the receipts because this was bouncing up and down during the day, Anne-Marie, where I was worried by the time we got to the quiz, it wouldn't be June that was expected. But lo and behold. All right. Anne-Marie, you're 2 for 2. You ready for this next one?
Ready.
Okay. Question number 3. How do you roll to the front month futures contract in TopStep X? You selected from the dome, selected your charts, settings, roll contracts, or you don't have to do anything. TopStep X automatically rolls to the front month.
Square. You don't have to do anything.
It is indeed. How do I do square here? That's more of a rectangle, but you guys get it.
I know.
It's much easier to make like a circle or a triangle with your hands.
I know, exactly.
Exactly. Well, Anne-Marie, you're 3 for 3. It seems a lot of people are, including Skadoosh. I ain't Jack. You sure ain't. Okay. One question left. Actually, I'm going to take a sip of water because we actually blazed through this faster than I ever imagined. We got plenty of time. All right, let's everyone out there take a breather for just a few seconds. A deep breath. Okay. Now we can go to the final question. And it is a series 3 question.
Oh,
MP wants to work these in, but it's not a very hard one. So here we go. A price range in which one can expect a possible increase in the demand for a futures contract is called buying pressure, bull market, support area, or resistance area.
I'm going to guess buying pressure.
This is why. So it's support area. Let me be real with the folks out there.
Well, that's true. It's true.
I think that yours is somewhat okay too. But listen, a lot of you got 3 out of 4. MP really wants us, and it's a good he wants us to ask more of these Series 3 questions, encourage people to take it with him. We might have to edit them a little bit because that's a verbatim question. And
yeah, and you know what? That's really, I just read it incorrectly, because if I'm reading it, a price range can't be buying pressure. It actually has to be something physical, which is a support area. So, I mean, I just read it poorly.
Yeah. Well, 3 out of 4, you still qualify, Emery. Let's see these top 5 folks. TNADS, Pyrofiel, and in first today, only Jorts. Only Jorts. Tell me what my typo was, by the way, chat. I'd love to know. All right. Well, we'll be back later with the winners of that. Anne-Marie, always an absolute pleasure for you to be on. You're always getting 3 or 4
I
right.
love quiz time.
I do too. It's unfortunate that we had to blaze through it so quickly, but hey, let's do this. So get ready. We're going to take a quick break here. Group coaching is coming up next with JD and Robert, but they're going to come a little early to get everything you want to know about this 10-year auction out of the way. So get flat. Enjoy the afternoon with us. We'll be back right after this.
Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, friends and traders, and welcome to Group Coaching. I am JD, joined here again by Coach Robert. We started up a little early today because we got that 10-year bond auction coming up in just a few minutes. We've also got a whole bunch of questions from you. Thank you for submitting your questions. We had that form pinned in the chat this morning. It is not pinned there right now, but we have a lot of leftover questions from yesterday that we weren't able to get to. Questions started coming in right as we started the segment. So we're going to backtrack a little bit, finish up those leftover questions, and then we'll get to some of the new ones from today. How are you doing today, Robert?
I am doing wonderful. It's been a great day, a fun day. I'm looking forward to some of these questions. A lot about Topstep X, so we're going to hammer away on those and see what we got.
Excellent. Yeah. Coach Robert mentioned during the last episode that on Thursday, after the close, he's going to be coming on and doing a full Topstep X walkthrough tutorial for everybody. So make sure you sign in for that. Is that going to be live? I didn't catch it. Is it going to be live on YouTube or Discord in Discord.
It's actually going to be live on YouTube, and that was one thing we kind of held off a day on it. We're going to try to do it earlier, but we want to make sure we get it on YouTube. We can have it as a reference. That way there's no sign-ins, not requiring Discord access or anything. Live up on YouTube after this TopstepTV stream ends, so it's not running into that. We'll start it up, run that, and then we will seal the deal on that one, and then we'll go right into slow markets with Coach Dakota.
Excellent. Sounds perfect. All right, we got about 90 seconds until this auction comes out. Domes are getting thin. I'm looking at the ES and the NASDAQ right now. Super thin. NASDAQ is just 1 or 2 up.
Wow. And I pulled up the Dow just on my screen since you're watching those and taking a look at it.
1 minute. 1 minute.
I love how everybody's jumping on the Dow. This is funny.
You know, we have, what do they call that? A coup against Jack, I think, right? So this
Doesn't
one
matter if
here
it's worth
is, yeah. So this is the Treasury statement, and it's a semi-heavy hitter there. What's the consensus here? Is prior 21.9 billion, right? Okay, Eddie, way to go. Consensus minus 298 billion. We'll see where it comes in. I'm flat. Is everybody else flat? I hope so. Chat flat for
Chat
sure.
flat.
Hopefully.
Give a thumbs up in the chat if you're flat. I'm flat. Robert's flat. Eddie's flat. I think everybody here at Topstep is flat, except for Dolby. He's loading up.
All right, nothing on the wire yet.
All right.
Waiting. Here we go.
Now, the 10-year note high yield prior was 4.093%. Bid to cover 2.560. So still waiting for it to hit the wire here.
These auctions have been creating a whole lot of volatility the last couple months. We don't expect today to be any different, honestly.
A lot of flat in the chat. I like to see that.
Flat in the chat.
Flat in the chat. It's just not worth it. You know, we can trade 23 hours a day or 22 hours a day. You know, why trade the worst possible times? That just feels horrible. We have no idea where directions are going. Just a personal opinion, obviously, of course. But
all right. Now they are coming in here with a Treasury 10-year yield 4.157. That was before the $39 billion auction. Still waiting for the number here. Fed bids for the 10-year note.
S&P and NASDAQ just keep creeping higher.
Drama.
There's a dip. There's your movement.
All right, here we go. A 10-year note high yield 4.166%, and the 10-year note bid to cover coming in at 2.510. So we do see that the percentage higher in the yield and just a little bit lower in the bid to cover. I'm going to post those in the room.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eddie. Appreciate it.
Way to go. Glad we cut in a little early so we could see that just in case we had fireworks.
Yep. Doesn't look like it's over yet, though. ES is right on the VWAP. NASDAQ heading towards the VWAP presently. Slowing down just a little bit. We'll give this another couple seconds, and then we'll start hitting those questions.
Definitely see the DOM starting to fly around a bit more, thickening up a little bit, not going too crazy.
Now, if you're wondering what this Treasury note is, it has maturities 2 and 10 years. Governments issue treasuries to borrow money to cover the gap between the amount they receive in taxes and the amount they spend in refinancing existing debt and or to raise capital. Little detail on what the hell that is.
Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it. Just chopping around now. I'd say we can move on from the from the note auction at this point.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. You ready to get to it, Coach Robert?
Let's do it. Let's do it. I love this part of the show. Actually, I like show chat better, but it's okay.
That's everyone's favorite segment. All right. Starting with questions from yesterday, we're going to Vivi. Vivi says, I'm a software developer / trader. How come my TopStep TradeAvate account does not show API options? Do you build bots for trading only for Ninja or any other platform also? I would like to integrate trading view alerts and execute on TradeAvate for auto execution. Any opinions where I can learn this integration? Do you have a separate Discord where you teach this bot building for trading?
Yeah, so the TradeAvate API is not open access to what we would need to get that integration going, especially through TradingView. There are third-party providers. I can't name them because we don't have any relationship or anything, but I'm sure Google can really help you. But there are some providers out there that say that they have it going from TradingView to TradeAvate by using the webhooks and modifying the coding language in there. I can see how it could potentially work, but there may be another piece because there isn't a direct connection for the API from TradingView to TradeAvate. So they're probably taking the webhook, converting it, running it through another potentially account, and then sending it off using the information. I don't know that, but I know there are a couple out there that do say that they provide that service. Secondly, they're inside of Discord. There are areas in my particular coaching channel. We talk about that a little bit, but there is a specific channel called, I think it's called Algo-Coding. Bunch of us nerds hang out in there and have a lot of good things to say and a lot of good suggestions and a lot of sharp coders in different languages. So maybe get together with somebody in there. But yeah, that's the area. Outside of that, it's pretty much going through Ninja. You can do the integration over. Excuse me, I may have to sneeze. Me. Yeah, Ninja Trader. Right. You have the bots that goes. Yeah, I had to sneeze there. Ninja Trader has the integration bots built into it. Quant Tower the same. Ninja Trader has the strategy builder inside it, which will do automated trading for you with the criteria that you set. Quant Tower, there isn't a builder inside of it. You actually do need to code in C# in like Visual Studio 2022 is what I use. But good question. Unfortunately, the API to TradeAvate is not there, but keep an eye on TopstepX.
Excellent. Thank you, Coach Robert. Also, just a heads up, tomorrow at noon, the noon hour Central Time, there will be another 30-year bond auction. So we'll probably be going through the same process again tomorrow, just so you all know. All right. Thanks for the answer, Robert. Thanks for the question, Vivi. Next up, we have Claudia. Claudia says, hello, Coach. Please, do you guys give signals for beginners while we're learning? Not quite sure what type of signals Claudia is looking for. Is she looking for possibly trading signals? Looking for someone to hold her hand on trade setups? Is that what that sounds like to you?
My guess, when I ever hear the word signals, it brings me back to the Telegram days where you had these groups or someone would just say, hey, I'm going long at here, short at here. We're going to do a break of this, a sell of that. So that would be a signal. And the answer is no. We don't do that. We are not advisors in telling you where and when to place your trades. We are not a signal service. We're experiential learning, multiple platforms, multiple coaching, multiple strategy. We can give assistance with, you may want to look at this, you probably should consider that, but we're not going to say, yeah, if we break 5,000, go long at 5,001. We're not going to do it. We can say that's what we're doing. We can see it on screen. Hey, if it breaks us, you see it all the time. That's what we're doing, but that is absolutely not signaling, and I strongly encourage to not follow a signal, not because they're right or wrong, but purely because they're delayed. So even we see on TopQuiz, we say, hey, here's the question. It's a 6-second delay, and even the real quick speed of let's say you have TradingView and the chart pops up and you get that webhook, it sends it over to a Discord room. There still is a delay there. It's not an intentional delay, but there still is a delay there. Just be super, super careful. And being that the second part of that question is like, do you provide signals for beginners while learning? That would be the absolute wrong thing to do, is to just jump on blindly to a signal that somebody says when you're learning. Learning is part of finding out about the market, what you like to trade, what speaks to you, your personality, your risk tolerance. That's the learning side of it, not just taking a blind signal and hoping that the person is right on the other side of that.
Yep. Keep watching TopstepTV. Join our Discord server. You're going to run into some traders that you like to follow. Not necessarily just piggyback every trade they do, but people to actually learn from. You'll pick up a lot just hanging out here. Thanks for the question, Claudia. All right. Next up, David has a question about Topstep X. How do you deactivate the execution notifications on the Topstep X platform?
Okay, it's a good question. I get that a lot as well. And stick around for more details on Thursday. We will go through all of this, but let's do it real quick. I see my chart up there. On the left-hand side, we seem to get to this area a lot. There's a big gear. I'll highlight that. That's the settings area. And if we look at the middle of it right here, it says order settings. You can click to turn on or off show confirmations. And on the bottom right, there is a checkbox to suppress visual order alerts. And you can also turn off the sound notifications also. So there you go. That's where you can turn them on or off and they will not pop up on your screen anymore.
Perfect. We do have another follow-up Topstep X question about setting alerts. It seems like a simple, Dom says it seems like a easy thing to implement. Is there something holding you guys back? Well, it's not so much holding us back. We just have a lot in the queue. There's a whole lot of options and features that we're waiting to roll out right now. Robert, can you navigate to that feedback center on the Topstep X platform so we could show Dom's what's in the pipeline and what's coming up next?
You read my mind, good friend. We're going to that same area. On the left-hand side, the bar, except we're not going to go into settings this time. We're going to go to the one below that. It's a question mark. And when you mouse over it, it does say support. So let's click on it right now. Even though it says support, the support references are mainly on the left-hand side. We have live chat directly to the resources for support. This is the help center where you can just search for a keyword like platform, and it will give the list of platforms. And then, of course, a link for Topstep Discord is right there. And we do have it pinned into the YouTube chat as well. You click on that to join Discord. Now, what you were talking about, JD, is this middle section. There's feedback where we can create a new post. I did log in, so you see my picture right at the top. Where if I click on create a new post, we can put the titles in that we want to put in. We can actually enter the information. We have Topstep X. We can do funny things like bold it. We can pick it whether it's an indicator, a chart, or whatnot. That is one area we can submit our own. On the right-hand side, if someone has already submitted one, like we have Justin sitting right here, had something about stacking charts, we can go to the right, and let's click on the up arrow, and it says, hey, there was one upvote. I just made a second upvote, and I'm going to call this nice to have. And that goes right into a survey directly to the development group. Secondly, we can go to the roadmap and see where all of these are in process. On the right side, we have what is finished. TradingView templates, that was a great feature. I love setting up different templates for TradingView, so I can just click on one. Hey, I'm trading YM. This is the template I want to use with my indicators and structure on it. I'm trading NQ. This is the template I want to use. Maybe I'm trading 1 minute NQ, 5 minute YM. It's a great feature. It was implemented not too long ago. It's by April 1st, but we finished it. This is the column. You can see what we've done. In progress, guess what's there? Cumulative delta indicator that is currently in progress, had 103 upvotes. On the left side, those are ones that are in review and they are sorted. See, this one is 149, 114, and we can go ahead and click on the upvote there as well. Just change it to 150 as I was talking. So, and you can click on any of these, like multiple OCO orders. I'm going to click on it, and you can read the whole description, and you can see and join in the conversation underneath. Hey, this is really cool. This is essential. Yes, please. Dobie says yes, please. So a lot of people, traders, like that idea. This is a great area. And finally, the last tab here is a change log. And anytime there's a new release, it is posted here. Last update was March 5th. We do have them in quicker than that generally, but you've probably heard a million times today. We had a little good time in Vegas there last week, so we're getting back into the mix, back into the swing of things. And these developers are doing some fabulous work. And right here we can subscribe to updates. I just clicked on subscribe. Maybe I was just showing some. I'm typically subscribed to those, but there we have it. That's the area. We can all look at the post, look at the roadmap. Keep an eye on it and make suggestions. This is a platform that is created by traders for traders and with traders and tradertainment and all that other stuff too. It's really super. I come from a trading view background. And then, of course, one of my other favorites is Quant Tower, and it's kind of an amalgam of both of those, because the way the panels are, the way we can move the screens up and down, they all kind of stay together and they morph in size along with just dragging them. We'll go through a lot of this, and then, of course, all the trading view charts and features and drawing tools and times, just making all of this stuff very, very, very user friendly. Lots and lots and lots of options in there. But yeah, that's where you can find all the information, and definitely make sure to keep an eye out of when we're going to do that full on tutorial.
Yeah, definitely get familiar with that area in the TopstepX platform. It's where you're going to get all the information you want. It's where you're able to submit your feedback. We listen to all the feedback. We read it all. We take it very seriously. When you submit feedback in that channel, like Robert said, it's going directly to our tech team, and they're putting it on their roadmap. And yeah, subscribe to those updates so you know exactly what's coming out, when it's coming out, and yeah, what is coming out. So thank you for the question, Doms. Thanks for the tutorial, Robert. All right. Jamie wants to know, are there any coaching options since Coach T has been canceled? Well, if you were part of the one-on-one group coaching, or I'm sorry, the one-on-one coaching sessions that we used to do, you're going to find all your favorite coaches in the Discord channel. Coach Robert's in there pretty much every day. He could speak to it a little more than I can. So, Robert, what are your suggestions if someone's still looking for coaching here at Topstep?
Yeah, the one-on-one coaching we started off doing, but we really can't do that. That becomes an advisory role. So we just if it's 2-to-1, it's fine. So if you have one coach talking in their coaching channel, and there are 8 coaches now, and there's only 2 people in there, it's not a one-on-one because it's open up to a group. Anybody can join. So it doesn't go with that, that like it. Financing, advising type of roles. That's why we had to move away from the direct one-on-one. We're going to go that route and say, no, we really can't do that. That's where all the coaches' channels came from. Go ahead and spend some time in there. Look around. Talk to each one of the coaches. It's not going to be a fit for everyone. Is not going to fit for every coach. I mean, I talk fast. I move quickly, and I'm a little more technical when I look at things. If that works for you, cool. If it doesn't, there's plenty of other coaches. We are all the commonality is we are all there to help potentially and hopefully turn you into a better trader, help you along your journey. Find one that works for you. Secondly, we have these group coaching sessions. I do a couple of pieces. Hogue does some. JB's in here also. Eddie as well. And then, of course, you have TopstepTV, which is bell to bell. And that, my friend, there are some really good pieces of information. Just stick around. Keep it on in the corner. If you're not locked and glued to the screen, grab your cell phone, stick it off to the side, and just listen and watch and glance. You will absolutely pick up information all day long. And there's some fun stuff that goes on. We get it, but we're having a good time too, along with this, especially if the market's ranging, not a lot to go. We share stories, and that's where a lot of it's made. I love hearing the old pit stories, how things used to be back then. And you can kind of translate that into different type of trading. So coaching is absolutely available, free. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me back. It's not free. It is free because anybody can join. There's no cost to watch TopstepTV. There's no cost for the coaching channel. There's no cost for Discord. So that's all free. But we're hoping that you'll just jump on and get yourself a TopstepX Combine for $4.95. I still can't get over that pricing.
Yeah, I know. $5 to get into a trading comp. That's yeah. No one's going to compete with that for sure. All right. Thanks for the answer, Rob. Thanks for the question, Jamie. All right, next up, Ivan wants to know, question about TopstepX again. Your preferred chart time frames, how did you get them static on your platform up there? Can you show Ivan how to set his favorite chart timeframes?
The chart time. Oh yeah, I see what this means now. Okay, so on the top of my chart, I just chose a couple different ones so we could see them. I have a 500 tick, 15 second, then 1-3, a bunch of minutes, and an hourly. So how to get them on there? Notice the 4 hour is not on. So let's just use that as an example. There's a drop down arrow right next to it. We can choose the drop down, and then it gives us a list of ticks, seconds, minutes, hours, days. And I can't wait until range bars is on there. Casey, if you're listening, I'm gonna up one that vote right now. So we're going to go to hours, and notice it has 4 hours, and this little star next to it is a favorites. At the top, 1 hour, if I choose the star, lo and behold, 4 hours, and I can remove it or add it. And days, I don't have the daily there. Let's put the daily up there too. It's literally just a favorites bar where you can put your favorite time frames, and it makes it easy to click through all of them. So if I wanted 1 minute, I can click on the 1 minute, and that's what it looks like, 15:15. But there's one more way that you can easily and quickly blow through these. I'm going to go to a 1 minute chart. As long as I've clicked somewhere in this chart, and I'm not like clicked over here somewhere. As long as I'm clicked in the center chart, so it's active, watch this. I'm on a 15-minute chart right now. I'm going to go to a 1 minute. I'm going to press the number 1 and then enter. So number 1, it automatically comes up with a change interval, and when I hit enter, it changes it. 5 minute, I press 5, enter. 60 minutes, 60, enter. There's my hourly. So it makes it really, really convenient to and quick. If you want to quickly look through these things, like you want to go to your 60-minute chart and put a line on and say, oh yeah, I want this line back here. And then, all right, well, let me go down and what does that look like on a 5? So it makes it really simple instead of pointing and clicking up the top. Either way, it's just a preference. I just like to click through them quickly with my fingers. 1, 3, 5, 10.
Got it. Just checking out on the markets, we're seeing some nice movement on equities right now. Nasdaq just ripped about 60 points, and the S&P is now trading at 52.22 and 52.23. So nice little rally, catching a bit in the equities right now. Crude oil, gold, a little bit stale at the moment. Movement seems to be in the equities. All right, let's get back to some questions. Patty's in here. I think Patty heard us talking about CFDs the other day. Obviously, because it's a question about CFDs. Patty says, from one Irishman to another, I've been killing it trading CFDs, up 111% this year, but I'm getting smacked around since trying futures, losing 2 50K combines last month. If you were in my position, would you take a break from futures or keep trying to find success? I'm feeling totally defeated today. Thanks, coach. Tough question, I wish we could relate to what you're doing trading CFDs, but they are not regulated and not allowed to trade in the United States. But that being said, what do you say to a trader that's struggling to get the ball rolling in the futures markets?
Well, Patty, and it's Paddy, so I'm assuming it's a male, but either way, Patty, trader, fellow Irish person. If you've been trading CFDs and you've already been trading the markets, you kind of know trading. This is a candle. This is open, close. This is what indicators and stuff are. This is how you look at things. All you really need to do now is forget. Easier said than done, but forget how the CFDs move and forget that. Like if you're coming from Forex, the same thing. Options, the same thing. You already know how to trade. You already know the basics of it. It's going to be pretty tough because you can take that brain and kind of split it up and say, what do I have to be concerned with? What do I need to look at now? Futures are different, and especially if we look to futures currencies. If you're trading like U.S. dollar and the euro on a Forex pair, well, the U.S. dollar currency to the euro is not the same. They're going to move differently. So, very simply, trading, just kind of leave that trading aside, that CFD philosophy that you're doing aside. Definitely look at it a little different. So you don't have to learn it from the ground up. Just learn what that instrument is. I didn't see, said CFDs, and I don't know which actual CFDs you were trading. So maybe if you threw that in, hit me in Discord if you want. We can try to find something that's close. So if you're trading this instrument on CFDs, we may be able to point you at least in the direction of a futures contract that is similar to what you have been used to. It might make it a little bit easier.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Robert. And thanks for the question, Patty. So the other popular theme running through the chat today, we're going to go through this one more time with you, and hopefully everybody's listening this time. So people are curious on how to get the 450 TopStep X trading combines. Okay, so we're giving away a TopStep X pre-release. We're going to be sending out invitations this week, not today. It'll be at an undisclosed time. We're going to pull the fire alarm for 10 minutes, pin a form in the chat, and you sign up for it. All right. When you sign up, you'll receive a code to unlock up to 5 TopStep X 50K trading combines for $4.50 each, US dollars. Again, that is not happening today. We don't know when it's happening yet. None of us know. Okay, everybody? So we will let you know when we know. But we
And no
don't know
fire
right
drills
now.
today.
And it's not happening today. Okay. Now, moving on. I know as soon as we move to the next question, it's going to roll through the chat one more time. All right.
Oh, boy.
We got a follow-up to another TopStep X question. Can you show how to use a trailing stop on TopStep X? Can we run through that real quick?
Sure.
Or
we can do that.
I knew it was coming. Is it today? It was.
Yeah, sounds like JD dropped off. We'll give him a second so he can get going back again. I heard him click on and off. So let's take a look at that that trailing stop here momentarily. So I'm going to switch over to MNQ just so as we say we don't tear our face off with these. Notice I have it linked on the blue, so my blue changed to MNQ, my blue on the DOM changed to MNQ. So they're all linked together. Let's put this down on a 1 minute time frame just so we have some price action to work with, shall we? Now, if I just do something here, let's just I already have it set up. On the left-hand side, I have 100 profit to $100 risk, or the other way around, risk to profit. I have them automatically placing for me. I'm going to go in, I'm going to clear off my copy trading because I don't want this to copy trade across these accounts as I'm just showing an example here. This is going to put a bracket order on, and bear with me, I'm going to go right over to the trailing stop here in a moment. So here we put a bracket order on. Okay. And I come into my MNQ, and it changed only because I didn't save my layout and save it. Now, if I buy market, we can see that it went long one position here, and it has my target and my stop. And these are bracket orders. You can drag them, move them however that you want. But what if I wanted the stop to be a trailing stop? Well, I'm going to remove my stop down here. Okay. And I want it to be 100 away. So I'm going to go to my order panel right over here on the right. And we'll go through this in more detail in a couple days. And I'm going to use trailing stop. Now, what is the distance of my trailing stop? Let's just put it 20 points away, which is 80 ticks. And I'm just going to go one contract and set a trailing stop. That's it. There's my trailing stop. Now, it's not going to move because I'm not going long. I'm not going in up direction, so it's not going to trail going up because obviously I'm in the wrong side of the trade. So let's see if we can just flip this around and catch it the other way. I'm going to, let's just market sell, and let's put a trailing stop going down. There we go. If I went the right direction. Buy one trailing stop. Okay, so that is this. As long as this goes down, I can see it moving now. As long as the market keeps going down, we can see it trailing. It's trailing. There it is. It's on its way. So that's how you do it. Currently, that's the two-step process. Once these brackets get a little more massaged and a little more dynamic, then we won't have to do that. We can just put it on, and my assumption is it's going to be right in here. We can say, hey, here's my profit target. Here's my risk. And do we want that to be trailing or not? So that, again, I don't know that for sure. That is a guess where it's going to be on my part. It makes sense that it's right there. But for right now, when you're in this side, you don't have to have a risk. You can remove it. So we don't have a risk parameter in there. So now when I make my trades, if in this case I do want to go market sell, now it gives me my profit target. We go to a trailing stop. Oh, I didn't have my bracket. Excuse me. Do have to have a bracket in there. And now we should be able to go and add our trailing stop into it. Right here, trailing stop. 100 ticks, that's close enough. And since our stop is going to be a buy, since we're short, that will continue to trail down. Is JD back yet? If not, I'll jump into another question.
JD is back. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the tutorial. Appreciate it. Catch more of Robert's tutorials coming up. We got little one-off videos coming out. We'll be putting them up on our YouTube channel, and Robert's also hosting a coaching session Thursday live on YouTube after the close, walking through Topstep X. So make sure you join for that if you still have questions about functionality of the Topstep X platform. All right, next up, Keith wants to get a little personal with you, Coach Robert. Keith is asking, have you ever had any addictions? And if so, how did you deal with them? Please share. Interesting question from Keith.
Yeah, and we're pretty much an open book here, but I will keep this training related. I'm not an addictive person. Keith, thank you for asking that, and I have no problem. And all of us here at Topstep, and I think I can speak, you can ask us anything, and then if we wish to divulge our answers, we will certainly do that to our level of comfort level, to our own comfort level. So I'm not an addictive personality, so I don't really have it. I don't have gambling addictions, drinking addictions, nothing like that. So I will relate this to trading, and here's what, if you even had to call it an addiction, it was an addiction to winning. And I'm going to relate this into trading because I think it's a really good question. I felt like I had to win. That is my personality. I've been in a lot of different events, very, very competitive. And when I have a competitive nature, I guess you could say the addictive side of that would be to winning, because I'm going to push, and I'm going to push beyond a lot of others. Now, always, of course not. There's always somebody better than you at something, but I'm fighting with myself. In trading, it's not you against your coach. It's not you against the market. It's not you against the person next to you or another trader. It is you against you and the market. Okay? So you're using the market to battle yourself, which is such an interesting dynamic. My issue was that I wanted to win. I got that in my head. I am that type of person. I'm a forward thinker. Let's go. I can do this. I'm going to do as much as I can. And it wasn't until I got my ass handed to me for months and too much money lost that I finally went, you know what? You may be able to win at this game, but I am not playing the game correctly. I don't know the rules. I'm not understanding the rules. In the rules, the number one rule that I found for myself is how to be a good loser. And we've heard that Tom Hogan's book, The Best Loser Wins. And I don't want to put take words out of there. You should read that book. Listen, Trading in the Zone. Some great stuff in there as well. But I wanted to win, and I wanted to put that trade on. And think about the mindset on this. Whenever you place a trade, you want to win it. You don't place a trade for the point of losing, but you have to accept that every time you put a trade on, if I lose, what am I going to do? You know what you're going to do if you win. Yeah, great. You're going to celebrate. What happens if you lose? How bad do you beat yourself up? I was destroying it. I was just like, man, I'm a pretty sharp guy. Why can't I do this? It's up and down. It's like a two directions. It's 50-50 shot. Probabilities and all that stuff out the window, but it's going to go up or down. Why can't we get this right? And I know I'm better than this, and I know I can get this market, and I didn't. It tore me up a lot. So I guess the addiction side was to always want to win. Whenever I got in that trade, I thought I was going to. I'm not going to get in a baseball game or football game or karate tournament or anything else, or bodybuilding. I'm not going to do any of that unless I think I'm going to win. I'm going to try to win, but the expectation wasn't there. I expected to win in the market every time, and I expect to win at what I'm trying to do personally as well. That would be, let's qualify that as a winning addiction. It's not that bad in other things. I look at that as being competitive and just being striving and driving to something better and want to be the best I can at that thing at that time. The market is entirely different. I kid you not, it is entirely different. I had to learn how to lose. And one of the ways that I learned how to lose, and this has come up in the past, was I don't have any type of a streak anymore. I don't have a winning streak. If I win 2 in a row, 3 in a row, 10 in a row, 2 days in a row, nothing. I don't have a losing streak. Obviously, I lose 3 in a row, 5 in a row, 10 in a row. Obviously, everybody does at some point. But I don't qualify it that way. This is what's helped me. I'm just sharing what I've learned that's helped myself. Hopefully, it'll help some others. If I win or lose a trade, it's a factor of 1. That has helped me, let's say, break that addiction to winning. Yep, I won. Great. My addiction is fed. Nope, I lost. Well, my addiction to doing better has been fed. That is what really worked for me. It just hit home. It was basically two turning points. One was getting out of the stock market and trying to trade the open with penny stocks and getting destroyed. Getting out of that into futures, and then learning that process. Like, hold on a second here. We got to lose. Losing is part of it. You just struck out. Oh, well, I'll be up at bat again. There'll be another trade come around the corner. Eddie always says, you missed the bus. There's the next one coming up pretty soon. That is how it is in trading. Great question. Who was that? Keith. Thank you for asking that. And anybody in the chat, you can ask whatever you want. And we'll answer if we feel comfortable with it. I'm totally comfortable sharing that story with you all.
For sure. Full disclosure, I did ask Coach Robert before I asked that question if he was okay with me asking the question. So I wasn't going for an aha moment or anything like that. You did get some love in the chat for that. Faction 24 says, Coach Robert is preaching the good word today. Get the man a robe and a Bible. We do have a follow-up question.
I'm wearing my robe, and I do have my trading Bible right here. It is the trading journal that we all use.
There it is. Find them in the swag store, folks. We do have a follow-up question from New Type. New Type says, at what point do you recognize the reality as a trader that you might be a gambler more than a professional trader, and then you should probably stop trying to be a trader? Have you ever thought about that? Has that ever crossed your mind? You're not actually trading. You're just hyper focused on trying to make some money, and it just runs away from you.
Absolutely. I did that for a lot of times. It's about 8 months worth. That was my story with the trading the penny stocks and just trying to catch these momentum trades with throwing 10,000 shares at a $3 stock and trying to pick which way it was going to go and just losing like almost every time. It bothered me. It hurt me, But back to that addiction thing, is like I know I can win, and that's the addicted to winning. So I'm not going to quit. That's one thing I won't do, is I'm just simply not going to quit until I make it to my goal. It's just part of my personality. So with this here about recognizing the trader being a gambler instead, the easiest way to do that is to not have a plan. If you just throw it at the market, oh, that looks like it's going up, buy. I'm not going to say gamble. I'm just going to say guess. That's just like, oh, it didn't go up. Oh, if it didn't go up and I lost, it's going to go down now. I don't. That's just guessing. There's no strategy. There's no structure behind that. There is structure. Then you now have a strategy. You now have an approach to it, and to bring that structure and strategy and approach to the market and turn it away from the guesswork and the gamification of the market, and then turning into professional. Professional is a term that's when it takes over your life of your income, and like, hey, what do you do for work? Well, I do this and I trade. And then once that starts to come over and you're like, you know what? I'm trading, I'm covering what I used to do, and I do this on the side now, whatever that other thing is. It's for me, I ran a sports practice. I started a sports practice. I ran an IT company for like 17 years. I sold it, took a year off, and I started a whole 180, took over a sports practice. And in 2017, Bitcoin went crazy, and I dabbled in trading and dabbled and lost. And then around February or so of 2018, I switched to futures. And a couple months later, I became let's call it a quote professional trader. I say professional because it's not a licensed thing. It's more like full time. That's my job. That was my income for several years, and here we are at Topstep. Been at Topstep 2 years now. So that would be my answer. I wouldn't really say quite as a gambler side of it, but just more of a guess and speculate. Just like that's what we all do anyway. We are speculators. We make assumptions. We look at probabilities. The market goes up and down, right? So you look at odds, it's 50-50. Zero, it's up or it's down. That's all it's going to do is go up and down. That's a 50-50 shot. But the probability is a number between 0 and 1. Okay? You flip that coin. It's 50-50. There's only two sides. There's a heads and there's a tails. It's always 50-50. You flip that coin 1,000 times, you know what the odds are? Heads or tails on 1,001? It's 50-50. Now, if you flipped it 1,000 times and 1,000 times it came out heads, it's still 50-50, heads or tails. The probability of tails is going to increase, get closer to that, between 0 and 1, get closer to that because of the structure of it. Will it always? Hell no. You put the law of large numbers in there, you have a lot to play with. So to remove that, quote, gambler mindset, get yourself a structure, get yourself a strategy, make it repetitive, and then slowly wean your way in until you can finally have it overtake what you're doing for work or your livelihood or your income. And that would be, I'm not going to say professional trader, I would say that is a full-time trader where you're doing that for a living at this point. Professional is a little bit different. We go get licensed and, trade people's money and stuff, and we don't do that here.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a follow-up question coming up next from Kigbu, who wants to know, how can I be able to control myself to not overtrade? And the answer you just gave, I think, applies to this question as well. It's just have a plan, stick to it, and keep trying to progress.
And JD, also, you qualify overtrading with that, right? With this trade, I don't know what they mean by overtrading. Hogue takes 2 to 3 trades a day. Rips takes, 40? So who's overtrading and who's not? They're totally different strategies. They're totally different. So you could look at Rips, look at me, and like, hey, I'll do, when I'm doing a lot more trading, I'll do about 30. Is that overtrading, or does that fit your plan? If I'm trading between 25 and 35 and I took 30, it's not overtrading. It's just falling in the middle of my plan. If you take 2 or 3 a day and one day you take 30, you're overtrading.
Exactly. All right, checking in on the chat, we got a couple questions coming in. First, Gary wants to know, what is that image behind you, Coach Robert? Is that a locker room? Well, we talked about this before, I know. But do you want to explain
I like to have
little
fun
bit?
with this. Yeah, I like to have fun with this whenever I'm on. I use ChatGPT, and I try to put in a single line prompt to have it generate an image. Generate an image that depicts, and I will just finish that sentence of what is coming up. Strategy Lab, for example, based on trading. The last one was pretty good when we did the power players. It was a really super good one. This one here is coaching, group coaching, and it's surrounded in the locker room. I said make it more like a sports team theme locker room, except make it around trading, and that's what it came up with. And I try to use the first one that it comes up with, which I think is pretty cool. And just so everybody knows, this was the one for power players that it came up with. So y'all can see that on the last segment. I like having fun with that stuff. It's just something I want to be creative with and kind of make it my segment,
Yeah, for sure. I definitely get a kick out of the junior investment banker uniforms that everybody's wearing in the locker room. That's good stuff.
Right.
All right. Next question coming from the chat. Another TopstepX question. Idris wants to know, Coach Robert, can you please show how to take a partial profit on a trade in TopstepX? So trading multiple contracts, how do you take a partial profit?
Sure, we can do that. And it's not going to be the type of partial profit I believe you're looking at. And there are 2 ways. One of them is your intra position, and let's put our target above and our stop below. So I'm long, target above, stop below. And if I want to take a partial, my assumption is this, and there's 2 ways to do it. Let's say I'm in for 3 contracts, and I want to take one at 20 points, one at 50 points, one at 100 points. We can't do that yet. But what we can do is enter that 3 and then peel 1 off when it goes in our direction. And that's what I will show you how to do. So they're going to flip the charts over. They've been absolutely incredible managing these transitions in here. So as soon as we pop that chart up in the background, if I can see, I'm looking at the wrong screen. It's already up in the background. What am I talking about? Here we are, settings. First thing I want to do is make sure that I have my target and risk parameters set. I have $100 in each one, and I have it automatically applying them to new positions. Now that I have that set, let's enter a trade. I'm on MNQ. Let's see. We go up here to our market order, and let's simply go long because the traders seem to see long better than short. So I'm going to put 3 contracts, buy the market. There we are. Now I'm in 3. And the market's going in my favor a little bit, so I want to get rid of one of them. Well, I need to change to 1, and now I'm going to sell 1. Notice this changes to 2 on each one. You may not be able to see it, but now the count is 2. And if I want to bring my target a little closer, I can move a little bit closer. and move my stop closer, I can move it closer. If I want to add one, I just simply buy the market again. Now my brackets are still set. It's simply going to add one. What it doesn't do at this point is, let's say it's gone. Let me make it a little bigger. It has gone behind me a bit now. Okay. Now what happens if I want to add? Don't want to add to losing trades, but let's say I'm going into a supply area and I want to buy one more at the market. It's going to add it to the current position. It's not going to put a different target and different stop in reference to that one that I just added on. It's just something that's not built into it there yet. So that is how you do it. So here I'm in 4 positions. I go to 1, I sell 1, I'm now in 3. I sell another, I'm now in 2. And then I can close them all, cancel all, flatten all, and they all go away. So that is the way that you can do it for now, where just get out of it and then just drag your target and stop to where you want it to be. That's a common question.
Excellent.
Also.
Yep, excellent, and thank you. Very good question. Hiking with Babe in the chat wants to know, what platform can I get those percentages of long and short traders? Well, Hiking with Babe, what you're looking at is the tilt, and it's a proprietary indicator that we've designed here at Topstep that calculates the aggregate position of all Topstep traders. It is exclusive to the TopstepX trading platform. You'll get the real-time data on TopstepX for the tilt when you're on TopstepX. You also see it scrolling across the top of your YouTube stream. However, the data that you see in the YouTube stream is delayed. It's not real time. The data on the TopstepX platform does come across in real time. So, yeah, as soon as you get on TopstepX, you will have access to that right on the platform.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Atsu wants to know, what pairs are you guys trading? I don't think Atsu has been watching TopstepTV for too long. We are not trading Forex pairs. Robert, you want to take this one?
Yeah, it's not Forex pairs.
Yep, there you go.
the currency, but yeah. So let's give them a little bit more than that. I'm going to. You're at my screen. Great. I have a browser. Let me open it up over here. And I'm going to go to the Topstep website. Now let me pull this right into view here. So let me make sure it's showing. Yep, there we are. I am on Topstep.com. On the top right, there's a search. I can click on search. And I can search for products. I can go to the help. And on the help, I can go right here to the right side. It says visit help center. It brings me to the help center. I'm going to type in the word products. Very first one, when and what products can I trade? By clicking on that article, I'm going to scroll down a little bit, and lo and behold, we have a list of all of the products available at Topstep. And I showed you that to show you this. Here are foreign exchange futures. This is not Forex. These are foreign exchange futures. If you want to trade the Australian dollar, it's 6A. British pound, 6B. Japanese yen, 6J. Those are foreign exchange futures. So if you're used to pairs, the Forex term, take a look at the help center, search the word products, and see if any of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11 of them make any sense to you that you would like to trade.
Perfect. Yeah. And if you've never been to our website and utilized our help center, do yourself a favor and get over there and check it out. There's tons of information. Our help center is chock full of articles that will help you maneuver your platforms, handle your, if you have any questions about payouts or billing, everything is in the help center. And then our website, we have an entire library of blog articles, coaches playbook videos, podcasts, you name it. There's so much valuable information at your fingertips on that website. Please take advantage of it. We worked really hard putting all that stuff together for you. So we want you to use it. It's all free. Go in and get it. All right. Next up, we have Jakensen wants to know, I want my Topstep accounts to succeed with every strategy, and every strategy I've tried does not work in my favor. How can you please help me? This trader just can't seem to make it work. I feel like we answer a question similar to this almost every day, but what do you think's holding this trader back from finding success?
It sounds step one. This is all we have to go on. So if I'm assuming something correctly, please let me know. It sounds like the strategy hopping, just trying something, maybe a day or two, maybe a week, and this isn't working for me. Trying something else. There are so many strategies out there, so many ways to trade. There are as many ways to trade as there are traders. I've heard that term before. It's not my term, and I 100% agree with that. The best thing that I can suggest here, Jacquinson, is identify yourself first, and then what your goals are, and see which market is going to help you reach those goals and speak to you. I'm in the middle of changing. I've been NQ forever, and I'm really liking the YM. We use that term. I'm sure Eddie likes it, but it's ripping your face off. You get in the wrong side of a trade. It's just it goes so far, so fast, and next thing you know, you're out of the trade, and out of your account. Maybe that's not a good thing for you. So far, it had nothing to do with strategy. It's just what's going to work for me. Maybe you're a patient person and you want to say, I want to analyze a little bit more. Well, throw on maybe the ultra bonds or some of the ones that move a little slower, or the notes, and trade those, and put it on a higher time frame chart and just simply mark off some levels and make a decision. Hey, if it comes up here, how often has it been here? Is it going to return? If it breaks through and I was short, oh well, I get stopped out and I'll just take another trade. So find out what you are first, and who you are, and what speaks to you first as an individual, your personality, your character. And then say, what am I actually trying to do? Okay, trading is hard, folks. It's not easy. I'm not trying to deter anybody because I love it. It's a challenge. But what is your goal? If you're coming to the market and you want to work an hour a day and just throw a whole bunch of contracts at the market and see what happens, good luck, because that is what happens. A lot of traders, they say, oh, this is a quick way to make a buck. Well, yeah, sure, sometimes. But it's consistency over time. If you're looking for it to take over your income, well, where's your income at? What are you looking for? Say, all right, well, I need to make $200 a day. First of all, you need 200 to take a payout from Topstep, so let's use 250. You need to make 250 a day. That translates to about 50K a year. Well, that is 12 points in the NQ. 250 is 5 points in the ES. 50 points on micro ES on one contract. Maybe you can scale in. Maybe that works better for you. I am a very, very strong believer that identifying yourself first and then finding what's going to work for you. Okay. Maybe that's just like in a car analogy for that or something. It's like, I'm 5'6", so I can fit in quite a bit. But if I'm 6'5", and I'm like, boy, I really want to get into that Fiat. I need to identify myself first. I'm way too tall to get in this little car, so I may have to get into something get a Jaguar instead. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up here, but that's my suggestion. Stick with a strategy. Go over and over and over again. Don't change it. You have a practice account, so you're not going to blow out anything. It's $4.95 to get the data and use the platforms, and then find out what works for you and see what's there. You can look in Discord. You can watch TopstepTV, hit some YouTube, and say, wow, that really speaks to me. Their VWAPs are very popular. Maybe take a look at that and just stick with it. Using VWAP, great. Am I using it at the market open? Am I anchoring it there? Am I trading the overnight session where I have to worry about it a little more? Do I want to use VWAP bands? Am I using the standard deviation of 1 or 2? Maybe 1.5. It really is going to matter with you. Now, are you a reversion player? Do you wait for it to come up and then cross back over VWAP and try to get to that next level up? Or do you wait for it to be overextended and try to ride it back to the mean? All of these things are what you need to identify for yourself. There are traders that absolutely, I can't trade VWAP to save my life. Anne-Marie trades it all the time, 15 years, been killing it with VWAP. I personally can't do that. There's not a right or wrong way. So to say that to give me a strategy that can help me succeed, they all do, and they all don't. It's really a matter of what's going to speak to you and what you're looking for. I hope that helps. I know it's slightly vague, but there's just so many strategies out there.
Works for me. I thought it was pretty sound advice right there. Thanks, Robert. We had a couple questions rolling in about your tutorial videos. Adam says, are there any YouTube links for Topstep TV channel about Topstep X features? And another one came rolling in the chat. I kind of lost it, but yeah. The theme being one of these videos is going to be available for people to watch. I'll tell you, Coach Roberts, in the middle of producing them as we speak, he spends a couple hours every day putting together the new videos, and we're going to have the full library for you probably in the next week or two, I want to say. It's going to be, he's going to go over all the features, show you how they work. And again, Thursday after the close, Coach Roberts is going to be doing a special one-off video. He's going to spend an hour walking through all the features of TopstepX. So if you still have questions about TopstepX and how to use it, make sure you tune in on Thursday, this Thursday, 2 days from today, Thursday, March 14th, and check out Coach Roberts' TopstepX tutorial after the close.
Yeah.
All right, I think we got...
JD, you're exactly right. We started that just before we went to Vegas. I started putting some recordings together. They're coming out pretty good, and we're going with TopstepX in 5 minutes or less. So we can single out a whole platform overview, then what to do with charts, then drawing indicators, then the features, and then each one of the modules. That way there, if the trader's kind of like, you know what, I don't need the DOM. They don't have to sit and listen to this 2-hour thing about trading and try to figure out what they want to listen to. They're all going to be listed out and itemized in a very sequential format. So traders can pick and choose what they're most interested in, and they're all going to be 5 minutes or less. That's the theme I came up with. Went through marketing and said, yeah, this is really good. I have about a dozen of them put together right now. We're going to do more, but TopstepX, we're increasing these features so often. I'm like, the first 2 I did, I have to do again because we just keep adding more features and functionality to it. Then we went away to Vegas, and now that we're back, we talked yesterday to say, you know what, these are in progress and going to do great, but we have a need right now, and that's where this this tutorial, this thing came up for this Thursday. Say, you know what, let's get our traders what they're looking for. Let's just plop in front of a screen, questions, rapid fire, back to back. We'll show you in real time how all of this stuff works while we're putting the whole series together. So JD, yeah, thanks for mentioning all of that. That's spot on.
For sure. And they are not posted yet. I see another question coming in. Where are they posted? They are not posted yet. They're once they're all done, we'll have the full library up. They're just going to be exactly what Coach Roberts said, little bite-sized TopstepX nuggets, each one a couple minutes long. You'll be able to search for whatever issue you're having or whatever information you're trying to find. We're going to make it real easy for you to find. All right, we got time for just one more quick one. You got the TopstepX platform up. Joe wants to know, how do you have 2 charts on the TopstepX platform that act independently? He'd like to see a 15-minute and a 2-minute crude oil chart simultaneously, but he can't seem to get them working independently. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. As long as you mean independently where you can view them independently, like one on one side, one on the other. But if you're saying that you want to place a trade on a 15-minute chart and not have it show on a 1 minute, that's not the case because the instrument is still the same. So you can add them. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying in the context I'm getting from this, it sounds like Joe is having an issue. Have the 2 crude oil charts up, but he switches the time frame on one, and it automatically switches the time frame on the other. Does that make sense?
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So at the top of the chart right here, we have a layout. I have it on a single. This is the name. I called it one chart. I got a bunch of different ones named. So I'm going to choose the layout. Notice it's a single, and let's do 2, left and right. There, I have 2. Micro NASDAQ on the left, micro NASDAQ on the right. But I want to have different time frames on them. Okay. Well, I have them linked together, so they're both blue. What if I come to the left-hand side and let's say I put this on a 15-minute? It's individual. This is on a 1 minute. Let's make it a 5. We'll make it a 3 so we can differentiate. We can see it in the background. 15 on the left, 3 on the right. Now, if they are syncing, you may have this option checked off. I went to the same area at the top, right here, and down the bottom, we can sync the time. Okay? I'm sorry, not the time, interval. Excuse me, interval. By syncing the interval, notice it's 3 minutes. And if I change a chart, it's going to change them both to 15. Maybe that's what you're running into, 5 minute. It changes both to 5. So I have to come up here, do not use the interval, and now they're independent. I can make one of them 15 and the other one here stays 5. I can make this one a 1. Okay? Hopefully that helps out a bit as to keeping them separate. They're going to be the same instrument. Okay? If you want different instruments, sure, unlink them. I'm not going to use a link on this. Let's see. Let me just take that link right off. MNQ on the left, CL on the right. There it is. CL is on the right. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. It's just sometimes you just need to know where to be pointed.
There you go. That's what we're here for. Much appreciated. Hope that, time is up. With that, we're going to close it out. Stick around for Market Stalking with Deeyana, Dolby, and Hogue coming up next. And then we're closing out the day with Andre, Dolby, and Coach Dakota. Mr. Slow Markets himself is going to be here for the Power Hour. And then you catch him again at 8 o'clock tonight for Slow Markets. With that, we are going to take a quick break. We will be back with Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie in just a few minutes. Let me get this shot set up. There we go. Sorry, I was trying to do something on the production box and almost lost my spot. All right, stick around, folks. Plenty of Tradertainment coming your way in just a few minutes. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for sticking around after that awesome group coaching session with JD and Robert. Now it's time for Market Stalking with D. Good afternoon, D. Good afternoon, Dolby. How's everybody doing? D, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right. Yes. Let's see if we can get a little bit of action going into settlement on crude oil. It's been a range-bound day. Surprise, surprise. Most of them are. So we'll see if we can get some longs somewhere, maybe sub 77.30. It looks. So I do have a nice zone that I'm looking at. What's happening with you guys? I didn't get a chance to listen because I was on my own live stream up until very recently.
Well,
go ahead, Hogue.
Go ahead, Dolby. Go ahead.
Well, I have a love affair with YM, kind of blooming right now. I will be watching the last 23 minutes of crude oil because that's always going to be a fun time. If anyone's in chat and you're interested in crude oil, it's a great time to ask some questions. I've traded it for a long time, and Dee has traded it for a very, very long time and is still trading it, whereas I'm kind of just hopping around. But Dee is a great resource for crude oil, so if you have questions, definitely ask. But we are going into the U.S. pit session close for crude oil. It typically does get a little bit of volatility in the last 23 minutes, going up until 1:30 p.m. Central, so it should be fun to watch with you all.
Definitely. Awesome. So honeymoon period for you and the Dow.
We'll see. Until I get bid a couple times, I could be back at crude oil next week. Who knows?
And it seems right now you've pretty much divorced yourself from it. Your charts weren't even set up for it today.
Yeah.
They were not, but I got some levels. And I don't think with any coincidence, they're pretty similar to D's. So, D, what are you looking for in crude oil here? Because we have 20 minutes left.
Yeah, let's just quickly have a look at the daily chart and all of that jazz. So, on the daily chart, we have a bit of a sell-off happening from the top of the range that we've been in for a very long time. We kind of smacked through the high, but now it's been very choppy, kind of going down. Still, every time serious sellers come in, somebody steps in and buys it back. So it's definitely a bit rangy still. We have a range from effectively a demand at 76.57, which is quite low down, so that's not going to be coming into play today. Like, unless something unexpected happens, obviously anything is possible. But it's a bit unlikely that we're going to get there today. When I look at the 4-hour chart, it's a little bit rangy. So this is what I like to call phase one, or you can also use accumulation maybe from Wyckoff trading strategies. But it's effectively a demand level. So I'm going to see if we can get into a neutral day today, because we did extend the initial bounce to the upside. We tried to go higher away from the value area, but that ended up as a responsive activity trade. And now it's retraced all the way almost to the bottom of the initial balance. So now I'm effectively looking at the takeout of the low of the initial balance, and then maybe we have a long. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, and that is below 77.34, maybe even below 77.22, which is a value low. If we dip all the way down there, there's a very good chance that we end up in a responsive long trade. So what's a responsive long? It's effectively when the price tries to get outside of the value area, and then the market makers step in and bring it back inside value. So that's the kind of trade that I want to see today.
Another kind of responsive move off of a new low.
Yes.
And I hopped in on a short here for crude. I'm just going to risk like 20 ticks here in a practice account. I'm just going to see. I almost never do this. I'm just going to try it out and see. But I do think we are going to go down to 77.40. So I'm going to see if I can just take a short here, risk 20 ticks, and then maybe switch sides down there.
What makes you think it's going? What makes you think it's likely to go down there?
Crude oil. Just doing crude oil things. We're getting into like
just doing crude oil things.
Oh yeah, I mean, it just look, we went up to
this time of day.
Yeah, we went up to 78.70. We probably stopped a bunch of people out, and now we're going to go back down and do the bottom of the range and make sure everyone got equally screwed. and then we're probably going to go back to the middle.
Yeah,
So really you're looking at a similar thing, except you're chasing to the level. I'm just waiting for the larger level to come in. If you look at my chart, I have a 30-minute chart up, and just below the value low, which is at 77.21, we do have another demand there that was yesterday's turning around point. So it's definitely an interesting swing extreme to focus on. If we can get there, that would be ideal. I don't know if we're going to have time, but we'll see.
You guys want to look on my chart here? I can show you a couple of things that I'm looking at as far as crude oil is concerned.
Oh, yes, please.
So,
anything to justify my short, Hogue.
So, well, I mean, 77.52 was last week's low. Here's that low we put in yesterday, which we really tried to spend a lot of time below that $77 weekly kickoff low, and that was rejected. So when we were looking at Deeyana's chart, I think you have a very similar line on your chart to 78.70, which kind of put in our overnight high last night and our overnight and our regular trading hour session high today. That is a weekly kickoff level that I grayed out because I felt as though it was going to become important at some point in the future. And it really just kind of was really magnetic as we were trying to break out of that balance area that we were at. And now that we've moved back down below it, it's showing possible, and at least for today, some degree of resistance. So, I'm looking at that 77 even area, that weekly kickoff low that showed rejection yesterday. Dee, am I right? Did I see that kind of 78.70 level on your charts? I was kind of trying to see.
It's pretty similar. I have it from 77.20 and then all the way down to 77.80. I use zones, obviously, so it's going to be always going to be a zone. And that is my level of interest. Absolutely. Yeah. So interesting that we're all looking at the same thing. It never ceases to amaze me. It's so great. Like you have 3 different strategies effectively. And yes, John is my mentor, but we trade in a slightly different way. And yet all 3 of us.
Everybody does.
Yeah, exactly. And I hear Coach Dakota is planning to buy the bottom as well. So again,
in crude oil
strategy. Yeah.
Huh.
Someone said it in the
momentum's
chat.
been pretty good so far.
Yeah. So just kind of looking at what some of the other markets are doing briefly here, we've got the S&Ps leaking back up towards the high, as well as the NASDAQ kind of leaking back up towards the high that it put in earlier. These are not strong highs. They're relatively weak highs, not a lot of excess. And take a look at gold also. We moved down to this area of somewhat demand that I was looking at earlier during the opening call, and we got a nice bounce off of it, and now we're back in that area. But again, gold for all intents and purposes is pretty much closed. So let's go back to crude oil and see if we can't get into a trade here as we are market stalking with D.
I also have the average session low level at 77.10. But usually when we're this close to the round number, they go down to the round number. So I kind of use the round numbers as I use them as kind of zoom in points. So it's average session low is right above it. But generally, there is a magnetic pull towards the round numbers in crude oil.
Yeah. The numbers that I like in crude are evens. So like 77 evens, for example. So evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s, for whatever reason, seem to be somewhat reliable, but also maybe they're just on the chart so much, it's just confirmation bias. But every now and then, those seem to be pretty good. So actually, I'm going to set my profit target for this one at 77.25, so just 5 cents above the 77.20 level. So we'll see. See how
I like doing that a little short of where you think it's going to go, just so you get a fill.
You just want to make sure. Just want to make sure. A tip to the gods, to the market gods, if you will.
Dee, I've heard you mention that today's session value high and value low are levels that you will probably choose not to react at. And if you're looking for longs today in crude oil, that was certainly the right thing to do. Can you talk a little bit about why you kind of see those as kind of secondary levels?
Well, today we've had an attempt of price going away from the value area to the upside, which then failed. So if you look at what happened, this was, I think, overnight for you guys. Yes, it was effectively London or at the end of Asia. And the price went just above it. And this is one of the reasons why I do track the overnight highs and lows. Because this is what responsive activity can do. They effectively smack through the relevant high. So in this case, that was 78.70. Just by a few ticks. Just take all of the weak shorts out of the, just to get them out of the way. Smack, we've got your money. And then they reverse. So this is a typical responsive activity day where, and I was putting a little bit too much weight onto the long side earlier. So I actually had a long attempt slightly earlier. So I actually took a little loss of 370 there in my live account. And then it just reversed and went the other way. So responsive activity loves taking out relevant highs and lows that sort of make sense as turning points, but then they will take them out and then reverse. So when we know that that's a hallmark of a range-bound day in crude oil and in many other things as well, but I'm pretty specialized in crude oil and I see this a lot. This is the kind of behavior that I usually expect. So this is what I want to see here as well. So I want the price to take out 77.34, and then we're might see a reversal at some point. So whether that happens today or not, that remains to be seen because we are running out of time. There is a slight chance that the market turns around right at the bottom of the initial balance range because effectively that's where the buyers came from. I don't like that setup because it's not as high probability as the one that I just mentioned before. It's far more likely that on a day where we opened inside value, tried to get outside of it, failed, then rotated all the way through the initial balance, aka the first hour of trading, it's more likely that we end up in a neutral day type extending to the other side of the first hour of trading range as well, and then pulling it back into the middle. So that's something that I statistically see a lot more than, just going down what I would call like a double dip. So, you had buyers, we moved away, come back, and then the price actually respecting that low. That's a lower probability setup. It's not impossible. Again, it is in the markets, anything can happen, but I just prefer to rely on probabilities of higher probability setup, right? Setups, right? Instead of chasing and going, oh no, actually it's going to stop here because it paused a little bit. So I'm literally just sitting on my hands, waiting for a better trade location. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. It's absolutely fine. So yeah, we'll see. But I mean, I think Dobie's short has a pretty good chance of working out. I can also see there's some liquidity at 77.25. They have 155 orders laying there, just sitting, waiting.
Right.
What's something else? I'm looking at the tilt right now, and average long is 77.71. So they're underwater, and the shorts are at 77.89, which in my opinion is actually pretty high up. So I'm actually kind of wondering just how aggressive anyone is even really being trading CL right now, because I would think that if crude oil Topstep crude oil shorts were more aggressive, this average short price would be much further down, maybe in like the 60, 65 area. So maybe they're just kind of sitting on their hands for the last 10 minutes, maybe, and just, But I'm really surprised about the longs because my stop for crude is 20 cents typically. $200. I mean, D, what are you running? 30 to 40 sometimes?
Usually 30 to 35. At the moment, because we only have about 160 ticks average range, that would be more 30 ticks. If we have over 200, I then sometimes increase it to 35 and even 40. But yeah, I mean, thereabouts. I don't skimp on stop losses. It kind of gives me more time to decide what I'm going to do with the trade. But yeah, I mean, whoever got in at higher up, it's a great trade. So well done.
And those longs are taking some heat right now.
Yeah.
I wonder if that big bid down there at 77 quarter is just somebody just sitting there waiting for the stops to be hit below the low of the day, which would be kind of a good thing for you, Dolby, because you're short, and a good thing for you, D, because you're looking for some sort of a failed auction down there to come back to the mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It kind of begs the question too, and I'm very curious, is like, what is the average stop for a crude oil trader at Topstep? Is it 20 cents, 30 cents, 40? Because, I mean, we're real close to that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to them being down 30, 40, 50 cents. I mean, that's half your daily loss limit for a 50K account.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah, they're taking some heat here.
Yeah.
Somebody's saying 15, 20 to 25, saying hoop. 10. Somebody says oil is hard to hold, very choppy. I disagree with that statement. I think oil is very good to hold, but maybe it's because of my trade location choices, because I always try to get those extremes rather than try and go in the middle. And every time I try the trade in the middle, it never works out for me, which is why I stay away from them.
Yeah, you don't want to diddle in the middle, and that's where the greasiness is. That's where it's slippery.
Yeah. Yes, very slippery. Where's my shirt?
So yeah, it should be fun to actually see going into the close here to see how the tilt changes. If we do end up getting this big stop run below, let's say 77.41, let's see how the tilt changes, and let's see if that average ends up coming down as older longs start getting liquidated. Also, might just rally up in my face, and maybe D and I both miss the opportunity.
That's okay.
Well, that
like
happens.
I said, I already got smacked on the nose slightly today. Not much, just a little bit. So
just a little tap.
Yeah, just a little tap. Nope.
I could not get filled on any of my YM stuff, unfortunately. So it looks like that one has left the station, unfortunately.
Well, you've still got an hour, hour and a half to go here, Dolby. There may be something going on. Equities are leaking up towards those highs.
I wanted one for this session. I think we got pretty close to getting filled. I think we were like 4 or 5 points away or whatever. I don't know how you measure it in YM. Points? Is that what they call it? Just a point? It's like a buck.
Yeah.
Maybe like $5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to put a handle on the Dow because every point is a point. So is it 10 points? Is that a handle?
Yeah, it's the same, isn't it? Points and ticks, or handles and ticks are the same. Yeah.
All right, I'm flattening CL. All right, so we're gonna take a small loss on this CL trade. Yeah, there's no business for. Listen, if you're taking this trade, you want it to go straight down to 77.25 or at least run 77.40s. The fact that it didn't even do that is not a good sign. So I am giving up on this one. I think we lost 4 ticks or $40. I took the trade on an impulse. I'm getting out on an impulse. I had an idea, didn't work. Whatever.
Basically a scratch.
Yeah. We're kind of running out of time now, but we are possibly doing the whole last few minutes jumpiness before they kind of smack it back down again, because I don't see. I'm looking at the way price action looks, and it's not really how crude oil reverses.
Well, you might have just called this, D, because now it's starting heading straight back down again. So you might have been.
Yeah, it does happen.
Look at that. Chat, you got to give it up to D. That was pretty. That was pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. It happens. So I'm actually going to go short. To see if I can run it into the close.
Into the
take
stops
out
below.
Those lows. Yeah.
That does happen with crude. That was a good call.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's the time of day. It's similar to MOC imbalance. you get this like extra jumpiness. Where did it go?
Oh, true.
42.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly the same thing. So there's extra influx of liquidity and stuff, and all the craziness happens. And a lot of the times it will spook people out of their perfectly good positions. So
a lot, every market has MOC orders that are executed right at the end of the regular trading hour session. So it makes sense that MOCs could knock this thing around a little bit. Hopefully, it's going to knock it into the stop, so you get a nice move for your short here.
Yeah.
I actually top ticked that 1 minute bar on the reversal at 77.62. So
man.
you got me, Crude.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, time of day is pretty important. Pretty important. Yeah.
Now, if you do get this push to the downside and you get down to your demand levels, will you take a short after the close in this?
What, me?
Well, now I'm feeling a little bit better now.
I'm taking heat now. Wait. You got 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
D, would you still have a 30 tick stop on this one, or do you change it?
Yeah. 30 ticks up.
Okay.
Because the way I trade, I don't like to mess around with stop sizes because then it causes inconsistencies and stuff. But if I'm, I track the average session ranges depending on the time of the year, obviously, so that will slightly change. But usually it's pretty consistent, and that allows me to get my targets pretty consistently. It's always similar time of day that I'm trading, similar situation, similar everything, and it just gives me a peace of mind. I mean, that I don't kill it early if I want to see what I'm looking for.
Right.
About a minute and a half to the close here.
I just know it was like end of day that, maybe you tighten up your stop.
Well, no, because end of day, sometimes you get pretty violent moves. So I just try to get a better trade location, and then that's it. But yeah, I wouldn't be opening a new position after 3 closes, not on a regular day. Maybe if we had like a lot of movement, I might do that. But otherwise, it's not something I like doing. Sometimes gold is better for that because gold tends to move after hours sometimes.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's because of its old connection to equities, but sometimes it's pretty lively for power hour. Quite surprisingly.
Do you see the size on the dome on the sell side? 200 and 180. I almost never see that much.
Yeah.
Is that like a new? I almost never see that much size in crude oil.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times this
new?
week. I mean, I don't know. I think it might be Russians selling something. Because Putin made these comments about wanting to control the price of oil, to stabilize the price of oil, which means keep it in range, right? So it would make sense that they would have some kind of an active way of of selling it. That is a lot of size.
That is unusual, though, isn't that, D? I mean, I've been watching a ton of crude, but disappeared and now it just popped up. Wow. That was bizarre.
And we've got the close now.
That was really bizarre.
Yeah. And now it's just dead.
That was bizarre. Yeah.
Huh. And long average price did not change all that much, actually, during that whole thing. So we never ended up getting that stop run, and the short average price never really changed either. It's still stuck at 84. So, that's curious. That was very interesting. Very, very interesting.
It was interesting.
Yes. Sometimes crude oil has started, like in the last 6 weeks, it started doing these movements after hours. Again, you have to keep tabs on these behaviors. And I track things pretty closely. So I started noticing that we've had an increased amount of movement after settlement. Rarely goes into a reversal once the market is officially closed. So they just kind of start drifting in the same direction slowly. So we'll see whether my little hypothesis there can come true.
Yeah, that was.
was
Chat, you're not going to see much from CL going
violent.
forward. Yeah, that was.
Mm.
That was actually kind of a tame pit session close.
Yeah,
for all things
usually there's a
considered.
lot
That
more
was only
movement.
about 20-cent range, which is pretty tiny.
Yeah,
that can be all the way up
nothing.
to like
Yeah.
40. Oh yeah, it can be to 40 or 50 pretty easily.
Yeah, I've seen it go 40, 50, that's like the norm. 35 on average, you can easily get a move like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that didn't pop a little bit more.
I know. Aren't you surprised it didn't at least run 35s, like 77, 35? Because that is such a crude thing to do. It's just run stops and just rip right back up again.
That's, I think, what you were hoping for, wasn't it, D? I mean,
100%. Yeah, we both were. I was playing it short, and she wanted it for the long.
Yeah. Are you still short, D? Or are you out?
Yeah. I'm still short. I'm just looking at what they're doing. Because there's still orders sitting there. Usually, they get a bit quiet. There's no more orders. Everything's like,
Oh, he's got a big pop in NQ, big pop in ES and YM.
Yeah, they're all taking out their highs for the session right now.
They are. Wow.
You might have a good power hour.
Yeah, right?
Power hour has been awesome. I would say we've only had maybe 1 or 2 power hours in which it was legitimately no action. Just couldn't do anything. But for the most part, it's been very, very good as far as action goes, which I think is really interesting. And we can kind of talk about that. It's just like, understanding what your best time frame is to trade and not undervaluing that. Like your best time frame to trade isn't when I'm available. It's when am I
It's when the market is
at my job. Yeah, or my system works.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? Because
absolutely.
If you're a trend trader, you're probably not going to like lunch that much. But if you trade ranges, you might love lunch. And you might just feast in a lunch market, selling tops and buying bottoms.
That's very true. Yeah.
Good
feast
verb. Good
during
verb.
the lunch hour.
Good verb. Good verb. Yeah, Adobe, I think that the power hour has actually been, kind of beneficial. I think most people have made a little bit of money during power hour. The markets, for the most part, have been good. But if there's nothing going on, you guys do a heck of a job of just kind of cutting each other up and having fun.
At the very least, we're having fun. At the very least. But I think this is the benefit of TopstepTV and being able to tune in for free is that you get to see people try things that maybe you wouldn't have thought of trying, or maybe you don't have the guts to try, or maybe it's just more fun watching someone else do it. Or, if you want to live vicariously through any of the Topstep on-air talents or like D's trades and see what it likes to sit in a crude trade for 30 ticks. Like it's all really cool, valuable stuff. So it's a lot of fun to provide that and, try different things out. Getting into YM, trying to trade size in YM, like wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for TopstepTV. I think that's really fun and just it's valuable stuff just to kind of tune in for free.
So question with trading size, Dolby, I was wondering, is that like your goal to increase size and just trade with size? Like what's the end goal there?
I mean, I think the problem is that I cannot get out of the pulled pork shadow. And so I just need to find a market where I can actually pull some pork with like responsibility. And like it's impossible to do in NASDAQ, but I do think it's doable in YM. And there are going to be ways that, we can size up. And I got up to like 9 contracts today and felt totally fine. Felt totally fine. Because you just get so much more breathing room in the Dow. Yeah, you get so much more breathing room. That's really nice.
It's nice
this is exactly why I'm. Yeah, it's exactly why I don't like NASDAQ, because it just makes you jittery. It's
so nervous. It's so nerve wracking.
Gives me heart palpitations.
It is nervous. It's not that we're nervous. It's nervous. It's like, what are you doing? Stop.
making everybody miserable. That's what it does.
Don't do that. Stop. Don't do that. It does. Gives me heart palpitations.
Yeah.
Well, Dow, I think, you found your niche to be able to trade a little bit bigger with a little bit lower risk. But I don't think you should feel the pressure by everybody around saying, trade bigger, trade bigger. You got to trade where you're comfortable, Dolby. That's the goal, right? Of course, you said you had 9 on today and you were comfortable.
Yeah. So yeah, it was pretty good. No, it's pretty good. So I think we're gonna keep with it and see how it goes. I'm looking forward to the experiment. Do it for chat.
And
not about my P&L. It's all about chat.
Yeah, you may be able to build some muscles to keep yourself in some bigger opportunities when you're trading live too.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's actually one of the really underrated things about trading on TopstepTV is that you ideally for free you get to try to become and experience the trader that you want to be. And so being able to talk things out, explain things, you get feedback from chat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun because this is kind of the personality I want to have when I trade. And I feel like when I was trading by myself, everything was so serious and glum, and it wasn't fun. But now trading is fun, so I do want to kind of copy and paste that personality and care less but not careless attitude into personal trading. So yeah, I think there actually is some benefit to trading on stream and talking things out. Do you feel the same way, or Ho? Because it's been a couple months now of
I've found myself I talk too much and then I kind of miss things, like take profits and stuff. So I need to work on that. I think when I was just looking at my charts and nothing else, I was able to focus a little bit more. But like Hoke said just before we went live, it's like we look at so many things now because different people trade different things. And then you pull up the ES chart, pull up the NQ chart, look at levels there, look at levels there, and your focus is all over the place. So I need to definitely work on that to maybe be a little bit more focused on what I'm doing rather than oh yes, there we go, this is happening, that's happening. That's actually tripped me up on my own stream many times over the last 3 years. Because people are like, hey, D, look at NQ. And then D is looking at NQ and talking. And then I just totally forget what the hell I was doing in my open trade. And I'm like, oh, that went to my 1R. Didn't take profits. Yay.
Ooh, yep, been there.
So I found that I'm doing that quite a bit. So I just need to maybe have even more caffeine or heart attack, and then we can do some. So it's just an adjustment thing. It's not easy talking through things, but it does help if you've never done it before to just kind of sit through things and just go, right, well, this is what I'm doing, this is where the level is, and just try not to let other people derail you.
It's so hard.
Close this page.
Oh yeah, it's really hard.
The thing with me is
try to shorten down. Just I'll put it in chat.
Oh, okay. All right. The thing with me is my trading is boring. I maybe 3-5 trades a day, which isn't all that conducive to being entertaining on TV. So now I'm out of my time frame and trying to learn things in a different time frame, which is it's all good. I think we're building something fantastic for the trading community here, and I'm okay with that. I'll get my stuff figured out, and I'm
the same. I'm kind of going through a period of normally I would only take maybe 5 trades, and that sometimes across 2 sessions. But that's not interesting,
Right.
It's just not interesting to watch. It's like D sitting there doing nothing forever. So I too am trying to modify what I'm doing, which might not be the best idea because I have something that works really well, and now I'm like trying to change the way the way I'm trading. So there's definitely pressure, but like I said, we'll get there. It's okay.
Yeah.
Live and learn. So
I'm okay with it. The markets are going to be here.
We're
for
trying
a
to
long
be more
time.
interesting, chat. I hope you appreciate that.
Of course. My trading's boring, but I try not to be boring.
Yeah.
Well,
same,
listen, Hook, if you start putting on winners, chat has a very, very short memory. I can tell you that right now.
Oh yeah.
So you get a couple winners going, and you are cruising. I'm going to try a shorten Dow here. I'm currently short 6 Dow at 39,521.5. We'll see how it goes.
All right.
This is more of an experiment with size than it is with like trying to make money. But even at 6, like you got some wiggle room. You got some wiggle room. Momentum's been pretty good so far too.
Yeah, so
but we'll start peeling some at like 39,500, and then maybe a couple of points down from there.
You may have a failed auction at the high here. You know, I mean, it looked above the high. It came back in range. You may have something good on there, my friend. You may have something good.
Hogue, I'm going to cover 2. Hogue, what do we say? Cheap trades, baby. That is what it's all about.
Love the cheap trades.
Trades. I'll buy one more back. Okay.
Anne Marie always thinks I'm talking about cheap trick when I say that, but no, it's just cheap trades.
You guys actually want to hear
focus on the extremes? Yeah.
Do you want to hear one? Cool. All right. So I used to work at the Vic Theater in Chicago, and I used to like cocktail, bartend, and do all that stuff. And I was lucky enough to get bar tub side stage for Stone Temple Pilots. So I had basically a front row seat while I just sell beer to random strangers. If you're not familiar with Stone Temple Pilots, their former frontman, who is now deceased, Scott Weiland, has a ridiculous habit of showing up late. This was a weekday show, and I think it was like a Wednesday. He didn't come on for almost an hour after they were supposed to come on. Girlfriends and boyfriends were only an hour. Yeah. Starting to get angry. They're like, why the hell did you take me to this show? Yada, yada, yada. And it turns out and everyone thought he was dead too, because this was doing the whole, like, a lot of like heroin thing. So people like, this is it. Like, we're not seeing the show. Yeah, it was bad. This YM trade is awesome though. And then it turns out like, okay, first off, he eventually comes on. Everybody forgets everything. I have never. It was like Men in Black when like someone flashes that thing in your face and you like.
Oh no way!
Everything. Yeah, Scott Weiland basically has that. Pulled it out on stage, did it to the entire audience, and no one cared. No one cared that they just wasted an hour and a half waiting for this guy to show up. I'm gonna flatten this trade. Okay, so
nice trade.
We made like 1,200 on that. Okay, so anyways, in the practice account. So anyways, okay, so Cheap Trick, the lead guitarist of Cheap Trick was in Chicago, and he wanted to do a guitar. Yep, he wanted to do a guitar solo or a guitar duet with Scott Weiland, and Scott Weiland didn't want to do it. So he sat on the bus for as long as possible, hoping he would just go away and leave.
Oh no.
And that's why STP took an extra hour to get on stage. And meanwhile, in hindsight, I also do not care because they were incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I'll bet.
Well,
so glad I got to see that.
I was in a blues band many years ago, and our lead singer had a bit of a problem. He was a bit troublesome with substances and substance abuse. So usually he would be late. Well, some of them. He was actually one of the few that I've met. But yeah, he would usually be late, at least an hour. But this one evening, he didn't turn up. We were supposed to start the gig at about 10 p.m. He didn't turn up until 2 a.m. And this was...
Oh, no!
We did have...
Whoa.
Yeah, we did have mobiles and cell phones and all of that. But he just wasn't... He didn't even have a phone. Like, everybody else had a phone. He didn't. Because he was broke all the time. And I was super shocked that everybody hung around. So like you said, Dolby... He turned up, and the whole club turned around and started clapping.
And no one cared.
Like, what the hell? Yeah. We ended up doing the whole gig until like 5 a.m., which was supposed to end around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. No one cared, and everybody had such a good time. Nobody even mentioned it after that. It was like the most bizarre thing that I've ever seen. And it was kind of like a locally known band. It's not it's not like some big band that you're paid to see. Yeah. So I was absolutely shocked. I was like, do people not care that we've just wasted like 4 hours of your time just waiting for the idiot to turn up?
Wow.
That is insane. And that's
he turned up with the most ridiculous story ever. He turned up without a guitar. He turned up like completely broken. We're like, what happened? And And he's like, "Oh, I got mugged." And I'm like, "No, you didn't." Just don't lie. You did not get mugged. And he was like, "No, I can show you." And I was like, "What are you going to show me? How you got mugged?" Like, I don't get it. And he's like, "No, you don't get it." And then somehow one of the punters in the audience, they had a guitar with them. Like he was like, I don't know, another musician or something. So he lent him his guitar and we managed to do the whole gig. It was just the most like surreal evening that I've ever had in my life. And then after that, we were like, "Dude, what did you do with your guitar?" And in the end, like I think about a week later, he actually admitted that he sold it for like drugs and stuff. And then he just decided that he's not going to turn up, but then he felt guilty. And then he decided, no, actually, I should probably turn up.
Oh, my goodness.
Musicians, yeah.
I saw Joe Satriani at the Metro. He was an hour late and nobody cared.
He's always late. I saw him at the Apollo here in London.
Yeah.
He was late. Yeah, he was
late. I don't know why. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Some people can just be late and then people don't care. And those are some people.
Joe
Other
Satriani was one
people,
of
you
those
are not
guys.
allowed to be late. Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like, we can even tie this back into trading. This is what? Positively reinforced negative behavior, right? Like these people keep on getting away with acting terribly, and they keep on getting positive results.
Yeah.
Like, that can happen that can happen in trading too. Like, that can happen.
Yeah.
You don't want to do something good or do something bad and then get rewarded positively. That's how you get bad habits.
I've never heard it put that way. Positively reinforcing negative behaviors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of clicked something in my head when you said that. I was like,
yeah, a little
it's
mental
like
chiropractor right there.
Or violently range bound.
Range bound, yeah. Dovia's got like the best terms ever. Comes up with a glossary all on its own. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, we gotta put those on the glossary. Violently range bound.
It might already be there, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
hold on.
True. So I have a little tiny short in gold, just because it's moving. I don't know why it's moving, but it's moving. So I went in at 2160.3.
I feel like gold is the one market that always moves, and I never see it move. I don't get it.
Do you know what?
When is it moving?
It didn't move
post
settlement for a long, long time. Like it used to move for power hour with equities when it had a stronger correlation with equities. But then since COVID, that correlation broke down. And it was very quiet post-settlement. It's just nothing. It would go completely dead.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know whether it's because we're raising the interest rates, so we're kind of coming back into that, maybe some old monetary policies where certain underlying relationships are coming back. And it's still not positively correlated, and I'm not sure it ever will be because Bitcoin has put a wrench in the works in like some of those traditional assets that we used to see. But yeah, it's been moving. Like I've been journaling a lot recently, and I'm quite surprised that like the other day it moved 200 ticks post settlement in one direction, and then it moved 120 ticks in the other direction. Like, it's Friday actually, NFP. So I was like, this is odd. That's odd.
I don't know. So every time I flip to the chart, I'm like, it's not doing anything. And then I switch back and it's like, oh, it moved like 40 points or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
it tends to move in waves. It's like nothing, like boom. Nothing, boom. So it almost like surprises you with the move.
It's so aggressive. It's like 90% of the move happens in like a 2-hour window or like a 1 hour
and then
window.
it sits. And then it just sits.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
It's got such a personality like that. I mean, it just goes and then sits, and then goes and then sits.
So I covered $120 there. So covered a little bit of that 450 loss that I took earlier.
Nice. So this is kind of insane on the Dow. So it ended up rejecting those highs, shot straight down, and then ripped right back up all within 10 minutes.
Back up. Yeah.
Within 10 minutes.
See the V-shaped reversals? That's what I'm talking about when I say Dow has V-shaped reversals. But it generally behaves like if you put some levels around, like either value area, average session low, high, it's literally just stays within that range. It's like quite remarkable.
Yeah, and here it is, the V-shaped bounce right there. Just bam, bam.
What time frame is that, Dolby?
It's a 1 minute, so it's
1
pretty
minute,
tiny.
1 minute. Yeah.
I mean, on the 5 minute, it was just down up that fast. So I got pretty lucky in some of those entries, which was
a good trade.
which is nice. Yeah, that's
Good
really
trade.
that was a good one. It was a cheap trade. It was a cheap trade.
Cheap trades.
So that's awesome. Cheap. We
Cheap
love them.
trades. Love them.
Love the cheap trades. It's funny because sometimes chat thinks those are really expensive trades. I'm kind of curious as to why.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I've noticed
Isn't that
that
weird?
too.
Yeah, it's like
sometimes I'm going into a reversal and they're like, "You're going into a reversal here?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Cheap.
Why?
yeah.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's top of the swing. Top of the swing, bottom of the swing. That's what we do.
Yeah, either you get your face gently massaged, or you have a ridiculous R&R in your trade, and that's it.
Yeah.
See, I disagree with that old statement that the money is not made at the extremes. Don't pick tops, don't pick bottoms. To be honest, in my career, some of the best money that I've made was picking tops and bottoms, but not like just randomly, just going, I'm going short now. You have to have some sort of a reason why. It's the structure. It's, the extreme of the day. It's the average range that gets exhausted for the day. And then you get a bit of a reversal, and then more people plow in, and then you get your trade. And then you get all of that money from the top to the bottom. It's like, to me, that's a good trade. So whenever I hear, don't pick tops, don't pick bottoms, I actually really disagree with that because it's not my experience at all. Quite the opposite.
And I think what I've seen, interacting with so many traders is that there are some traders who want the best price, and then there are some who want the best momentum, and they're willing to give up perfect price for what they consider to be more certain momentum. And because when I see traders who I would consider maybe like RIPS is one of those traders, when I see him get into a position, I'm like, there's no way I would ever take that trade in a million years.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, but he's definitely a scalper, and he's excellent at what he does. Like I can trade like he does. Yeah, he's pretty cool. And like most of us, sometimes we get it wrong, but a lot of the days I'm just looking at him and just going, yeah, it's great. It's excellent read in the market. He's very in tune with what the order flow is doing, like very in tune. And obviously NQ is very conducive to that kind of style.
Yeah. It is.
And that,
if I was trading
and Bookmap.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bookmap, he's very good with it.
Good call. Well, experienced with the tools that he uses. So not only does he use tools, he's a master of them, which is great. But honestly, I mean, listen, I think if we probably grew up trading NQ, we would probably morph into something similar if I had to guess. Because I don't know if what you and I try to do, D, or even Hogue, works in NQ because your stops have to be so wide.
Well, the thing is, I have students who love NQ, and they do really well at it. And, they use all the same things that I use. It's just, for some reason, they don't gel with crude oil. They're like, crude oil, it always gets me. And I'm like, really? Because NQ always gets me. So, but it's still the levels. I found that if I do use something to find a better level in NQ, like ES, looking at two charts, I can actually make a pretty good trade. But, it's just so nervous, so jittery, so, full on that to me, I was just talking about it the other day, how actually a few hours ago, God, that seems so long ago. I thought that was a different day. No, it wasn't. It was today. So yeah, I was talking about how when I'm in a trade, I want to make a coffee, that's downstairs. I have to step away from my trading desk. I wouldn't be able to do that with NQ. You have to watch it tick for tick, and it's exhausting to me after a while. I don't think I will be able to do that for 16 years. And, I want to be trading for the next sort of 16 years, So and even longer if I'm still alive. But yeah, with NQ, I feel like I would burn out so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
It's like an unruly
Getting
child.
old.
It's
You
just
just
it's a
can't
lot.
walk, can't walk away.
But I mean, that is a market where you could legitimately pick, a half hour out of the day and be like, I'm doing all my trades within this half hour window, and there will be more than enough opportunity to make or lose the world.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
so active. It's so active.
Yeah, it's very liquid. Very
It's
liquid.
just important to trade the market that jives with your personality. That jives with
absolutely
the things that you see, and it is. It's not my market. I've traded it a couple of times. Last time I traded it before that was during the tech boom when all I had to do was tell my buddy, hey, buy me a couple of NASDAQ on the next break, because it would always just keep going higher and higher.
Do you mean lunch break or break higher?
On the next, on the next like break lower, because during the tech boom, it would just go higher and higher and higher. So you'd wait for the next pullback, buy a couple, and 9 times out of 10 you had a profitable trade on. So, and I used to text message my buddy back. You remember those little Nokia phones where you had to click 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 all the different letters.
I have one of those.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I guess we're fast.
Yeah, I guess we're.
Gosh, this went by quickly. Jesus.
I know.
Time flies, man. Time flies when you're having fun. All right,
That's
well,
true.
Dee, thank you. Thank you for everything, joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Dolby, always a pleasure. We're looking forward to seeing you on Fast Markets. And thanks to all of you for sticking around with us. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And we love you all very much, and I love you guys. And Dee, do you have anything that you want to just kind of say at the end here? And what are you thinking?
Yeah, just if you're so I had a few questions today on my stream about revenge trading and how do I stop that? Start by raising your knowledge about the date type that you might have, and then go into some self-discovery, because usually revenge trading never comes just from trading. Usually it comes from when we were tiny little toddlers and we had some self-limiting beliefs that developed when we were very, very little. So try to become a better version of yourself. Work out where that need to keep trading when you're wrong comes from, and you will be so much better for it. And also journal. Write everything down, even if it has to be Dear Diary sometimes, because that will help too.
Right.
So that's my tip. So technical levels and emotional levels. And then you will see some progress.
Very well put, Dee. Thank you very much. Now I see on the schedule next time we're going to see you, I believe, is Thursday during Fast Markets.
It's Thursday. Yes, well, I swapped with Anne-Marie. So she's got some schedule stuff going on. So yeah, we swapped. So you're going to see Anne-Marie tomorrow, and you're going to see me on Thursday.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you then. Thank you again very much for joining us, everybody. And Dee, Dolby, always a pleasure. Stick around for, what is it again? Power Hour at the end of the day. Everybody's going to be enjoying that, of course.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see you in just a few minutes. Stick around.
All right, let's do this. You know what time it is. It is Power Hour. We got the man in the middle, the main man in the middle, Coach Dakota, joined by my partner there, Dolby Time. Coach Dakota, welcome to Power Hour. How you doing, man?
Feels good to be back. No more early waking up for me. Last week was rough. My body finally started to get adjusted. Now I have to get used to slow markets, and I feel wide awake. It feels nice not to wake up so early.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, real quick, how was the takeover with you and Rips last week? We saw some of it. We were talking in the green room about it. Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy trading the fast markets morning session?
Yeah, I think everything was great. Probably a very common thing that I've been running into in my trading is my setups have been great. Execution has been just crap, and I've been taking some ugly losses in my live account. I took another ugly loss last night in slow markets on my live account, and then I switched to a combine, and I just hit it out of the park with the combine. That's what I'm going to be doing in Power Hour. I don't know. Can you guys see my screen? I have
Yes.
3 combines that I'm trading. You guys could see it. Last night, in the middle and live during slow markets, I made this $4,100 on these 3 combines. So that was live during slow markets after I hit my loss limit on my live account. And everybody knows that I lose a lot more than I win. And it's been my issue. I've been taking losses in my live account. Then I switched to a combine account, and then I've been having some really good winners in my live account. I've got a lot of questions, and maybe you guys can relate to this, Dobie or Andre, is when you switch back and forth between accounts, sometimes you do a lot better in one account than the other account. And that kind of skews your statistics as a trader, where I know that 70% of the time I'm going to be losing, and then 30% of the time I'm going to be winning. And it sucks because the 30% of the time that I'm winning has been in my combines, and then my losses have been in my live account. So I do have a, I guess, goal for me this Power Hour. You guys could see I'm only, $450, about $500 away from passing these combines. So this is a challenge that a lot of traders here at TopStep struggle with. They get so close to passing a combine, and then they give it away. They trade differently. So maybe, and just maybe, I didn't trade these accounts since slow markets. So I want to hopefully show traders how to manage when you're so close to passing a combine, maybe what you go through, maybe the thought process. We have Power Hour. I'm going to try and pass these accounts live in front of everybody. Copy trading amongst these 3, I need about $450, or about $430. So I'm going to be sticking with the same strategy that I've been trading. I'm not going to change anything different. However, it's going to be the same setups. However, I'm going to size down. Typically, I might get, to 2 or 3 contracts. I'm going to stick with just 1 contract, and I'm going to focus on the process. I'm going to focus on placing the trades that I would, whether this is my live or if I'm just starting out, but not focusing on the dollars. I'm going to be focusing on the points. And so 1 contract, to make $400, I need about 20 points during Power Hour. It doesn't need to be in 1 trade. It could be broken up between multiple trades. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on. And we'll see how it goes.
What's going to be your market of choice? What are you going to be doing? NQ?
I'm going to take a look, be focusing on NASDAQ. NASDAQ's going to be my market of choice. And I might take a glimpse at crude oil. I am a crude oil trader as well. And so we shall see.
Yes. All right. I'm going to stick with the Dow. I think that's awesome that you're doing this. I think this is going to be really, really interesting. Do you want me to be hush about my positions or anything, or chat? No, just do what I'm doing.
Business as usual, brother. Business as usual. I'm just letting everyone know what I'm doing behind the scenes, so you guys could see. I hit my loss limit on my live account, so here I am in these combines. I'm up, a total of 41.50 on the combine. And I know there's a lot of traders where they look at it as a combined P&L, right? So technically you could say I'm down 3,000 in my live account, then up 12,000 in the combine account. But to me, the live account is where the money's made. So it's a losing day for me, regardless of these combines.
Fortunately for you, you have Andre and I here. So which one of us do you want to fade to get to your
Good question.
I just joke around. Whenever I say I'm fading you guys, it's 100% joking. Sometimes we just have different points of views in the market. I happen to be long when you're short, or vice versa, and then we have that friendly banter.
Of course. Hey, Dakota,
I'm here for you, buddy.
Yeah, we saw you on the leaderboard today, and it was brought up that you did take a payout. Is that true? You took a payout with some of your profits there?
Yeah, I think that could be also a good example because I started off these trading accounts the start of the year. I made 86,000 in a month and a half, a little less than a month, about a month, give or take. And then I've been struggling. I've been struggling really hard. I brought it down to 50,000. Made a little bit. I said, I'm just going to take a payout, use that money, and focus on some combines because, a lot of people don't realize I have to pay the same exact as everybody else in the chat. I pay for my combines. I don't get special treatment. So I took that money out, paid for some combines, relaxed, kind of. It's nice to take a payout. I mean, regardless of whether you're winning or losing, if you have that ability to take a payout, I would strongly recommend for your psychological side. And then had a nice dinner, went on a few nice dates, and really started to enjoy myself. And now I'm back at it. I'm back at the grind.
Ooh, we won't delve into your personal life just yet there, Dakota, but there is a poll question that just popped up here. Who would you rather fade, Andre, Dolby, or neither? Right now, neither in the lead with 41%. We'll keep you updated on that one. They're being very kind in the chat today, Dolby.
It's a good day. It's a good day today.
It's a good day today. All right, Dakota. So I believe everyone's flat right now. Is that? Oh no, we've got Dolby long.
No, I'm long. I'm actually long 3 Dow at 39,516 and 2/3, I guess. Okay. So we're still experimenting. That's what we're going to be doing going forward. I don't have a ton of room in this account, unfortunately, so hopefully we just hit straight winners from here on out. But I'm going to be experimenting with the Dow going forward and kind of trying to trade some size and kind of experiment with that and see how it goes. So far, it has been fruitful, much more tolerant market than NQ is. But we're just going to experiment and see how it goes and see if we can learn it.
I'm going to sit back and just watch you guys for a little bit. We've been making new highs on the day, right? We're right at the daily highs. So we might see a squeeze higher.
Yeah, seems to be the theme here of today. We did look at a bit of a double top here in the NASDAQ. We'll see how it reacts around these price levels. But it just we did see new all-time highs in the S&Ps. NASDAQ still has a little bit of work to do. But it just seems to be by the dip, regardless of how poor the CPI, or how hot the CPI reading came out. Just let the sellers come in, exhaust themselves, and then just buy that sucker. And here we are. Dakota, what's your take been on the markets lately? Since I last saw you, I know you said markets have been a bit trickier. What's your take on the markets, at least in the equities for that matter?
I mean, it's the same. We're just been chopping around, going sideways, right? We've been really volatile compared to what we're typically used to when we consolidate. I mean, typically, I'm talking about NASDAQ. NASDAQ's always volatile. It just seems like there's a lot of fear in the market, especially when we get up to these all-time highs and we start to consolidate, where we continue to grind higher, but then there's that fear in the market where anything can happen. Everyone's just waiting for these news events to come out. I don't know. I don't really have a bias. I tried to have one about these CPI and these inflation data coming out, thinking that there would be a lot more fear than what we're expecting. And we just continue to grind higher. As you can see, we're continuing to push another new high for today. And we're at 18,500. We just finished the rollover, though. The rollover is, pretty close to being finished, correct?
Yep. As we say that, we are closing in on the highs of the day here. The S&Ps, high of the day, 52.43 even. We got 300 lot sitting there. Now another 300 lot came in, 2 ticks beneath that. So might see a little resistance here to the upside. But it seems to be the theme here. Just grind higher. We'll see what Power Hour has in store.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of momentum when we're breaking out. I mean, we've been breakout, pullback, over the past since noon. These have not been solid breakouts to the upside. A lot of time I would expect when we hit a new daily high or when we have these breakouts, there's continuation. But it just is so indecisive up here. It's just like that grind where it's not clearly a momentum breakout trade. But yeah, it's too hard to fade when we're up at these levels.
Yeah. What I'm looking for, and what's kind of annoying right now, is we're just not making higher highs on the Dow. No. We're kind of solid bottoms, but the buyers are just not super willing to push new highs again, which is kind of has me feeling not great. So we're going to wait a little bit and see, maybe readjust here. Mm-hmm. But just consecutive higher lows in the YM. But maybe this is the one time where it makes a new higher high and starts ripping upward. You know, that's kind of the game that we're playing here. Doesn't mean this won't be the one, but it's not a great feeling, but we'll see.
I'm taking a short NASDAQ right now.
There he is.
All right.
Coda's in.
I'm going to watch this, see. Like I said, I'm not going for these big. I'm not going to try and pass these combines with just one trade. I'll try and get maybe 10 points out of this one. Like I said, to get $400 with one contract, that's just 40 points. I'm going to let the market dictate. Like, this is going to be exactly the way I normally trade. I'm going to let the market give me what it wants. And if I take a loss, I take a loss.
Yeah. Chat, how are you feeling right now? Are you nervous watching Dakota try to do this? Because as someone who's been in the trading combine, what Coda is trying to do right now is probably one of the most nerve-wracking things in trading, and he's trying to do it live for you. That's incredible.
That's short this market right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been shorting all last week, and
I know you have, Dakota. I know you have.
So Friday it worked out really well, but okay. I've been getting my butt kicked trying to short this market, and then here I am again. What's wrong with me?
There we go. Come on. Quick update on the fun poll we had there. 400 votes. Who would you rather fade? Neither Dolby or myself. 44% say neither. So good on you. Dolby, they have you at 30%, me at 24%, Dolby. What are they thinking?
I think I just place more trades. They have a bigger sample size for me.
That is true. I don't trade as much as the audience would like me to. I have noticed that. But we are seeing a bit of a pullback here. Is it a pullback or is it a sell-off? That is TBD, as it always is. But, Dakota, if you did get in, please let us know the price. And how many times.
I'm short 18,456 and 3/4. Well, I'm going to probably get out of this here in just a moment if we get another push down. We're starting to see some pretty decent momentum coming into the sell side.
Yes, we are.
If we break below 435, we could see a nice, a bigger continuation.
So when this is going to be such like a specific question, but when you are in a trading combine and when you're trying to pass, if you have a trade that you think is capable of passing the trading combine for you, do you just let it run and just take it?
Good question.
I mean, we're looking at it right now. I think that's going to be this one. This one has the potential to just passing these combines now. But I'm not going to be focusing on, I'm going to either pass this combine or not on this trade. I have to let this trade dictate whether I'm going to be in or out, because
that's so good.
I need to be trading the market and not trading my account or trading account balance. We're looking at that. If we have another push down, I will close out of this, regardless of where we're at on the profit. Because I'm looking at 450, and if I close this one out at exactly say 400, I'd still need $50 left. I'm not going to let the last $50 dictate me closing the trade and just trying to squeeze out more than I should. That being said, we're getting some nice sell off.
We are.
Yeah, and I'm starting to get filled on longs.
The 435 seems to be some support. Over on the 5-minute chart, you can see was the bottom of this wick here. Yep.
So now I'm long 6 YM.
Long 2 ES.
508. So put it in chat. Long 6 YM at 39,508. And this is kind of what I've been experiencing with YM, is that you can kind of play with some of these positions, and I've been building this trade for a while, like since the beginning of our power hour.
Crude's moving, Hoop says.
Crude is popping. Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's really unusual.
This time of day?
Move like that. Oh yeah. Really unusual.
Yeah, because they closed at what, 1:30 Central, right? That's
yeah.
About 50 you kept mentioning pit close, Dobie. I forgot about pit close.
Yep. In I think New York session pit close. How's YM doing? Oh, we're doing okay still. We're doing okay. Now we're back to my entry. So I'm kind of looking for a stop run, like a short-term stop run for it to, catch a bid and rip higher. If this doesn't hold, then I think there's probably a lot more downside to be had.
Nice. I'm just looking at the Nasdaq on the 5-minute. We did get that nice reversal bar from the day high. I'm looking for another push lower here on the 5-minute. I have the 100 tick over on the right-hand side, and if I do get an opportunity, I will trail it on the 100 tick. But my trade setup is on the 5-minute. We just had this really ugly 5-minute candle. We did come back down and test around the 435. We found some buyers right there, and so if we do get another push down, I would love to see this market break 435 and push maybe into the 20s.
Yeah, it definitely has rollover vibes because once again, we're just not making those highs that we need to. Now I'm adding a fourth circle of despair right here. So we have a downward arc of circles of despairs, all signifying
Look at that.
a lack of lack of higher highs on the 1 minute here. But look, this is cool though. So I'm long 6, but I'm only risking $370 in the YM.
All right.
And like my stop is in a great place. Okay, there we go.
We're pushing here.
There we go. Okay. All right, now I got a game plan for exits.
S&P's going to be targeting that 470 lot sit on the offer at 52.43. There we go. We approach that. See if we can pop through there. Some stops. Yeah, some stops probably above there. I'll probably look to get out of one just above there. Catch a stop. So you one there. And there we go.
502. What was my last buy?
Should be some stops above here.
You said you're short the Dow? Is that what I heard?
I'm long.
You're long the Dow.
Yeah. I basically just bought everything down from like 526 down to like 500. Just all single lots, just averaged all the way down. And now I have.
So you were buying as we push down then.
100%. Yep.
Yep.
It's
hard to stay short in these markets, as we've seen.
Yeah, the hard way. Obviously, I'm seeing that now. We're kind of back into that consolidation. My stop is going to be right above this consolidation. There's no sense for me to close it out early. We're still valid on this trade. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, and it's just been chop and consolidation. We failed to make a new high and we did make a new high, but we failed to have any follow through on that. So I'm just looking for some more chop and maybe even a push down before the close. But I could be wrong, which
S&P's making
sellers have been wrong a lot.
Yeah, we're going to hold this one for a bit. We're probably going to go for new highs on this, and I'll start peeling probably like a third of it off at 39,540-ish. Van, trade like those Goldman interns.
They know.
Yeah, right.
They know.
Yeah, so we got some good price action on the 1 minute. 5 minute is super consolidated. So this is what we're going to do, chat. Now we have a 15 minute.
Yeah, I just got out of one there. Yeah. So we got long one.
Yeah.
Let this one ride.
Right, so we're going to switch to the 5 minute, and we're going to hold this trade until it breaks out to either the upside or the downside, because that's what you're supposed to do with the range strategy. And I keep on talking about it, chat, and I haven't pulled it off yet. So This one's for you, chat. We're holding this.
I did just get stopped out.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna see that. Some shorts might take us higher. That makes sense.
Yeah. So, what's your mindset now after that?
Same exact thing. Just wait for a trade to set up and take it.
Beautiful.
I mean, that was not even a very big loss, 150 or something. So.
Oh, that's nothing.
No, not for Dakota. That's couch change.
No. Yeah.
It's a lot because it's not about the dollar amounts. It's about the trade.
I'm kidding.
There's definitely
Delta update plus 5,900 ES plus 7,200 NASDAQ.
All right. So now if we switch to the 5-minute on the Dow, we're still trying to make those higher highs. So we'll see. So we're keeping an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
But I have really enjoyed the price action of the Dow so far. It feels much more within like my personality. I'm not as stressed out. Everything seems so much more manageable, which is a really.
So you're not
really
trading
nice
NASDAQ anymore, is that right?
I don't know. What are you talking about? Who's NASDAQ? Who?
Oh, don't let him hear that.
Yeah.
A little spirit emoji. Put that on there. There we go. Now we're in good shape.
Okay, I'm going to try and see if we could get a breakout of this. I'm going to try a quick long, and this is a breakout trade to see if we can have a push up above, make a new daily high. Now, I'm just scalping. One lot scalps in and out. We'll see. Like I said, tested this place twice. We're kind of hesitating around here, around 18,468, and let's see if we could break and find some momentum. We failed to find any momentum right now. We have 34 minutes left till the close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been quiet so far, but as we've seen in Power Hour, the last 30 minutes, hell, last 15 minutes for sure. We'll get the price action going here.
Let's see.
Let's ask
chat. Let's ask chat. Chat. Should I flatten some of my 6 here? What does chat think? I got 6 on. Should I flatten any portion of that right now, chat? Put in how many contracts I should take profit in right now.
Here we go. Another push higher.
Ooh, let's see if we get momentum on this one.
Another push higher.
Yeah, let's go.
No, I'm out.
Sellers came in.
Just not getting the break.
It's going to be a grind. I mean, these prices are crazy. Someone to come in and just start buying. But hell, here we are getting long at these prices ourselves.
Yeah, no. It's fail. I mean, we're making daily highs. We're just
are.
not. There's just no momentum behind this.
If we get a bit of one more pullback, I might add into this.
I mean, I still might buy, maybe even buy more.
Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking here. They're stacking offers to the upside in the S&Ps.
Any good liquidity? No, there's some good liquidity right at my entry for Dow. Bunch of good stuff up above though. We got 559, 553, 549. A lot of good stuff. So you're down to buy some more, huh, Andre?
Looking at it, yeah. See how far this
invest in America.
Never fade America, yeah. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, if we can get a pullback maybe to the 40s here, 41s, 40s in the S&Ps, maybe add to this. I did take some profits, shave one, so I'm locked in on a profitable trade.
Nice.
I need to stop up to break even. Well, yeah.
I'm going to see if I could get into a short on here. Like, I do not like this price action where we're failing to find any momentum to the upside. And I still think we could come down and test the 420s.
Nice. Break even? No, break even sucks. Break even is for. I don't
Say
like
it.
break even.
Say it.
Now this
for
market's going to chop me up.
For for losers, Dre. Break even is for losers.
He just had to say it. Take a quick look.
That's my opinion, man. I don't like break even.
It's just like your opinion, man. Take a look at tilt here. 50-50 in NASDAQ, 50-50 in ES. Nothing popping there. Let's see a bit of
Here we go, right back up to the daily. All right, the person to fade was me. You should have put me in that poll.
No, never, dude.
Never.
Bro. I would
Never. No,
we
didn't set you up there.
Buying the tops and selling the bottoms.
That's a good strategy. That's a good one. I haven't tried that one yet. I should try it. All right, route 2 of them. We got 4 long still. Out for $1.43 on those 2.
Hey, Eddie, if you're there, Morris code in if you get an MOC imbalance, which we have failed to be getting lately.
Roger.
Thank you.
1 minute starting to get range bound. This is brutal.
I guess I look at these consolidation periods more like, such a bull market. A lot of these shorts, people are coming in trying to sell at these levels, which I totally get. We don't get the action down, and it's just a mini squeeze after mini squeeze after mini squeeze. Although Delta is long. Okay. Delta is long.
I'm out.
Winner?
Plus 578. Yeah, plus 578.20 on 6. I think we can get this trade again, actually, which is why I flattened it. I think we actually can double down on this trade and re-up at 39,500.
Okay.
I added to this short 2 contracts here. So I'm in a total of 2 contracts.
All right, I'm flattening this. I'm out then.
Yeah, let's see if we can get even more size.
Cancel all. Okay, I'm flat. That was a quick $500 there. I'll take it. I like your idea there, Dolby. We can do this trade again.
I don't see why not. I mean, what are the odds that it bounces right in the middle of the range? Like, that's kind of low probability. And maybe it does, and I've seen crazy stuff happen here, but I think we can re-up on this one.
Mm-hmm. If we come in around 40, yeah. Pull back in the S&Ps, pull back to 40. I might be getting a little too greedy on price there. I might be getting a little too cheap, but if we get a pullback there,
5.
We're seeing some 52.40. We're seeing 52.40 and 3/4, 52.40 and a half. Seeing about 500 on the bid there. So see if the liquidity will get. Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah, we're starting to move.
Yeah,
I think we can re-up on the stop run, and they might just need more ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this 5-minute consolidation is still legit. So, yeah, we're going to stack all these 1 lots up top and then place 2, 3 lots at the bottom. I'll try to get really close.
Man, you have a lot of orders in there.
They're all 1s.
Okay.
And then we'll just get an average. Like the reason why I do. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dakota, you in there?
Cool. This is dope.
Yeah, I'm short 2 contracts here on the NASDAQ. Average price 462.5.
We're coming to these 40s here.
Yeah. So glad we re-upped. That was good. So now we still have 2 6 lots pending, or 2 3 lots pending to get filled. I'll put it back in chat though. So. Okay,
that's showing on tilt. It's a little short bias in the ES. Sorry, Dolby. Long 5.
Just updating my position. Yeah, long 5 YM at 39,499.60. But that's fine. So just same trade, exact same trade as last time. We just didn't get the push through that we wanted. So obviously, come failed moves, come fast moves. Now we got our fast move down. So now we're just going to play the exact same thing again and see if we can get the other stop run down to get pushed back up again. And maybe they have enough oomph to push highs again after that previous stop run. So we'll see. But that's the plan.
You seem like you do that. You do that when you are buying as we sell off, right? That seems to be your strategy, is where you put buy limit orders in areas where if we do sell off and break through, you're buying that, right?
Oh, that's Dolby time.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of draw it out. Oh, it only does that. I don't even know what this is.
Do you ever do the opposite, where you put sell limit orders if we were, say, trending down or something?
Oh, to like rip down? No, I don't. No, I don't like doing that. Yeah.
So typically just buying.
I don't like doing that.
Do you mean like a buy stop, like a buy stop or sell stop order to like?
No, a sell
average
limit.
up?
So like if the market starts to rally, then you start selling it.
Start calling the
opposite of what
tops.
you're doing now.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll do the same thing either way. Yeah, because all you're doing is like playing a range, right? And you're just assuming that that range will stop run. And so if you split up your orders, you can put some of those orders that are like, I would say more aggressive, so you can at least get into the position. And then you're just hoping for the stop run to fill the rest, because your risk ends up being a lot cheaper on the other contracts because your stop is going to be pretty close. Right, so you're kind of averaging down, but within an acceptable range. You're not like just cannonballing down in like a losing trade already. You're just trying to get an average for the overall concept of what you're trying to do.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense.
And
Hey,
this
well,
is
we
not-
got.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I'd see if JD, if you're there, let's get those top quiz results here before the fireworks really start. The show gets going here. JD, if you're there, yeah, let's see what we got.
We got him. Here we go, fellas.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding.
Something.
Someone blacked out. Part of that.
Something happened there. I don't. Oh God.
Censored.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Redacted. Trader names.
Anything.
Yeah,
we're leaving that up to our memory, huh? Our imagination.
Chat.
I personally
Don't
throwing
Whatever you
kimchi's.
think that is, chat, put it in.
Oh God.
That's market
kimchi?
destroyer, probably.
Oh, look at that
100%.
full port short. Let's do it.
Throwing kimchi's. That's from Kyle yesterday.
Oh, that was so funny.
Yeah, it was. That was a good
Dude,
one.
just throwing kimchi. That's so funny.
Yeah. Well.
Wacky pataki.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
These are the winners from Top Quiz, or that quiz that you guys do.
Yeah.
These are today's top quiz winners. Only jorts. What's a jort again?
Jort?
Jean shorts.
Jean shorts?
Jean shorts, yeah.
Okay.
They love them in St. Louis.
Okay,
All right.
so
Well, thank you, BD.
Coming
we are
down. Here we
now
go.
We are now long 11 at 39,494. And so, like, Dakota, this is
Long
exactly what I
11.
was. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, Dakota. So you see, we have like this 5-minute range, and we got like that stop run down. I'm just buying. I'm bullish overall, but I'm buying the stop run out of it, hoping that it gets back into range.
Now
So
these
my
are micros,
average-
right?
Oh, these are
micro-
E-minis. No, these are E-minis.
No, these are
for YM.
11 minis.
Yeah, dude, YM's is awesome. I'm up like 640, and I'm already break even. And like the most risk I would have taken would have been about, I think, 600 or 700 on the trade, and I was already up 585 or like 560.
Man, all right. I'm not fading you. Yeah.
Why not?
You know what you're doing. You sound like you know, right?
Dolby time.
You just have to talk confidently, look into the camera, and then hand movements, and then you're like good to go.
And the chart
And then you have
diagramming
that
too.
Emoji that emoji that I've seen you put that on there a lot, right? That
helps.
That emoji.
Spirit emoji. Yeah, it's something we
Spirit
talked
emoji.
about.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, spirit emoji. It's very important. Do you have one, Dakota?
Great question.
No, it's. It sounds like it's a turtle based off my slow markets class.
Hey, Dakota, speaking of slow markets, why don't you tell everyone about slow markets right now? It's on at 8 p.m. Central.
I like turtles.
Here on TopstepTV. Dakota, how have you been liking slow markets? How's it been received? What do you like about it? How's it going?
Yeah, I mean, slow markets has been great. I've seen there's a lot of traders that have been trying to trade the New York session, and it's not the best time that they want to trade. For example, we have some traders that I talk to and I've been working with from Australia and from around the world, where they either have a job, they have a family, they have kids, they have something that does not allow them to trade during the New York session. And this slow markets class that I go over, where we place trades and we hold trades, overnight while we're sleeping, the trade gets triggered in, then it either hits a take profit or a stop loss. And I don't want to go too far in depth, but it's a concept and it's a way and a style of trading that allows traders to place trades right before they go to bed, or right during the Asian session if they do not have the time to trade during the New York session, and take advantage of market movements overnight. I've seen it's helped a lot of traders out. That's my main style of trading. That's where I learned how to trade. I was a full-time college student. I was a part-time trader, and I also had a part-time job. And the only time that I had available was, 1-2 hours before I go to bed. I would wake up, I'd go to school, I'll have a part-time job, I'd get home, I'll do all my homework, and then I only had like 1 or 2 hours right before bedtime to view and analyze the markets and try and place some trades. I'd go to bed, and then I don't look at the markets until pretty much the same time the very next day. So I miss all the opportunity during the New York session and the news, and I was only available to see the markets, during that time frame for me, which I'm here in Utah. It was around 8, 9, 10 p.m. just depending on when I was free. So around that time is the only time I was available to trade, and that's how I developed my system. And I became pretty decent at it. And so I hope to help show traders that you don't have to trade exactly like me. That's not the idea. The idea is to show traders that there is an option outside the New York session, because we're trading futures, and futures are open 23 hours, Monday or Sunday through Friday.
Yeah, I love that you do that class, man. I really do. I think that's like one of the most valuable things on Topstep is just we're getting so many different traders in and so many different styles. And like finally having someone who can actually trade the overnight and like has a system, like that's so cool. Because to me, that was always just dead time. Like nothing's going on. But you found a way.
Yeah, it was difficult, right? It's one of those where the drive to trade is a lot more than sleep. And if you want to do it, you find a way. And that was the way that I found.
Yeah, that's great. That is great. I hope chat enjoys. I think chat really enjoys the slow markets. That's really turned into something special. And it's even better that it's on TopstepTV now, which is great.
Yeah. Speaking of TopstepTV, our likes are under 1,000 right now. Smash that like button. Let's see if we can get over 1,000 here in the last 18 minutes of trading. Also, subscribers, smash that subscribe button. We did eclipse 73,000 subscribers on TopstepTV. Wow, what a wild ride it's been. Let's hopefully we get to 75,000 by the end of the week. We'll see.
How many subscribers do we have? I know I've been getting a lot of audience on slow markets, which has been amazing.
73,200 as of right now.
73,200. Man, Topstep has grown so much. The TopstepTV.
Yeah.
I joined in July, and when we guys first started TopstepTV, I mean, wow, it's been amazing to see where we came from, right?
Many moons ago, Dakota. Many moons ago.
Only been, what, 6 months? It hasn't been that long.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been forever.
Yeah, I think well over 100 episodes now, but yeah, those July shows were something else, man. That was a mom and pop operation at the time. We have proper equipment and set up proper cast, proper ensemble of people behind the scenes as well. So yes, it is a well-oiled machine for the time being, and we're just going to continue to get better, bring more content, more good trades. But this bull market, here we go. NASDAQ, stop me if you've heard this before, but up against the highs
again. I'm going to be
again.
closing out of my trade here in a moment. Let's see. I'm taking a loss on this one.
A big one or just a little tiny one?
About $1,000.
Oh. Well, it's always tomorrow, or there's always 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, there sure is.
It's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, I'm down 1,000 on that.
Yeah. Okay. Are you going to keep on trading, or do you think you're done for those?
Let's see. No, I'm going to keep trading on this one.
Okay.
Let's see. Can you see my chart? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
5-minute chart. Yeah, I'm down at $1,000. I'm going to see how this plays out. We have 15 minutes left to the MOC imbalance, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes left until the close.
Right. Eddie's going to update us with that in about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
6 minutes. Count it. Yeah.
Hey, there he is.
All right, I'm out. All right, I'm flat now. I'm not sure how much we got on that whole thing. I have to do math.
Public math is tough.
It's like 215,
Here we
230.
What?
Don't distract me. 400. 500-ish?
18.
500 is James. Please stop.
That's
God.
James, not me.
James, yes. Screwed me.
That was not me.
Threw in those numbers there.
All right, sellers, here we come. The sellers. That wasn't me.
No, that was not.
That was James.
Yep. Probably
Did you close out of your longs yet, Dobie?
I'm flat.
Yeah, Dolby Time's busy counting his money.
Ooh, how much did you make on that?
You
You were 11 contracts though, right?
230.
Look at him, he's all giddy over there.
500. I don't know. I think 500 plus.
Hell yeah, Dolby Time.
Wow.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Good job.
Yeah.
See who put Fade Dobie in that?
Yeah. Wrong.
Tisk, chat.
Yep.
Someone
Have you been
was in
trading
chat
crude
following me on
oil?
that. I used
Have
to.
you placed any crude oil trades?
Great question,
Not
Dakota.
recently. Not recently, actually. The part of the problem is that I wasn't on air until 2 to 2:30, and so then I naturally started moving away from crude because there's no market to trade really after 1:30. So then I started trading Nasdaq, and then like the pulled pork thing became a thing. So like, oh, let me try to trade size. Face ripped off every single time, and now I'm switching to YM to see if I can trade size to give chat what they want and need while maintaining my my sanity. My sanity.
For the people. A man of the people. Dolby Time.
Yeah. That's right.
Chat what they want and need. Huh?
And this actually was in the trading combine. So I did put up 1,237 in my trading combine, which is awesome because I was about, I think, $300 or $400 from hitting my max loss limit. So not only is this a winning day, but this is a save. This is an account save.
Are you in a combine then?
I am right now. Yeah. Yeah, I got like 4,200 in the practice account, which is up almost $15,000. Practice account, trillionaire, and then 1,200 in the trading combine. Yeah. Practice account.
I've been doing really good in my combines. I've been horrible.
Yeah.
There's also a psychological thing about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
It's the thing that if you take a loss, it's not real money. And that traders struggle to do with that. I've been struggling with it the past few weeks where my losses have been in my live account and all my great winning trades have been in my combine accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking about this in the last segment, but like what's kind of nice is when you get on, TV and like for me personally, like when I am on TV, trying to trade and do stuff, this is kind of the personality that I want to have when I am trading.
Mm-hmm.
Not, because when I did trade, I was miserable. I hated it because I was like so intense, so serious, took everything way too seriously. And my trading really suffered. And now that I'm a little bit like more lighthearted, a little more easygoing, having fun on Topstep, now I'm actually putting winning trades on. So I'm trading from a healthier mindset, even though it might look like I'm, having fun and being like more relaxed. But this is actually really good for me as a trader to do it and to be like this.
Agree.
Okay.
Big time.
Yeah.
This is how you plan to be trading, right? Because where we practice in our combines is how we should be trading in our XFAs. So this is the same style of trading that you are planning to do if or when you get your XFA, right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. But it does speak to the fact, like when you start switching accounts from like practice to trading combine, it's a step up. Trading combine to XFA, XFA to live. It's just like it gets just a little bit more intense each time, but it really shouldn't. It's all the same. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same numbers.
Yeah,
it's the same loss limits. Not a whole lot changes,
Practice exactly how you,
your
because I went
perception.
through that and I switched from my live account to my combines. My losses have been in my live account, and my wins have been in my combines. And that also has had an effect on me and my trading and also my statistics, right? Because then you wonder, it's like, well, why? If my losses are in my live account and my winning is in my combine, if I would have just stayed in my live account, then I would have had a positive month. But because I've been switching back and forth, it's been interesting. I'm going through, like I said, I'm not the best trader. Yeah, I'm on the top 10, but that doesn't mean too much because it's only been 1 or 2 months, and we have the rest of our lives and years to be looking forward to. It's a marathon and not a sprint, and that's a big part of why I believe that LeBron James is the GOAT.
There it is. Oh my
God!
It all roads lead back to LeBron.
What?
Just couldn't help himself.
How did you segue? What was?
How does he do it, folks? How does he do it? Here we go. 250 just hit. Got to
kill this game. I mean, if you think about it, right? I mean, even if Michael Jordan really wanted to, he couldn't perform like that as long as LeBron James is doing it.
Can't even say with a straight face. Well, I did buy one, and if I let
come on, you guys love the chat.
Oh, they love it.
No.
Tell him, Eddie. Tell him.
All right, we're gonna start buying Dow.
I bought some. I bought long one from 52.41 even S&Ps. But 2 handles of heat.
Then just in, MOC and balance 2.9 billion to the sell side. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Does that mean we go up or down?
No one knows, Dakota. You would think it means up, but we've seen it both ways, man. Who the hell knows? We just tell them because the people want the news. Who knows, man? Does that mean we go up or down? Ain't that the question? That's the question of the day right there.
I mean, sometimes it's like really, if it's in the billions, it's like, oh, damn, okay. Kind of perk up a little bit. Sell side? Yeah.
Yeah, you think we go down if they got to get off 2.9 billion shares. You would think. But can anything take this market lower?
If it's 2.9 billion to the sell side, that means there needs to be 2.9 billion sellers
and 2.9 billion buyers as well.
Yep.
Because every buyer has a seller, right?
That's right. Zero sum. Like that's how they taught us, I guess. But yes.
I think that's on the Series 3, isn't it?
Doc, are you listening? Michael, I mean, are you listening?
Yeah. It's going to be on TopQuiz. Pay attention.
Yes, it will.
Oh, man.
We'll push higher here. NASDAQ leading the way.
So, yeah, that was the stop run that we were looking for. It just stop ran pretty deep. Pretty deep. You got long, though, right, Dre?
Yeah, I did. Long from 52.41 right now, but 2 handles in the money. Let's see if they can take out these highs here in the S&Ps. That would be 52.45 even. So you can tick above that too. I did see the NASDAQ creeping higher, and S&Ps are lagging a little bit. So maybe the S&Ps will catch up to the NASDAQ, but it's been
that's
some resistance here.
Put on these YM longs, so I didn't get sold on. I saw the NQ pushing, and I was like,
Same.
Whoa. I want some of that.
Yep.
Only 8 minutes left, though. We should probably place a trade.
8 minutes left to the close.
To the close.
The best decision is probably just to be hands off to the close. That's probably the hardest thing about trading is not trading.
Yeah, but the most exciting decision is buying in the middle of the range and trying to sell new highs of the day. And that's what we're going to do.
Dolby time.
But just a one lot, though. So
yeah,
it's not huge.
Some little breadcrumbs.
It is.
But good momentum so far.
We've just been chopping, going, and grinding up and to the right. Like that's all we've been doing. It's just been a really ugly, nasty grind up and to the right.
Let me change up something real quick.
In a world of grinding markets.
What was that? What's that movie rated, Hogue? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. 52.44. Trading S&Ps. We're creeping higher here.
Dre's trying to get fired with 7 minutes left of his segment.
No, not. Stop.
Keep it up. You're doing great.
Oh, here we go.
You're doing great.
Here we go. Going higher, 52.45.
I tried changing the resolution on my charts. I don't know if it did anything. It looks a little bit better. Not great.
Chat's still going off about MJ and LeBron.
Yeah. That debate will never end.
I opened
Never
up that
end,
can
no.
of worms.
Yeah,
Yep.
you did.
You knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if the run starts. Got
Oh,
less
it's
than
fun.
6
It's fun.
minutes.
Everyone loves to chat about it.
100%.
Do we?
I mean, you should, right? It's
You should.
All right. Liquidity injection coming here. Less than 15 seconds.
15 seconds. The last 5 minutes is the most volatile, right?
Yep. Buckle up.
Nope.
I will flatten that because I just don't know which way to go. Here we go. Shit. Okay.
This is
You're flat?
This is
Oh,
as
I'm
big as
golden.
I got out. Yeah,
this
it's random at this point, in my opinion.
To the moon.
To the moon, of
just
course.
completely random.
A lot of markets are matching orders that need to be matched here, but clearly they're going to test the highs here.
I mean, I haven't
Look at that.
traded
Sixes.
the close very much, and so I could imagine like the last 5 minutes is just so sporadic, right? And how can you predict a direction at this time?
It's tough. There is a 700 lot here.
It is tough.
52.49. Yeah, you'll see a big reverse too at the last 10 seconds.
Yeah. It's really about short time frame traders and trying to guess who is trapped and trying to maybe make a play off of that, like a little momentum play. It's like, do shorts really want to be short overnight in indices going into whatever's going on? Like that's kind of the logic that I think we've been using in general for Power Hour.
Okay. And that the sell side imbalance didn't really mean much then is what I'm seeing, is because we're continuing to grind higher. And like I said, I had a losing trade, but we continue to grind higher, even though it was a sell side imbalance.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. It just provides like really short term like volatility, especially in the NASDAQ. It can do some stuff.
It can do some stuff.
It can do some stuff. Yeah.
So we got it here. Yep, less than about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes left in this session.
Whoa.
Yeah, see those sellers teleport. This one gets
That was a little Dow teleport right there.
Yeah, we saw NASDAQ and S&Ps too.
Ripped it right down to my entry, and then it just popped right back up.
Yeah, it's been just a grind, consolidating, chop up and to the right. There hasn't been any nice, clean price action this past hour.
Definitely not.
No.
So I'm not convinced to trade Power Hour consistently.
Hey,
Not with this.
Well,
on the whole, it's
buddy.
been profitable. It's been profitable on the whole.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, Dakota, but this is
Yeah.
actually the most profitable segment on TopstepTV.
Fact.
Really?
According to Eric in
Fact.
chat. According to Eric in chat,
That's not coming from us. Yep, that's coming from the chat.
who has a spreadsheet
Mhm.
allegedly of tracking these trades.
Well, we'll just take
I
their
don't
word
know
for it.
how I feel about that.
100%.
I
I don't know
see
how
the
I
issue,
feel
Dakota.
about that.
I don't see
Yeah,
the
let's-
issue at all. That's the problem.
Yeah, you
I
have a problem
mean-
with our segment, Dakota?
Based off this sample size, I don't know,
just
man.
1
This is-
hour.
What are you talking about?
I know I've
All
been on
right.
Power Hour a few times, and I've been
Yeah.
pretty profitable. So I can't
I feel
complain.
like her.
It's just
Yeah.
Dolby
at
says
least
the
what
roll
I'm
is
seeing
skewing
skewing
most of the
price.
time our
today has not been
guests-
that great.
Our
Plus,
guests
it is
actually do really
rollover
well.
week, and we're just kind of grinding
2 minutes.
higher. Last 2 minutes, up or down? I think we might
Down.
Maybe we get
Down.
some type of a relief sell off.
Yeah, I'm flat.
Some of these longs are
I'm
going to
gonna
have to
flatten
close. Going to cover, take profits.
That was a scratch. That's what I was doing there.
I mean, 18,500 is really close.
Oh, 19,000 by the end of the week.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
When is MP back? Later this week. Discipline works later this week.
Thursday, right?
Believe so.
Yep. I hope you like me, chat, because you're getting a whole lot of me tomorrow.
Okay, 1 minute left.
Lot.
1 minute left.
1 minute
There's probably going to be a huge amount of volatility in the last minute, right?
Yep. And you'll see
So
a
let's see.
lot
I'm
of quick.
thinking.
Yep. What do you got?
I'm thinking we're going to see 460s the last minute. Maybe we.
All right,
see
I'm selling
something
one
like
line.
that.
No, I'm kidding. Here you go. Now you see all the volume come in here in the S&Ps. Take a quick look at NASDAQ. It's still thin in there, man. It's a thin market.
I mean, there's still some volume that's being rolled over until
true.
Friday. Friday's the official date,
Triple
right?
witch.
With all the
Yep.
options and everything.
Here we go. Eddie, you got that bell?
Yeah.
Well, that power hour was a
push.
bit. Yeah, it is. Oh, 800 lot.
That there wasn't much power hour in that.
No, not the most power. Someone kicked the cord.
That was a lame duck.
Ding, ding, ding. And there goes my internet again. I got the JD syndrome here. That is it. 3 o'clock, boys and girls. Thank you very much. There it is. Finally. A little delayed there, but you got it. Guys, I had a blast. I hope our traders had a blast in chat. Andre, thank you very much, my friend. Dakota, thanks for being here on our Power Hour.
Guys.
And, of course, D-Time, the legend Andre and D-Time legends in Power Hour. And I hope to see you back here again here, Dakota. Dakota, 8 o'clock tonight, right? Central Time, right?
8 o'clock tonight. I'm not going to say I'm going to make up for these losses, but I'll probably pass these combines in slow markets. This isn't the market for me. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it probably is a duck. And I think that's what we've seen here.
There you go. Duck soup, baby. Duck soup. All right. Tomorrow, boys and girls, we've got not too much meat on the bones. Coming up here at 9:30 tomorrow Central Time, crude oil inventories, scrolling down just a little bit. And we're going to have another 12 o'clock bond auction. This one's the 30 years, so maybe we see a little more action for the 30-year bond. Tomorrow's menu. Tomorrow will be Wednesday, the 13th. And join us here at 8 a.m. Central Time. Hogan myself for opening call. We got Anne-Marie for Fast Markets, making myself for Shoulder Tap, Joey M for Power Players. Alyssa's going to join Jack for Top Quiz, David Green and Dolby Time for group coaching. We got Trades with KV, Andre and Hogue. Also, Isaac Suffren's going to be here with us, Dolby and Andre for Power Hour. Also, don't forget at the buzzer here right away in our Discord channel, Coach Paul and Coach Kapal and Coach Jay. And tonight also, 6 o'clock, Coach Ray, volume profile, 7 o'clock, Coach Vince, and yes, that 8 o'clock with Coach Dakota. So, folks, very happy that you were with us here today. Please remember that we're here each and every day of the week from 8 a.m. till 3 p.m. for TopstepTV. And you know what? We love having you here each and every day, and we hope you love being with us just the same. So hopefully you did learn something. Hopefully you did learn something. If you have, you're moving forward in your trading journey. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.